you ready for Kernels baseball? The Class A affiliate of the world champion Anaheim Angels plays right here on The Zone, ESPN Radio 1600 AM. Now, in his 8th season bringing you the fun of Cedar Rapids baseball, here's the voice of the Kernels. He's the one, the only, John Rogers, here on The Zone, ESPN Radio 1600 AM.
Cedar Rapids Kernels, let the good times roll.
It's a delightful, sunny Sunday afternoon on the southern edge of Wisconsin for a doubleheader between the Kernels and Beloit. The Snappers handed the Kernels our second shutout loss on our 12-game road trip, and they moved to within a game of us in the first half standings of the Western Division. They did so with a 4-0 win in the 4-game series opener here last night at Pullman Field. Now, if the Kernels can manage a sweep over the Milwaukee Brewer minor leaguers today, it would pull us back to the 500 mark and raise our road trip record to 4-3. A record number, 3,366,779 fans attended Midwest League baseball games last season. George Spelius has presided over the remarkable growth and prosperity of our esteemed circuit as its president. We'll visit with the Midwest League president next from Beloit on the Dugout Interview.
The new Veterans Memorial Stadium is among the most awe-inspiring attractions in our great community. The most common remark made by first-time visitors to our new ballpark is simply, wow! The dazzling giant scoreboard, the roomy seats, the spacious concourse, and yes, the numerous women's restrooms all evoke that wow reaction. The most alluring element of all, though, is that perfectly nurtured, lush, green field that composes the diamond. Thanks to Peck's Flower Garden and Landscaping, the aura and magic of the Field of Green in the new stadium can be replicated in your very own yard. That's right, the experts at Peck's are teaming up with the renowned Colonel Grounds Crew to award one of you with a Field of Green lawn makeover this spring. Just stop into the Garden Center at Peck's to enter. The Peck's Field of Green dream could be yours. Register this spring in the Garden Center at Peck's, corner of Blair's Ferry and Edgewood Roads Northeast.
In consideration of all fans, smoking is not allowed in the main field.
Midwest League President George Spelius, it's always a delight to have you as our guest. We consider these very cherished moments when we can visit with you about the state of the Midwest League and baseball in general. And George, it's hard to believe that the All-Star break is creeping up upon us, and I wondered if you'd made some of your spring and summer treks out to various cities in the Midwest League yet.
Well, it's been a tough year, John. You know, April was a wet month. We lost a lot of ball games, and it's really tough. It's really tough to get out when you're having these things happen. A few umpires were moved, so I haven't done my homework this year. A few teams I have stopped by, but I'm going to catch them full boat come the second half.
And, George, as the league's president, when you do go out and go to all the 13 other cities in the Midwest League, are you there to observe? Are you there to advise? Are you there to regulate? What is your role?
Well, first of all, John, and you'll smile when I say that, I check their menu out first.
So do I.
Yeah. But no, I'll take a look. I'll have an opportunity to walk the infield and the outfield, take a look at how the clubhouses look, and, you know, the general running of the franchise. You know, I take a good look at not only for the food now, John, you know that, but, you know, how the concessions are run, and I observe the people to see if they're enjoying themselves. Because you don't always win at home, and if you lose, are they still having fun?
Well, that's such an important element, and last night you had a big crowd here at Pullman Field, and gosh, George, it sounds like on your visits you're basically trying to ensure what Todd Klaus constantly preaches to our ball players, and that is be professional.
Well, that's the thing. You know, I think at our level of play, I think we outdo our counterparts up in the big leagues. They're making a turn, though, aren't they? They have to make a turn because sometimes the fans can be very, very critical. But at our level of ball, I think every one of our general managers and their staffs do just one great job.
George, I wanted to speak to your situation here. The wonderful crowd last night. I'm sure there'll be a good gathering for the doubleheader today. Last season, I got to meet a delegation from your Professional Baseball Association here in Beloit. They visited our new stadium on kind of a fact-finding mission, and I'm hearing rumblings of positive inroads into the possibility of you having a new stadium here in the next 2 to 3 years. Where does it all stand? Where does it shake out, George?
Well, first of all, John, I think they're trying to corral you to come over here if there's a new stadium and get away from Jack Rader and Wally Krause, first of all.
Well, I have to tell you, I love this market, but we'll talk about that later.
Okay. But listen, for the last 2 or 3 years, the group has been very, very active, and it's not a big group. Dennis Connaughton, the chairperson of the board of directors, who's retired at the age of 52, has a lot of time now, and he's been working on 3 different phases that you need to get all the information. Slow but sure, we're going in the direction of a possible new stadium right out here on the interstate system.
Now, George, our biggest hurdle, we had a lot of hurdles. They were positive challenges. One, of course, was funding. It sounds like location is one of the areas you've studied, and it would be wonderful to have you right off I-90. As far as funding goes, we did a unique partnership, public and private. Have you crossed that bridge yet?
Well, that's the last phase of Mr. Connaughton and the 2-3 people that are working with him, and they are in this area right now. And be it private, you can't look to the state too much.
These times.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we don't have a Vision Iowa like they do have over in Iowa, where there are some monies available, and that certainly helped the Kernels.
It was the impetus that got us started.
Right, and we don't have that. I sometimes, in a joking way, say, well, we can lose money here or there, during the season, but why don't we just lose a little bit more and buy $5 worth of lottery tickets every week, and maybe we can hit one of these times. But nobody goes along with me on that one.
Well, George, funding is certainly a challenge, and we're glad to hear that Dennis's feasibility and study and his behind-the-scenes work has already proven to be positive. We're going to take a break on this lovely Sunday afternoon. We have the pleasure of the Midwest League president as our dugout interview guest, the Honorable George Spelius, and we'll have a final word with George from Pullman Field in a minute.
I cannot face anyone but me. Baby, can't you see I know what's right for me? Don't tell me wrong from right. I know just what I like. Yeah, call me crazy, I don't care. Come feel the joy all around. Each generation they got their own signs from the shout it out. Listen to it, baby.
Whether you're a serious athlete or a weekend warrior, injuries can take you out of your game. Smart athletes know that Physiotherapy Associates in Cedar Rapids are the experts in the treatment and prevention of sport-related injuries. Our expert staff serves the metro and surrounding area high school athletes. Physiotherapy Associates of Cedar Rapids, the smart choice in sports medicine. Call us at 398-1569. That's 398-1569. We'll get you back in your game today.
George, I wanted to shift gears for a moment and have you talk to our fans a little bit about the life of a big league umpire. Your son-in-law, Marty Foster, I understand, came through this very Midwest League. And, gosh, your daughter's married to Marty, and they don't have homestands, those big league or these Midwest League umpires. How does Marty function as a husband, and how does your daughter adjust to that lifestyle?
Well, it's tough for all umpires. They have families, and in the case of Marty and Mary, they don't have a family as yet, but, who knows. But living in Beloit, he wanted to live in Denver. That's his hometown. And Mary said, what major league teams are around Denver? Now, if you live in Beloit, especially across the street from my mother and dad as well, you got Milwaukee, you got the 2 Chicago ball clubs, you got St. Louis, Kansas City, Minnesota, Detroit, Cleveland. They're really easy to get to.
Centrally located.
Right. And when he has a day off on his way to another place, he can come back home.
Instead of going way out, Denver's kind of isolated. George, has your daughter adjusted to the lifestyle enough to know that in the off months she can have a regular schedule with Marty, but then does she travel much with him?
No, she doesn't travel. She'll join him for a series here or there. She goes out to the West Coast. And, let's say they hit Los Angeles, San Francisco, San Diego, and she's got a job where she can do this. And she'll do that once in a while. Some cities she doesn't particularly want to go to, and she won't go. But, she enjoys it. She got into this in 1982 when we brought baseball to Beloit.
She's grown up in this lifestyle.
Right, and she knows the life of umpires, and she knows a lot of the umpires. In fact, quite often Mike Fitzpatrick, who's in charge of the umpire development program, he calls her up and Mary, what do you think of some of the guys? So Mary gives him a few tips once in a while on who's good and who's not good.
And it's a great way because Mary's going to give an honest yet unbiased opinion. George, finally, and we just have a second left here for the dugout interview on this Sunday before the doubleheader, I speculated that the Brewers may have made some overtures to your fine skipper Don Money about taking over the helm in Milwaukee. Maybe I was totally off base, but it would seem to me with his background and his knowledge, he may have been approached. To your knowledge, was he? And if he was, what was his reaction to Milwaukee?
Well, I heard you during your broadcast last evening mention that, and I don't really think Don has had that kind of an offer, dished out to him. He has told me that he'd jump on it, even if he went there as a coach.
Really?
But that hasn't come either. So it's hard to say. But I think he'd like to be there someday. Not necessarily as a manager, but as a coach. But that's down the road, and with the new regime now, who knows?
Who knows? We sure respect the work Don's done here. He has the most longevity now of any manager in the Midwest League. George, we really appreciate this time. We look forward to round 2 tomorrow evening before the series finale. We have some more questions we're going to throw your way as the president, but you sure do a great job making everybody in this league feel an integral part of its success, and you make everybody feel important, and that's half the job of a leader, in my opinion. Thank you so much for your hospitality when we visit, and we appreciate you being our dugout interview guest.
It's always nice to be with you, John. You're one of my favorites, and you know that, and I've said it. And I wouldn't say it if I didn't mean it. And Cedar Rapids and the greater vicinity of the Cedar Rapids area are very fortunate to have a great play-by-play guy like you.
Thank you so much, George. We'll talk to you again tomorrow evening. We appreciate those very kind words of praise. We really do. Up next, the starting lineup of Game 1 of a doubleheader. A pair of lefties will square off Micah Posey for the Kernels and Manny Parra for Beloit. I'll have those Game 1 starting lineups when we return.
This is the time of year for all sorts of special occasions. Graduations, weddings, plus the usual birthdays and anniversaries. Your friends at Solid Waste and Recycling remind you, wrapping paper cannot be recycled. Once the presents are opened and the party's over, your options are put the gift wrap in the trash, or better yet, reuse the wrapping paper instead of throwing it away. Remember, don't put gift wrap in your blue recycling box. Either reuse the paper or discard it with the rest of your trash. Veterans Memorial Stadium, I bet you didn't know. All of the grounds surrounding our community's newest source of pride are maintained by Greg's Lawn Service. That's right, it's Greg's Lawn Service that provides you with that initial lift when you approach our magnificent new ballpark. Greg's Lawn Service can put their first-class signature on your yard, elevating it to the same immaculate condition you see around the stadium. Greg's Lawn Service, a cut above the rest since 1983.
Oh, what a beautiful Sunday afternoon it is here in southern Wisconsin as the Kernels get set to play the Beloit Snappers in a pair, a twin bill. And the Kernels are coming off of a 4-0 loss last night, the second shutout that we've had to suffer during this road trip that has seen us win 2 and lose 3. Fourth place is on the line this afternoon in the Western Division first half standings. The Kernels, with a record of 26 and 28, are 2 games back of third place Peoria, 3 behind second place Wisconsin, 9 out of first place King County, and a game ahead of the fifth place Snappers. Let's set the starting lineups for the opener here on this lovely, cool, sunny Sunday afternoon. First for the Snappers, their skipper is Don Money, former great with the Philadelphia Phillies and Milwaukee Brewers. He's in his 6th season managing here in southern Wisconsin. The Snappers will lead it off with center fielder Steve Moss this afternoon. Game 1 shortstop is Chaz Turney. Turney will bat second. Hitting third for Beloit is their third baseman Jeff Yore. Prince Fielder, first-round pick of Milwaukee last year, is at first base. Prince bats cleanup. Hitting fifth is the catcher John Vandenberg for Beloit. Mario Mendez is in right field. He'll hit sixth. Caleb Crabb, who raised his average to above the 200 mark with a 3-for-3 2 RBI night last night. Calix Crabb is at second base, batting 7th. Hitting 8th for the Snappers is their left fielder, Nick Carter. And the designated hitter bats 9th. That's Keith Bohannon. On the mound for Beloit, he's making his 11th start of the year, a lefty, Manny Parra. Manny's won 3, he's lost 2. His ERA is 3.21. The league hitting .278 against the southpaw Manny Parra. He was taken by Milwaukee in the 26th round 2 years ago out of American River Junior College in California. Manny Parra making his 11th start of the year at southpaw for the Snappers. Our great friends and supporters at Allen Motor Company are celebrating their 100th year of business in Cedar Rapids, and they're proud to bring us the Allen Motor Company Kernels starting lineup here from Beloit on this beautiful Sunday. Allen's is marking their 100th year of business in Eastern Iowa with a fantastic sale. They call it their Centennial Celebration, and it features many great buys and an unbeatable offer. Your first year's maintenance free when you buy a new vehicle now during Allen's Centennial Sale. Your first year's maintenance is absolutely free now when you buy during Allen's Centennial Sale when you buy a new vehicle. A 2003 GMC Yukon XL is now priced at a savings of $8,000 at Allen Motor Company. Those 2003 GMC Yukon XLs start at just $39,999. 2003 GMC Sierras start at a savings of $6,000. They're on sale during Allen's Centennial Celebration for just $27,820. And finally, 2003 Buick LeSabre start at just $20,999 during Allen's Centennial Celebration sale. That's a savings of $5,000. Allen's Centennial Celebration sale. Your first year's maintenance absolutely free when you buy a new vehicle during the Centennial Celebration sale. Visit Allen Motor Company, I-380 and Boyson Road, exit 25, or visit Allen's online at www.allenmotor.com, ALLENMOTOR. From Beloit's Pullman Field on this sunny Sunday afternoon, game 1 of a doubleheader, the Allen Motor Company Kernels starting lineup has B.J. Weed leading off. He's in right field. He'll be followed by switch hitter Quan Cosby. Quan's in center field, batting second. Hitting third in the Allen Motor Company Kernels starting lineup. He's third in the league in hitting with a .325 average. Second baseman Alberto Callaspo. The Kernel cleanup batter is Jared Abruzzo. Abruzzo will serve as the designated hitter in game 1. Switch hitting shortstop Erick Aybar will bat fifth. He is batting .315, and that places him fourth in the league in hitting. Batting sixth in the Allen Motor Company Kernel order, the third baseman Matt Brown. In left field, Caleb Mayer will bat seventh. Catching in the Allen Motor Company Kernel order is Tommy Duenas, and batting ninth, the first baseman Kevin Jenkins. Rounding out the Allen Motor Company Kernel starting lineup, and pitching for the fourth time this year, 20-year-old lefty Micah Posey. Micah Posey is on the hill. Micah's record 1-0. And let's get a word very quickly from Dana St. Germain, our Director of Entertainment and Broadcasting. Just say hello, Dana. It's wonderful to see you here this afternoon.
Hello, John.
All right. Dana St. Germain is here with her big smile and her shades, and she's going to enjoy a wonderful doubleheader here at Pullman Field. Micah Posey was a 4-0 winner his last time out. That was at Philip Elstrom Stadium to kick off the road trip Memorial Day. Micah pitched 4 shutout innings in a Kernel 4-0 win. The umpires, Brian Riley behind the plate, Buzz Laird on the base paths. And before game 1 of the Twin Bill, let's honor America with the singing and playing of the Star-Spangled Banner. couldn't have a more delightful Sunday afternoon to play a pair, a twin bill, 2 for the price of 1 at Pullman Field. The Kernels, hoping to rebound from a Game 1 4-0 shutout loss last night, have Micah Posey. He'll be opposed by a fellow lefty, Manny Parra, on the hill. Deb Williams is our in-studio engineer. Colonel Baseball follows this on the Zone.
You know how it is to have a good friend, someone who stands by you during good times as well as the bad. That's the kind of friend Dave Tobiasen at Family Insurance Center can be. Dave Tobiasen is your Pekin insurance agent in Monticello. Whatever your insurance needs, you can depend on Dave Tobiasen. Dave will settle your claims as quickly and conveniently as possible. See Dave Tobiasen, your Pekin insurance agent at Family Insurance Center in Monticello, for insurance coverages at competitive rates.
Save money by taking the bus to work. By riding the city bus, you could say goodbye to gas and car maintenance costs. Studies show that transportation is second only to housing when it comes to household expenses. Bi-Seasons Transportation and Parking wants to help your bottom line. We provide bus service to the metro area for the cost of a 75-cent fare. Compare that to your daily gas and parking expenses. Monthly and 10-punch bus passes are also available. For more information, call 286-5573 or visit our website at www.crbus-parking.org.
Sunday here in southern Wisconsin. The Kernels are in their red knit batting practice tops with big white numbers on the back and blue lettering across the front and gray trousers. The home team, the Snappers, are in all-white home uniforms with dark blue socks and dark blue caps with a green turtle emblem on the front of those home uniforms, and then Snappers inscripted across the front in big block letters. Manny Parra is ready to go, and he has B.J. Weed swinging and missing, strike 1. Manny Parra, a 20-year-old, facing Colonel switch-hitting right fielder B.J. Weed. B.J. had a good game at the plate last night. He made a couple of mistakes in right field, but he led off the third inning with a single, and he led off the eighth inning with a single. He was 2 for 4. And he shoots one off the end of the bat foul, chased by Prince Fielder way down the first base line, and it's out of play. It's 0-2 to B.J., who's 5th in the league in hitting. The Kernels have the numbers 3, 4, and 5 men, respectively, in the Midwest League in terms of batting average. B.J. with a .314 average, batting right-handed, no homers, 16 RBIs. Oh, this is a beautiful Sunday, delightfully cool, low humidity, and a very, very light breeze blowing in from center field. The 0-2 from Parra is in the dirt, ball 1. John Vandenberg is behind the plate in game 1, and on the infield for the Snappers, Jeff Yore at third. Chaz Turney's the shortstop. The offensive catalyst last night, Calix Crabb at second, and at first base is big Prince Fielder, and time is called by B.J. Brian Riley is behind the plate. His partner down the first base line umpiring the bases this afternoon in game 1 is Buzz Laird. Of course, they'll flip-flop positions for the nightcap. A curve, and B.J. punches it to second. Calix Crabb throws to first in time to get B.J. Weed, and there's one away in the Colonel first inning. B.J. rolls out to second for the first out. The Kernels rank second in the league in hitting with a .260 team batting average. We're tied for 5th in homers. We've stocked 28 homers in 54 games, tied for 5th of 14 teams, and the Kernels are ranked 9th in the league in stolen bases, 50 steals in 54 games. Quan Cosby has had a pair of infield singles last night. The Kernels out-hit Beloit, but lost the game. Swing and a miss by Quan, strike 1. Manny Parra has pitched 61 and two-thirds innings in 10 starts for Beloit, and the Southpaw has yielded 66 hits in those 61 and two-thirds, struck out 45 in 61 and two-thirds. He's walked only 11 men. His control has been excellent. He misses downstairs with a fastball. The center fielder, Steve Moss, is shaded way into right center as Quan stepped out of the box. The left fielder's Nick Carter, in right field playing shallow is Mario Mendez. The 1-1 to Cosby from the lefty, up and away, ball 2. The Kernels, I noted on last night's broadcast, do not walk often, and my assessment was correct. We have drawn the second fewest walks in the league. The second fewest in the league drawn by our ball club. The 2-1 to Quan. Nubbed foul off the end of the bat towards the on-deck hitter, Alberto Callaspo. Todd Klaus coaching at third. The 2002 Midwest League Manager of the Year, and James Rowson coaching outside the box at first. The coaching boxes here are defined by white paint. They're not actually dirt carved into the grass as you see in some ballparks. Quan on a 2-2 delivery. Spanks at the shortstop. It's charged by Chaz Turney. It took a bad hop on him, and Quan is aboard. Boy, Turney was all set to field that ball, and it hit either a rut or an uneven spot in that new infield and dipped down to his left.
Alberto.
And Quan Cosby, hustling down the line, is reached with one out here in the first inning for the Kernels. Boy, that ball took a tough hop on the shortstop, and it's credited. Quan has been credited with an infield single, justifiably so. That was just a bad hop infield single for Cosby. Quan has a short lead at first. He's not running as Callaspo jackknifes out of the way of a pitch inside. Alberto was 1 for 4 last night. He singled in the 8th inning to load the bases with one out. Unbelievably, the Kernels did not score in that 8th inning with the bases loaded. Abruzzo ran the count to 3-0. He was given the green light. He dumped a base hit into center that wound up being a fielder's choice as the center fielder Kennard Bibbs threw home and forced B.J. Weed trying to score from third. I've never seen anything like it. Strike one called, a tailing fastball to Alberto. We're just underway. Callaspo third in the league in hitting. Batting here in the top of the first. Cosby at first base, one out. We'll be bringing you 14 innings of action here this afternoon. A curve and a big swing and a miss by Alberto. Boy, that was a sharp breaking pitch from Manny Parra. Alberto leads the league in hits with 67. He leads the league in runs scored with 37. And he has a .325 average with 2 homers, 26 runs driven in. He fists one in the air foul on top of the grandstand roof. This ballpark has 7 rows of bucket blue seats behind home plate, and then 7 rows of aluminum back bleachers, and then a grandstand roof over that seating alignment. The 1-2. A comebacker, a broken bat comebacker, throw to second out, throw to first, not in time. What a play by Manny Parra as he threw to no one at second base. He threw to open air, and the shortstop flashed across brilliantly to tag second, and then the throw to first, not in time to get Alberto. Cosby's forced.
29, Jared Abruzzo.
Cosby is forced 1-6 at second base. Alberto Callaspo reaches on a fielder's choice as he broke his bat and hit a one-hop comebacker to the hill. The grandstand is flanked by 2 sections of bleachers down both sides of the line. Here's a line shot into center, and it'll be a base hit in front of Steve Moss. Cranking his way toward third is Callaspo, and he's going to stop there as the center fielder momentarily lost the handle, Steve Moss. Oh, Jared Abruzzo came up swinging. Then he lashed one into right center, sending Callaspo to third, and the Kernels have runners at the corners with 2 out here in the first inning. Jared Abruzzo, who collected his 12th double of the year with 2 out in the 6th inning last night, has laced a single into right center, sending Callaspo zipping to third. And the Kernels have runners at the corners with 2 gone here in the first. For shortstop, Erick Aybar, the switch hitter batting right-handed against the lefty, Manny Parra. A breaking pitch almost hit Aybar. In fact, he glances back at the umpire, claiming that it did nip him. Now he smiles, and that perhaps it did not hit Erick at all. Erick is kind of a free spirit. He loves to have fun playing the game, and I think he was having some fun with the plate umpire, Brian Riley, saying, "Didn't that ball hit me?" A fastball sinks low to Erick, and it's ball 2. You got to have fun when you play this game. It's tough enough as it is without playing it with a smile on your face. The lefty's behind Erick, 2-0. There's a shot into left. It'll put the Kernels ahead 1-0. Callaspo scores on a line shot into left off the bat of Erick Aybar. Callaspo scores from third. Abruzzo stops at second, and the Kernels jump ahead here in the top of the first inning, 1-0. Erick Aybar, with his 26th run driven on the year, got a fastball on a 2-0 count, and he drilled it into left field, a one-hop RBI single in front of Nick Carter. Abruzzo stopped at second as Callaspo scored, and it's 1-0 Kernels here in the top of the first inning The batter is Caleb Mayer. Caleb hitting, or this is Matt Brown, Matt Brown at the plate. And he breaks his bat, hits one off the end of the stick, and right back to the mound she goes, and throwing out Matt Brown is the pitcher, Manny Parra. Matt Brown hit one off the end of the bat and is gone on a comebacker to end the Colonel first inning. The Colonels strike for a run on 3 base hits. There were no Beloit errors. The Colonels leave a pair. This long afternoon of baseball begins on a positive note. After 1/2 inning, game 1 of a doubleheader, the Colonels won, Beloit coming to bat.
Life is a process of continuous change. Each of us has to be prepared to adjust to constantly changing events. One way you can make sure you're taking care of all the changes in your life is to visit Phil Andrews, your Pekin insurance agent at Weidenhammer Andrews in Cedar Rapids. You can depend on Phil Andrews, your Pekin insurance professional, to give you sound advice on insurance for your home, auto, life, and health. See Phil Andrews at the Weidenhammer Andrews Agency in Cedar Rapids to make your life a little easier.
When you need group transportation, there is only one name you need to remember. That name is Tri-State Travel, transportation provider for the Cedar Rapids Kernels and hundreds of other schools, organizations, and associations in the Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, and Waterloo area. Check our unblemished safety record, compare our pricing, and then climb aboard one of Tri-State Travel's modern deluxe motor coaches and experience our award-winning service. Tri-State Travel, the leader in motor coach group transportation.
The ability to read. Nothing's more important in predicting the future success of a child. Thanks to the generous, ongoing support of Toyota Financial Services, Colonel players visited a record 25 schools last spring to encourage children to read, with a series of dazzling rewards from Toyota Financial Services serving as incentives. An all-time high, 1,451 girls and boys read last summer. The Colonels salute Toyota Financial Services.
Colonel struck for a run in the top of the first on a 2-out RBI single from Erick Aybar. So Micah Posey has a run with which to work here in the first. Micah was very impressive he's been impressive in all 3 of his Colonel starts. A strike is called to the leadoff batter for Beloit, Steve Moss, drafted by Milwaukee out of high school, Sherman Oaks. And he's hitting .248, didn't play last night. Strike 2 called on the outside corner at the knees. Micah Posey's ahead of Steve Moss, 0-2. 1-0 Colonels, bottom of the first inning. The lefties 0-2. Inside, chased Moss off the dish. Steve Moss is just 19 years old. A 29th round pick of Milwaukee last year. Hit at .292, here's a ground ball to third. Matt Brown picks it clean and zips his throw in time to get Steve Moss on a 1-2 pitch. Steve Moss grounds out to third. Last year,
number 17,
in the Arizona Rookie League, Moss hit .292 in 30 games. Micah Posey, 1-0 on the year, hurled the Colonels to a 4-0 win to open this road trip up last Monday, Memorial Day, at Philip Elstrom Stadium. His slider is taken upstairs by Chaz Turney, C-H-A-S, Turney, T-E-R-N-I, a .259 batter. Walked twice last night, went 0 for 2. He fouls one in the air off to the right. Kevin Jenkins looking up, and it's beyond, it landed in play, and Todd Klaus is not going to like that. Weed and Jenkins, neither could have gotten to it, I don't think, but the point is neither really put it into full throttle, and boy, you have to know the conditions of the grounds. There's a lot of foul ball ground room here. Here's a little blooper into right center, chased by Weed, and BJ retreating into deep right center, runs it down. Chaz Turney got good wood on it. Lofted it into right center. BJ did
number 20, Jeff Ure,
get on top of his horse and gallop quickly to his right to lasso that one in. Chaz Turney has flown out to right, and there are 2 out here in the Beloit first inning. 1-0 Colonels. The batter is Jeff Ure, E-U-R-E, from Old Dominion University, hitting .245. He's belted 7 homers this year, driven in 25, ball 1 low and away from Micah Posey. He's pitched 16 innings in 3 previous starts and only given up 6 hits. Fouling one off to the right to even the count at 1-1 is right-handed hitting Jeff Yore. Yore uses a black lacquer bat. He stands straight away from the right side. He's in his third year of pro ball. He was 0 for 4 last night. A beautiful changeup is on the outside edge, and Micah's ahead 1-2. Micah Posey in 16 innings has allowed 6 hits, fanned 12 batters, walked 11. He was brilliant in blanking Kane County for 5 innings on Memorial Day to start this road trip. The 1-2 to Jeff Yore. Ooh, it just missed low apparently, ball 2. Yore took it to even the count. Another very, very good-sized crowd here today. Ball 3 is taken down and away. Boy, you really have to be very appreciative of the beautiful conditions we have to play under today. The payoff is chopped to third. Tough short hop gobbled up by Brown, and Matt Throw retires Yore and the side. Matt Brown made a good play as Jeff Yore cracked one to third. A tough in-between hop, and Matt made it at his ankle tops. Micah Posey protects the Colonel lead by retiring Beloit in order in the bottom of the first inning. First game of a twin bill, and after one, the Colonels won, the Snappers nothing.
When we met at Spaghetti, we would never forget Zio Giano's. Now it's where mi amore and I dine in. We carry out the lunch and the dinner all the time for lasagna, ravioli, mandacati, cannelloni, tortellini, or try their delicious salads and sub sandwiches too. Zio Giano's is the hometown taste of Italy. For your next meal with friends and a family, remember Zio Giano's with 5 convenient locations for the pasta that makes you sing.
My name is Shauna Baird. I graduated from Fairfield High School, class of 2001. I chose Kirkwood because Kirkwood was really warm and welcoming, and it was a modernized school. They were up to date. The price was right for me. It was affordable. I really like Cedar Rapids, as a town. Right now I'm a student ambassador, and so I get the chance to go out and talk to people and promote Kirkwood, and I really like to do that. I'm interested in sales, so that gives me a chance to do what I really enjoy, and I absolutely love the classes. They're a good size, and the teachers are always there for you. They give out their phone number. You can call them any questions that you have. It eases your way into the college experience, and when you're going from high school to being out on your own, it's a big change, it's a big jump into life. And this way, it gradually gets you there. You start out the community college, you have the smaller class size, and that way, you can work your way into the huge classrooms that you're going to have when you do go on to university. Right now, I love where I'm at, and I just love the school.
Log on to kirkwood.edu.
Kernels, as we go to the top of the second inning.
Welcome Bruce here back from a long hiatus. So welcome back, Bruce.
Caleb Mayer is first up against lefty Manny Parra. Caleb was 0 for 3 last night, drew a leadoff walk in the 9th inning, and he shoots one in the air to right for Mario Mendez. Mario underneath it and has it. First pitch swinging. The .247 hitting Caleb Mayer flies to right field. 1 pitch, 1 out, as Tommy Duenas bats for the Kernels here in the second inning.
Up next, the catcher, number 9, Tommy Duenas.
Tommy, in 18 games, is batting .195. Boy, I'd really like it when Tommy's in our lineup. He adds so much in his defensive skills and in his peppy, positive attitude. He just is a winner on the field and as a person, Tommy Duenas. Ball 1 is outside to the Miami, Florida native. 2 homers, 7 RBIs. Tommy batting for the second time on this road trip. He had an RBI double in the 9th inning Thursday night against the Cougars. He breaks his bat and rolls one to short. Near the bag at second, throwing Tommy out, is Chaz Turney, rather. Chaz Turney, the shortstop, throws out Duenas, and on 3 pitches, there are 2 Colonel outs here in the second inning. Boy, we do go up there swinging, don't we? And as we talked about last night,
first baseman number 5, Kevin Jenkins.
A great approach, but you also have to live with the consequences of very few men reaching base on walks and helping that opposing pitcher keep his pitch count down. Kevin Jenkins, a left-handed batter against the lefty Manny Parra. Takes low, ball 1. Kevin in 7 games, batting .235. No homers, 1 RBI. Jenkins in his 4th year of pro ball is still he just turned 21. He swings and misses at a pitch down and in, strike one. Kevin has gotten one start on this road trip. It came in the Colonel victory Wednesday night in Geneva, Illinois. He was 1 for 4. The 1-1 to the left-handed hitter. A curve and a comebacker. The third comebacker of the afternoon, the third broken bat comebacker. Kevin Jenkins is thrown out, and what an easy inning for lefty Manny Parra. He cruised through the lower third of the Colonel order. 1-2-3, nothing across in the top of the second. And after an inning and a half, first game of a doubleheader, the Colonels lead Beloit 1-0.
You save big money when you shop Menards.
For a great lawn and garden, shop Menards. Landscape around plants and shrubs with red or gold lava rock. Just $2.24 a bag. Kill dandelions and other weeds with Forever Green Weed and Feed Fertilizer. Only $5.99 a bag. Decorate around plants and shrubs with Landscape Stone and Bark on sale at Menards. Shredded cedar bark is only $2.29 a bag. Tackle tough yard jobs with a Ryobi Electric Trimmer Plus. Only $54.88. Save big on landscape lights and lawn decor at Menards. 54-inch tall steel shepherd hooks are only $3.96. Steel 8-foot decorative windmills are only $39.98. Plus, enter to win a Ford Mustang or Coleman canoe. See store for details. Menards is your lawn and garden savings place.
Save big money at Menards.
Papa John's pizza, it's so good. Better is best, that's understood. Better call Papa John's tonight. Better call Papa, he's got it right. Better ingredients, better pizza.
Papa John's.
Attention baseball fans, call your local Papa John's for our home run special. Get a large pizza with up to 3 toppings of your choice for only $9.99.
Papa John's.
Better call Papa.
In a run last night. He also walked a couple of times. The cleanup batter for Beloit is a left-handed hitter. And he takes just inside from lefty Micah Posey. 1-0 Colonels, bottom of the second inning. First game of a doubleheader at Pullman Field, where it's only 380 feet to dead center field. A strike at the knees. Prince was taking all the way. Fielder's average is .289. He's belted 8 home runs, driven in a team-high 29. He stands straight up at the plate and chops one over the hill. Back a second, Erick Aybar flashes to his left and throws on the run. And it's 4 in a row retired by Micah Posey. What a good amount of ground. Erick Aybar covered to his left. He showed great range as he took that chopper behind the bag and threw Prince out for the first out of the Beloit second inning. Here's John Vandenberg, a 23-year-old out of Wisconsin, Milwaukee, a catcher, and he takes outside ball 1. Vandenberg hitting .248, 2 homers, 15 RBIs. Last night 0 for 3. He hammers one into center. Quan fell, recovers not in time. A base hit for Vandenberg. Quan Cosby lost his footing in center field, slipped, recovered to field it on one hop.
Right fielder, number 18, Mario Mendez.
A one-out single for John Vandenberg. He drew a leadoff walk in the 4th last night and scored to make it 3-0 in a Beloit 4-0 win. Quan Cosby slipped in center field, recovered, but not in time to make the catch. Taking a strike on the outside corner is Mario Mendez, a right-handed batter. John Vandenberg is the first base runner for Beloit on the day, a one-out single in front of Quan Cosby. He would have caught it had he not slipped, but Quan lost his footing on that grass. A late swing and a miss by Mendez. I'm thinking of our 1997 manager, Mario Mendoza. This is Mario Mendez, and he's in the hole 0-2. He played a pivotal role in the win last night as he laid down a sacrifice bunt to move a runner up. That runner scored. He was 0 for 3. Mario Mendez, a .241 batter. Takes low and in from Micah Posey. 1 on, 1 out for Beloit in the bottom of the second. 1-0 Colonels. We mentioned it's only 380 feet to center field here. Ball 2 is low and inside from the Colonel lefty. It's 3:25 down the line. The scoreboard, and it's double-paneled scoreboard, one with a message center on it, the other keeps score of the game, inning by inning, and has the count. It's in left center field. The 2-2. A shot into right center, a base hit. Quan over to his right, knocks it down, fumbles, but recovers in time to hold the runner at second base. Oh, Mario Mendez sliced a single into right center, sending John Vandenberg the tying run to second base. Micah was ahead of the batter 0-2, but on a 2-2 pitch, Mendez drilled it into right center field for a single. First and second, one out. Beloit threatening to tie it here. And a dangerous hitter at the plate, Calix Crabb. He proved that last night. He went 3 for 3 with a walk. The switch hitter takes a strike called. Crabb is from Manatee Community College. Was born in the Virgin Islands, thus the unique name Calix Crabb. C-R-A-B-B-E. And he hammers one foul down close to the picnic deck down the right field line. Lots of folks basking in the beautiful sunshine here in southern Wisconsin. We're an hour and 10 minutes west of Milwaukee and only 90 minutes from Chicago. Just over the border from Rockford, Illinois. Crabb swings and misses. He's down on strikes. Calix Crabb fans for the second out of the Beloit second inning. 1-0 Kernels. First and second. 2 out for Nick Carter. Nick really hurt the Kernels last night. He hurt us on a 2-2 pitch in the third inning. He singled off Rafael Rodriguez into right field. B.J. Weed threw the relay throw over the head of Mathis at first. Nick Carter advanced to second, and he scored. He also walked and scored in the sixth inning. So Nick Carter scored 2 of the 4 Beloit runs last night. He takes a strike on the inside corner. Micah whirls and looks the tying run back to second, John Vandenberg. Nick Carter, no homers, 10 RBIs. Takes a fastball high, ball 1. Carter was picked in the 4th round by Milwaukee last year. He thrived in rookie ball last year. At Ogden in 53 games, he batted .258. The 1-1 with 2 on and 2 out is a high fastball, and it's swung on and lifted foul down the right field line, out of play, strike 2. A lot of mascots are here to help Snappy, the beloved Beloit mascot, a turtle, celebrate his birthday. We ought to have a birthday for Mr. Shucks. I'm sure Dana St. Germain, who's attending today's ball game, will plan that as a promotion for next year. Oh, a beautiful curveball strikes out Nick Carter to end the Beloit second inning. Micah Posey put the screws down with 2 on and 1 out. He fanned both Calix Crabb and got Nick Carter looking to end the Beloit threat in the second inning. No runs for the Snappers, 2 hits, no Kernel errors. The Snappers leave a pair. They've stranded 2 in 2 at-bats. Game 1 of a doubleheader moves to the third inning with the Kernels on top of Beloit, 1-0.
If you're looking for something, there are many helpful tools. A telescope? When you're looking for something big. A microscope. When you're looking for something small. Or bare feet. Oh! When you're looking for lost Legos. But if you're looking for a family doctor, the most helpful tools are your telephone or your computer. Simply call Mercy Care Family Physicians at 369-4444 or visit our website at www.mercycaredoctors.com for all the details on the Mercy Care Family Practice location nearest you. You'll find the Mercy Care Family Physician best suited to your needs, including those who offer special services for... So if you're looking for a family doctor, choose the right tool for the job. Call 369-4444 or on the web at www.mercycaredoctors.com. Looking for a family doctor has never been easier.
Your Cedar Rapids and Marion Hy-Vees are proud to support one of our community's most renowned and cherished assets, the Cedar Rapids Kernels. Your Cedar Rapids and Marion Hy-Vees believe in the core values that comprise the essence of Kernel baseball: fun, wholesome, affordable entertainment for us all. As you look ahead to the many joys of summer, your Cedar Rapids and Marion Hy-Vees encourage you to visit the fabulous new Veterans Memorial Stadium. Your Cedar Rapids and Marion Hy-Vees, embracing Kernel baseball, a community treasure.
Budweiser True Music is music created for real music lovers by real musicians, like the Donnas.
We don't put any song on the record that we don't like.
We really try hard to think of it as an album instead of a single and then some other filler songs. I know everyone tries to write a great album. Yeah, a lot of people say it, but do they stress out about it and cry?
This moment of true music was brought to you by Budweiser Beer, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
He broke in with Ogden last year and had a fine record of 3-1 in 10 starts. A pair of 20-year-old lefties battling today in Game 1. Here's a ground ball to second. The second time BJ has grounded to Calix Crabb this afternoon. BJ Weed went the other way and grounds out to second for the first out of the Kernel third inning. 1-0 Kernels.
Center fielder, number 6, Quan Cosby.
Quan Cosby reached on an infield single, a bad hop single his first time up. Kernel Baseball here on the Zone from Beloit, being brought to you in part by Certified Pest Control, the official exterminators of the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. Certified Pest Control, professional pest and termite control. A curve is outside, ball one, to the switch-hitting Kernel center fielder, Quan Cosby. Certified Pest Control, quality service at a low price. The 1-0 from the southpaw to Quan. Swing and a miss, strike one. If you need to get rid of mice, moles, spiders, roaches, bats, bees, fleas, wasps, crickets, termites, or pests of any nature, call Certified Pest Control, the official pest and termite controller of the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. Ball two is high and outside to Quan Cosby. We're back at home a week from today. Actually, we open up a homestand Saturday. There are only 4 home games remaining before the All-Star break at the new Veterans Memorial Stadium, the first of which is this Saturday, June 7th, at 7 o'clock start. On a 2-1 pitch, Quan chops it foul beyond the third base snapper dugout, strike two. Only 4 games before the All-Star break, and we get underway this Saturday, June 7th. We'll be welcoming the Girl Scouts. Hundreds of Girl Scouts will be pitching tents following Saturday night's 7 o'clock start to have a memorable sweepover in the outfield grass of the new stadium. Quan fouls one back to the base of the screen. He stays alive at 2-2. Kernels about hit the Snappers 3-2, lead Beloit early in Game 1, top of the third, 1-0. I mean, we have a beautiful Sunday to bring you Kernel Baseball. Cosby takes a curve. It was just high for ball three. A pretty good-looking pitch from the lefty, Manny Parra, P-A-R-R-A. Manny's from California. He went to American River Junior College in the big state of California. Swing and a miss by Quan. A pitch high and away, a fastball, and Quan didn't mean to, but he chased ball 4. He's the first strikeout victim of the southpaw, Manny Parra.
Up next, second baseman, number 2, Alberto Callaspo.
With the bases empty and 2 out, Alberto Callaspo at the plate. Alberto reached on a fielder's choice and scored the game's only run in the first inning. Callaspo leads the league in hits and runs scored. He sends one in the air to center field. Steve Moss, with his glasses down, looking up, bags it to end the inning. First pitch swinging, Alberto Callaspo flies to center, and that's 7 in a row retired by the Beloit starter, Manny Parra. He sets the Kernels down in order in the top of the third inning. We've played 2.5, game 1 of a doubleheader. The Kernels 1, and the Snappers nothing.
What can I help you with here at Big Time Motors?
Well, I'm looking for a used car. I like this one. What's the price?
Listen, lady, I don't sell prices. I sell cars. But I guess if you must know, it's this.
Wow. That's $2,000 more than the one low price on the exact same car at Randy Keel Honda. And I didn't even have to ask them. Randy Keel has the prices posted for every car on their lot.
Well, we've got the best service department to stand behind our vehicles.
Really? Randy Keel showed me they're number one in service and sales customer satisfaction. How do you know yours is the best?
My manager told me.
Thanks, but I think I'm going back to Randy Keel Honda to get the best price and the best service.
But I could throw in a free air freshener to put over the rearview mirror.
Nice try.
Randy Keel Honda understands what you need when you're looking for a new or used car. They post their prices clearly, so you don't have to guess, and they'll never pressure you. That's why they're number one in service and sales customer satisfaction. And they just won the President's Award from American Honda. Come find out for yourself. Randy Keel Honda is on Center Point Road in Cedar Rapids, or you can visit them at randykeel.com.
Coffee works when it's important to you. Coffee works, let your work shine through.
When you think of copies, think of CopyWorks. High-speed copying, color copies, oversized copies, manuals, booklets, graphic design, posters, banners, and presentations. CopyWorks does it better. When it's important to you, CopyWorks lets your work shine through. When you think of copies, think of CopyWorks.
Bottom of the third inning, first game of a doubleheader, 1-0 Kernels. The number 9 hitter is first up for the Snappers at Keith Bohannon. Keith did not play in last night's series opener. In 14 games, he's batting 162. He's a big right-handed batter. Out of Oklahoma City University, the same school that produced the Snapper leadoff batter last night, Kennard Bibbs. Bohannon's big enough to wallop one. He has no home runs, 3 RBIs, and a 162 average. A pitch is downstairs and inside for ball 1 to Bohannon. Now a strike on the outside edge. Keith is 22 years old, from California, and went to school in Oklahoma City. He hits one off the end of his bat foul down the right side. It's 1-2. The Snapper Ball Club is hitting .231 as a team. That's 13th of 14 teams in the Midwest League, a .231 team batting average. Micah turns one loose, low and away, ball 2. Beloit has hit 23 home runs, ranking them 8th of 14 teams in the Midwest League. Stolen base-wise, they're good, 4th in the league. Punching one foul over the Colonel first base dugout to keep the count even at 2-2 is designated hitter, number 9 in Don Money's order, Keith Bohannon. He steps all the way out of the dirt batting circle. The flag above the 380 mark in center is absolutely motionless now. That's how calm a Sunday it is. Ball 3 from Micah drifts low and away to big Keith Bohannon. This ballpark, from foul pole to foul pole, behind the wall, is all trees. A 3-2 pitch is fouled above the grandstand roof. And it provides a beautiful backdrop. Baseball came here to Beloit in 1982. The team was known as the Beloit Brewers. Another 3-2 pitch, and that one is sliced foul into the bleachers above the Colonel first base dugout. A good-sized crowd for this doubleheader. At home, the Snappers have won 11 on the year. They've dropped 14. Another 3-2. Ooh, it missed low, apparently. Ball 4. A leadoff walk to a 162 hitter, and he earned it, fouling off a pair of payoff pitches from Micah Posey.
Number 6, Steve Moss.
The Kernels are in their all-blue road caps with red knit batting practice tops, gray pants, and red socks. One on with nobody out for Steve Moss. The leadoff batter has a pronounced open stance, meaning his belly button is pointing towards Kevin Jenkins, the first baseman, who takes the throw over there, and no tag as Keith Bohannon returns standing up. Steve Moss grounded out to third baseman Matt Brown in the first inning. Steve is a right-handed batter with a .248 average. The Kernels, here's a bunt, and a bunt attempt. The batter pulls the bat back in time and takes low. We told you last night that Don Money plays the game the old-fashioned way. He plays for a run. And he had Moss squaring to bunt as Micah delivered low for ball one. Now the batter's swinging, and he hits one into left field for a base hit. A ground ball single into left. Now Don Money will likely bunt. Steve Moss didn't hit it hard, but he hit it in the hole to the right of Erick Aybar, and a leadoff walk for the number 9 hitter, followed by a single into left by Steve Moss, has the Snappers threatening to tie it or take the lead here in the third inning. 1-0 Kernels. The batter is Chaz Turney. Now will Don Money have Turney bunt? I think he will, but then again, Don Money also likes the element of surprise. By bunting, he would stay out of a double play. The batter squares to bunt and takes low, ball one. That's one thing I like about a Don Money managed team. I love seeing a lot of bunts, and most people in modern baseball would disagree with me, and they don't like bunting. They think that you should swing for the fences and never, ever give an out up. Here's a bunt. What a bunt it is. The first baseman kicks it. Everybody's safe. Everybody's safe. I told you I like the bunting game, and so does Don Money. Kevin Jenkins flips, and it'll be a base hit to load the bases.
Up next, the third baseman, number 20, Jeff Yer.
Excuse me, an error has been charged on Kevin. Kevin Jenkins charged with an error as he fell down trying to field that bunt. What a bunt it was by Chaz Turney. Bohannon started it by what? A walk. Then a base hit, then a bunt, an error on the first baseman, E1, or E3 rather, and that's Kevin Jenkins' second error of the year. Bases loaded, nobody out. Ball one outside to Jeff Yer. Man, this Beloit team is fundamentally sound. They don't beat themselves too often. They've been involved in 24 one-run. A double play ball to second. Alberto to Aybar for one, on to first to get them both as a run scores. We're tied at 1, but the Kernels get Jeff Yer to wrap into a 4-6-3 double play, and that's a big, big twin killing for the Kernels. On to third went Steve Moss. Chaz Turney was erased in the 4-6-3 double play. Scoring from third was the man who walked to start the inning, Keith Bohannon. We're tied 1-1, and Prince Fielder is at the plate. Prince Fielder, a left-handed batter, chopped out to shortstop Erick Aybar, his first time up. Micah delivers low, ball one. 1-1 our score here in the third inning, and a swing and a miss by Prince Fielder. What a big double play. Micah Posey got Jeff Yer to hit into moments ago to hopefully prevent Beloit from striking a big inning. A curve, and it just missed outside, apparently. Ball 2 to Prince. The cleanup batter for Beloit, just 19 years old. He played here last year and was very impressive. A curve and a swing and a miss by Fielder, strike 2. By impressive, Prince hit .241 in 32 games. He belted 3 homers, drove in 11 runs. He dominated rookie ball. He hit .390 with Ogden in 41 games, 10 homers, 40 RBIs. Ball 2 is low from the Colonel, or ball 3 is low from Micah Posey. A full count now to Prince Fielder. We're tied at 1 in the bottom of the third inning. The payoff pitch. A curve hammered on one hop to Kevin Jenkins. Kevin waves off Micah Posey and makes the play himself. Oh, a one-hop smash by Prince Fielder ends the Beloit third inning. The Snappers get a leadoff walk from the number 9 hitter and make it pay off. They score 1 run. On 1 hit, a walk, 1 Colonel error, and Beloit leaves a runner. They've left 3 aboard. It's a brand new game as we go to the top of the 4th. Kernels 1, Beloit 1.
Okay, so I'm dropping my daughter off at daycare, and as I'm walking out, I see myself in the double door.
Uh-oh.
Oh, uh-oh is right. My hair looks terrible. My ends are all scraggly, and my roots. Did you see my roots? I can't believe I've been walking around like this.
Have you tried cost cutters?
Oh, I'd love to get my hair done, but who has the time? With work and the kids, I barely have time to find matching socks, let alone time for my hair. Besides, I need the works.
Just go to Cost Cutters. They'll have you in and out and looking great in no time.
Yeah?
Yeah. At Cost Cutters, the stylist will keep you looking great with a new cut, some color, even highlights. Check out mine.
Oh, so Cost Cutters is your secret.
Yep. I even get my favorite products there. You know, shampoo, conditioner.
That's it. I'm going to Cost Cutters.
Right now?
My roots, thank you.
There are a dozen Cost Cutters here in our area, each offering a relaxed, convenient hair care experience with no appointments and no hassles. Cost Cutters makes things easy and affordable with professional stylists who care about you.
Cost Cutters. Live your life. We always have time for your hair.
Looking for a sure way to bring your daughter or son the thrill of a lifetime? Then visit Taco Bell and register them for a chance to be drawn as a Taco Bell Baseball Buddy. As a Taco Bell Baseball Buddy, your child will receive a Taco Bell Baseball Buddy t-shirt. Collect autographs from the Kernels and take the field with the Kernel player for the national anthem. Being a Taco Bell Baseball Buddy will provide your kid with an unforgettable feeling of excitement. All it takes is a visit to Taco Bell.
We told you that just 4 games remain before the All-Star break. One of them is Saturday, this Saturday, June 7th, a 7 o'clock start. A week from today, a 2 o'clock start at home against Burlington. And, boy, those Sunday 2 o'clock starts are very popular, and we have one a week from today. Jared Abruzzo singled his first time up. Ball one is low from the southpaw, Manny Parra. Opening up the 4th inning, this game is tied 1-1 in the top of the 4th inning. Remember, these doubleheaders go quickly. They're just 7-inning games. Swing and a miss by Jarrett on a let-up. He was out in front. Tuesday, June 10th, the one and only San Diego Chicken comes to the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. A 7 o'clock start. Tuesday, June 10th. A slider on the inside corner is strike 2 to the Colonel cleanup batter. Designated hitter Jared Abruzzo, hitting .258, 5 homers, a team-high 28 runs driven in. Another foul into the Colonel first base dugout to keep Jared in the hole 1-2. The Colonel struck for the game's first run on a 2-out RBI single from Aybar in the first. Beloit tied it in the third. Here's a swing and a miss and a pitch in the dirt. Abruzzo's racing towards first. The throw there is not in time. Jared Abruzzo reaches as he strikes out. A wild pitch, the 4th of the year, charged to the lefty Manny Parra, and the Colonels get a big break. The go-ahead run is aboard as Abruzzo swung at a pitch in the dirt for strike 3, but he reaches. The catcher pounced right on it, John Vandenberg. It went halfway to the backstop. Vandenberg's throw arrived at the bag right as Abruzzo was touching first base, and the throw went by Prince Fielder, but the second baseman, Calix Crabb, was backing up the throw. Now, in this situation, Don Money would bunt. Erick Aybar is taking a strike on the outside corner. Erick unloaded on a 2-0 pitch in the first inning and ripped an RBI single into left. He's 1 for 1. Right, batting right-handed from a deep crouch, Erick Aybar. Ball one is high to even the count 1-1. The San Diego Chicken, the famous San Diego Chicken, back in our ballpark Tuesday, June 10th. A curve is low for ball 2. The number to call for Colonel tickets, 896-7560, 896-7560. And believe me, I've heard from people who have seen the San Diego Chicken. The show is absolutely captivating and spellbinding. Here's a drive off the end of the bat into right. The right fielder makes a good running catch near the line and heaves it back in over the head of Prince Fielder, but Abruzzo has to hold at first. Well, the Snappers, Mario Mendez was positioned perfectly as Erick Aybar.
Number 20, Matt Brown.
Corked one hard into right field. Mendez was playing near the line. He drifted back and to his left and made the catch on a hard hit ball into right by Erick Aybar. 1 out here in the Colonel 4th inning. Matt Brown, first pitch swinging, ended the Colonel first inning by bouncing back to the hill. Brownie takes a strike at the knees. A .205 batsman, Matt is, with 3 homers, 11 RBIs. 1-1 our score, top of the 4th, first game of a twin bill. Brownie had a hit last night. It came in his first at bat. Ball 1 is taken outside, a fastball. 2 weeks from today is Father's Day. You can celebrate by playing catch with Dad on the field after the game on Sunday, June 15th, the last game before the All-Star break. Matt hits one in the air to center. Back goes Steve Moss. Plenty of room. He's there and has it. Back to first to Bruzzo. Matt Brown skies to center for the second out of the Colonel fourth inning. Runs have been very tough to come by on this road trip. We've scored only 12 runs in 5 games. You do the math.
Number 24, Caleb Mayer.
That's less than 2.5 runs per game. Yeah, we've scored 12 runs in our first 5 games of this road trip. Caleb Mayer looks at a strike on the outside corner. Caleb opened up the Colonel's second by flying out to right. Abruzzo's at first, 2 out. Here in the top of the 4th in a 1-1 contest. The 0-1. A curve, and that one's chopped foul. Just beyond the third base snapper dugout. On Sunday, Father's Day, June 15th, upon entrance into the new Veterans Memorial Stadium, you'll receive a ticket that'll enter you into a drawing, and if your ticket is drawn, you'll win a trip for 4 to Anaheim to see our world champion Parent Club Angels play and to go to Disneyland. Caleb on an 0-2 pitch loops one foul into the stands down the first base line. The count remains 0-2 to the Colonel number 7 hitter, Caleb Mayer, 20 years old. We have to bear in mind how young a club we have. Caleb spanks one foul hard into the backstop behind home plate. The catcher, John Vandenberg, set up outside, and Caleb swatted the pitch that was outside into the screen. Abruzzo still leading away at first. Ball 1 is just low to Caleb Mayer. Lots and lots of kids are here today at Pullman Field to help celebrate the birthday of the mascot. A looper down the right field line is foul. Foul ball. Abruzzo rounding second. Being told to return to first. Caleb Mayer's having a whale of a bat here against lefty Manny Parra with 2 out in the 4th inning. Caleb has fouled off 4 0-2 pitches. Or 4 2-strike pitches. The count is 1-2. A curve is low, and it's 2-2 to Mayer. Caleb in his second year of pro ball. Hit .299 in Mesa last year. Another pitch, a 2-2 headed homeward from the Beloit lefty is outside. And there's a full count now on Caleb Mayer. The center fielder, Steve Moss, is pulled way around into right center as the snappers think Caleb will hit it the other way. Abruzzo's running. A base hit into center, and Jared will have to stop at second, and he does as Moss gets it back in. Boy, Caleb Mayer had a terrific at-bat. Was in the hole 0-2, battled, fouled off 4 2-strike pitches, ran the count full, and then ripped a single into center field. He hit it so hard that Abruzzo had to stop at second base. Now Tommy Duenas with 2 on and 2 out could give the Colonels the lead back here in the first game of a doubleheader. Tommy grounded out to short his first time up. He rips one into left. Let's see if they're going to score Abruzzo. Jared's rounding the bag at third. He does score as the left fielder drops the ball on his way to cock it to throw it, and the Kernels lead it 2-1. A two-out lightning bolt drilled into left field by Tommy Duenas. Nick Carter was about ready to unleash his throw home to try to get a Bruzo, but he lost the handle. And Jared scored standing up to make it 2-1 Kernels. What a great clutch hit by Tommy Duenas. I mean, he rifled a bullet into left field, and he drove home a Bruzo. It's Tommy's 8th RBI of the year. That's a high number for the few number of bats he's received. And Tommy Duenas makes it a 2-1 Kernel lead. Now Kevin Jenkins takes a curve for a strike. Tommy Duenas driving home a Bruzo here in the top of the fourth inning to make it 2-1 Kernels. Kevin Jenkins would like to keep the inning going. He tapped back to the hill to end the Kernels' second inning. A little looper into shallow left center will fall, and racing home is Caleb Mayer. He'll score standing up to make it 3-1. Kevin Jenkins comes through to keep the Kernel fourth inning going, and Kevin Jenkins has his second RBI of the game of the year, and the Kernels have taken a 3-1 lead here in the top of the fourth inning. Caleb Mayer sauntered home from second. Stopping at second was Tommy Duenas on a single into left center by Kevin Jenkins. Kevin was jammed, was able to fight off a good pitch from Manny Parra, and lost it into left center to plate the second run in the Kernel two-run fourth inning. Boy, you talk about two-out hits being important in this game of baseball. The Kernels have had a pair of them here in this inning. One by Duenas, the other by Kevin Jenkins. Rich Savar, and let me double check on that name. Rich Savar has taken a trip to the hill. Boy, when they tell you that everybody in the league has botched the pitching coach's name, you don't want to be counted among them, and I want to get Rich Savar's name correct. Rich Savar paid a visit to the hill. B.J. Weed, a right-handed batter who's grounded out twice to second, will try to make it even a bigger fourth inning for the Kernels. They've played it a pair. A fastball is low to B.J., ball one. It's 3-1 Kernels here in the top of the fourth. Beloit has a very good pitching staff, ranked fourth highest in the league with an ERA of 3.24. The 1-0 to Weed. Fouled off in the air to the right, strike one. This inning all started when Jared Abruzzo reached on a third strike swinging. The pitch was in the dirt. Abruzzo hustled to first, and with two out, Mayer, Duenas, and Jenkins have each singled, and the Kernels have plated a pair to take the lead. The 1-1 to the Kernel outfielder, sliced foul down onto the picnic deck. It actually went in. Well, it almost went in the opening of the concession area down there. Somebody could have had a baseball Sunday. 1-2 to B.J. Weed, using an all-white ash bat, rests the bat on his back shoulder. It's parallel to the ground. A curve and a swing and a miss by B.J., strike three. The Kernels scored two in the fourth inning on three hits. They all came with two out. A wild pitch helped the Kernels start the inning. There were no Beloit errors, and the Kernels leave a pair. We've stranded four. First game of a doubleheader. We go to the bottom of the fourth inning. The Kernels lead the Snappers 3-1.
Picture a boy with 104 fever. His parents take him to the hospital to have him checked out. Did you know one of the first people to make him comfortable is an architect? Specifically a member of the American Institute of Architects. When the hospital built their new ER, they involved an AIA architect early on to design a child-friendly pediatric ER wing so that 104 fevers maybe don't feel so bad. AIA, building on your vision. Go to www.aia.org.
After 3.5 in the first game of a doubleheader, the Kernels lead Beloit 3-1. It's a bright, sunshiny, delightful afternoon. The temperature in the, I guess it's about 68 degrees, but that's only a guess. And you're tuned to Kernel Baseball here on the Zone, ESPN Radio 1600, KCRG, Cedar Rapids, Iowa. A strike is called to John Vandenberg. Vandenberg singled his first time up, but was stranded. A fastball from Micah is up and in. The Kernels are proud to bring you our Kernel Did You Know question here in the first game of a doubleheader. Visit us online at www.kernels.com, Kernels. Strike 2 called from Micah Posey to John Vandenberg, a .248 hitting catcher. George Spelius, the Midwest League president, told us that this fella's father is the head groundskeeper at Miller Park in Milwaukee. Ball 2, low and away. When you visit us online at www.kernels.com, you can order tickets for upcoming games or preview the wonderful promotions that are slated for this summer. Micah runs the count full as he fires high. Our Kernel Did You Know question pertains to the Beloit manager, Don Money, and we'll get to it in just a moment. First, the payoff delivery to Vandenberg. Swatted foul off to the right. The count remains full. Our Kernel Did You Know question. Did you know that Beloit manager Don Money made only 5 errors as the Brewer third baseman in 1974, establishing an all-time big league record? A drive into right center. Quan on the run, way back, and he dives and cannot get it. It's off his glove, and Vandenberg will stop at second with a leadoff double. What an effort by Quan Cosby in deep, deep right center. He had it for a moment, then took a spill on the warning track, and the ball leaked out of his mitt. John Vandenberg is 2 for 2. He's at second with nobody out. Here in the bottom of the fourth inning, Micah was ahead of him 1-2, but ran the count full, and then Vandenberg walloped a double deep into right center. Our Kernel Did You Know question. Did you know that Beloit manager Don Money made only 5 errors as the regular Milwaukee third baseman in 74? A roller to short, broken bat. Aybar throws in time to get Mario Mendez. John Vandenberg has to hold at second base. What a big, big out recorded by Micah Posey, because now with the Kernels leading 3-1 in the fourth, it'll take a base hit from either Calix Crabb or Nick Carter to bring a run home. Mario Mendez was unable to hit the ball to the right side of the Kernel infield, and Vandenberg had to hold at second on a broken bat roller to short. Don Money played 88 consecutive errorless games in 1974, handled 261 straight chances without an error. A 4-time All-Star with the Milwaukee Brewers, who started his career as a Pittsburgh Pirate, then was traded to Philadelphia. Ball 1 is low to Crabb. Ball 2 is downstairs. Don Money, imagine going 88 games without making an error. Imagine playing a whole season making only 5 errors. 261 ground balls, line drives, bunts, you name it, and he handled them flawlessly. Man, that Don Money was some player. He was the heart and soul, along with Molitor and Yount and Simmons and Cooper and Ogilvy and Charlie Moore of that 82 American League champion Milwaukee Ball Club. What a team it was. Jim Gantner. Man, that team was tough. Ball 3 high and away to Calix Crabb. Micah's delivery is ripped to third, throw to second, hit the runner, and he'll stay at second. Matt Brown nearly turned a line drive into a double play. Calix Crabb crushed a 3-1 pitch, and I mean he hit a scalding line drive to Matt Brown. Matt made a throw to second baseman Callaspo, and it hit John Vandenberg in the left or in the right arm and ricocheted a few feet away. The Kernels get a big break as Calix Crabb lines out to third for the second out of the inning. Fouling one away to the right is Nick Carter, strike 1. Kernels ahead here in the bottom of the fourth, 3-1. First game of a doubleheader. Money, and a lot of people don't realize this, he broke in as a shortstop in 1969 with the Phillies. Then guess who came along? Larry Boa. There's a chopper over the hill, and off the glove of Callaspo, and a run will score. With 2 out, a run scores. A tough chance for Alberto. Had he been able to glove it, he would have prevented a run from scoring. But racing home, there's a big 2-out single for Nick Carter. Nick Carter hit a Baltimore chop over the mound behind second base. Callaspo usually can field that ball. This one flicked off his mitt and then rolled into no man's land in left center. John Vandenberg with 2 out never broke stride. He scores to make it a 1-run game. Ball 1 is low to big Keith Bohannon. Credit Nick Carter, a 133 hitter, with hurting the Kernels again. He hurt us last night, scoring a couple of runs, and he's hurt us again here this afternoon. A line drive into shallow center, a base hit off the end of the bat. Nick Carter will stop at second. Keith Bohannon just reached out and served one off the very end of the bat and knuckled it into shallow center. The tying run goes to second with 2 out. Well, we had some good luck in this inning, and now we've experienced some bad luck. Keith Bohannon hit that one off the end of the bat and was able to fling it into center field, sending the tying run Nick Carter to second. Well, after Don Money moved to third base to make way for Larry Boa back in 1970, in 1972 along came Mike Schmidt. So Don Money was traded to the Milwaukee Brewers. And he was there for 11 seasons, 11 glorious seasons. Micah Posey fires a fastball on the inside corner to Steve Moss. 2 on, 2 out. A 3-2 game in favor of the Kernels. The 0-1 from Micah. A curve, and it's strike 2 to Steve Moss. The right-handed batter is 1 for 2. And Moss is down in the count, 0-2. Micah's fastball is fouled off to the right. Count remains 0-2. There's a right-hander in the Kernel bullpen. And that right-hander is Ozzie Lugo. Posey is set. He checks the tying run at second in the 0-2. Grounded foul past third. Foul ball. Don Money does not argue with the plate umpire, Brian Riley. Don Money said something a little bit off the collar. I got a kick out of it last year. He said Cedar Rapids reminded him of his home in New Jersey. A let up is outside. Don lives in southern New Jersey, and if you've ever been to that part of New Jersey, you know that it's a lot of farmland. And Don said Cedar Rapids reminded him of his home in New Jersey. A high pop fly. It's a foul ball. Glasses down. Kevin Jenkins skates underneath it and has it. A foul pop off the bat of Steve Moss ends the Beloit 4th inning. But the Snappers score 1 run on 3 base hits. There were no Kernel errors. The Snappers leave a pair. They've left 5. This is anybody's game. The first game of a twin bill. We go to the top of the 5th inning. The Kernels 3, Beloit 2.
When we met at Spaghetti, we would never forget Zio Giano's. Now it's where mi amore and I dine in. We carry out the lunch and the dinner all the time for lasagna, ravioli, mandacati, cannelloni, tortellini, or try their delicious salads and sub sandwiches too. Zio Giano's is the hometown taste of Italy. For your next meal with friends and a family, remember Zio Giano's with 5 convenient locations for the pasta that makes you sing.
Time, track 5.
All alone in a crowd when it's quiet, when it's loud, on the bench or on the run, when it's said and when it's done. That's the time. That's the time. Miller Lite.
Miller Lite, Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Live responsibly.
This is the time of year for all sorts of special occasions. Graduations, weddings, plus the usual birthdays and anniversaries. Your friends at Solid Waste and Recycling remind you, wrapping paper cannot be recycled. Once the presents are opened and the party's over, your options are put the gift wrap in the trash, or better yet, reuse the wrapping paper instead of throwing it away. Remember, don't put gift wrap in your blue recycling box. Either reuse the paper or discard it with the rest of your trash.
Quan Cosby will lead it off here in the top of the fifth inning on a gorgeous, sunny, delightfully cool southern Wisconsin day. Quan is 1 for 2. He struck out his last time up. He squibs one foul to the on-deck hitter. Callaspo. It's the numbers 2, 3, and 4 men in the Kernel order here in the top of the fifth inning, with the Kernels holding a narrow lead of 3-2. In the nightcap, it'll be a pair of right-handers. Ronnie Ray for the Kernels and Luis Pena for Beloit. Swing and a miss on a changeup. Quan missed that one by a lot, and he's in the hole 0-2. Boy, our hitters are in the hole 0-2 a lot, aren't they? That's a credit to the other team's pitching staff and a reflection of our free-swinging style. Quan steps out to gather himself. He has a wide stance and bats from a deep crouch. And lifts one in the air down the right field line. Prince Fielder, with his back to the infield, gives way to the second baseman, and Calix Crabb has it in foul ground down the right field line. Quan Cosby is fouled out to second baseman Crabb to start the Kernel fifth.
Second baseman number 2, Alberto Callaspo.
Alberto Callaspo has scored one of the 3 Kernel runs this afternoon. He did so after reaching on a fielder's choice in the first inning. The next time up, Alberto flew out to center. A ground ball up the middle. Crabb to his right has it, throws on the run. He made a whale of a play. What a play by Calix Crabb to take a hit away from Alberto Callaspo. Crabb not only had to go a long way to his right, but he had to move his feet very quickly and rifle a throw to first. He made a very good play to take a hit away from the Kernel second baseman. Once again, the Kernels find themselves allowing the pitcher to make very few deliveries in an inning. Boy, we go up there and swing, swing, swing as Jared Abruzzo bats with the bases empty and 2 out. Swing and a miss, strike one, a late swing by Jared. There is now 2 men in the Kernel bullpen. No, check that. Still just Ozzie Lugo throwing in the Kernel bullpen. A curve and a swing and a miss by Jared, strike 2. Jared got the Kernel 2-run 4th inning started when he struck out but reached on a wild pitch. Is Parra on his way to an easy inning? Ball 1 in the dirt to Jared. Manny Parra making his 11th start of the year, an ERA of 3.21. Kernels have scored 3 runs against him today. Each team has 6 hits in game 1. Abruzzo takes one low and away for ball 2. Our good friends, the Schultzes, have driven up from Rockford, and Andrew and Heidi and Dave are here at Pullman Field. There's a line drive, and it's underneath the diving glove of the second baseman into shallow left. Abruzzo ripped the cover off the ball for his second hit of the day. It comes with 2 out here in the 5th inning.
That's the shortstop, number 3.
Boy, Jared Abruzzo crushed. A 2-2 pitch from the lefty Manny Parra and just about tore the glove off Jeff Yore. Jeff Yore dove to his left, but that ball was just too hot to handle off the bat of Abruzzo. Erick Aybar has an RBI single today. It came in the 1st inning. He lofts one into left field, a lazy can of corn that'll be caught by Nick Carter to end the inning. Carter reaches up and snags it. First pitch swinging, Aybar flies to left. In the 5th inning for the Kernels, no runs, 1 hit, no Beloit errors. The Kernels strand a runner. We've left 5 in 5 at bats. First game of a doubleheader. We go to the bottom of the 5th. Kernels lead Beloit 3-2.
Happy birthday wishes go out to...
What can I help you with here at Big Time Motors?
Well, I'm looking for a used car. I like this one. What's the price?
Listen, lady, I don't sell prices. I sell cars. But I guess if you must know, it's this.
Wow, that's $2,000 more than the one low price on the exact same car at Randy Keel Honda. And I didn't even have to ask them. Randy Keel has the prices posted for every car on their lot.
Well, we've got the best service department to stand behind our vehicles.
Really? Randy Keel showed me they're number one in service and sales customer satisfaction. How do you know yours is the best?
My manager told me.
Thanks, but I think I'm going back to Randy Keel Honda to get the best price and the best service.
But I could throw in a free air freshener to put over the rearview mirror.
Nice try.
Randy Keel Honda understands what you need when you're looking for a new or used car. They post their prices clearly, so you don't have to guess, and they'll never pressure you. That's why they're number one in service and sales customer satisfaction. And they just won the President's Award from American Honda. Come find out for yourself. Randy Keel Honda is on Center Point Road in Cedar Rapids, or you can visit them at randykeel.com.
Looking for a sure way to bring your daughter or son the thrill of a lifetime? Then visit Taco Bell and register them for a chance to be drawn as a Taco Bell Baseball Buddy. As a Taco Bell Baseball Buddy, your child will receive a Taco Bell Baseball Buddy t-shirt. Collect autographs from the Kernels and take the field with the Kernel player for the national anthem. Being a Taco Bell Baseball Buddy will provide your kid with an unforgettable feeling of excitement. All it takes is a visit to Taco Bell.
Inside to start the fifth inning to Chaz Turney. Chaz is 0 for 2. He reached on an error by the first baseman Kevin Jenkins his last time up, and he mashes one foul to the third base coach and manager Don Money, who can still field with the best of them in his third base coaching box. We want to remind you that you have a great opportunity. Here's a ground ball to third, off the glove of Brown, and an error will be charged to Matt Brown. He tried to backhand it, didn't come up with it cleanly, and Chaz Turney, the tying run aboard on the second error committed by the Kernels this afternoon. Jeff Ure hit into a double play his last time up. Will he be bunting or swinging away with the Snappers down by a run here in the fifth inning, 3-2? The error on Matt Brown, the Kernels' second of the game, and Matt's 11th of the year. That's not bad for a 20-year-old third baseman. A ground ball base hit into right will send the runner to third base, I think. No, he stops at second. Ure hit it off the end of the bat, didn't hit it a lick, but got it past Kevin Jenkins. And now the Snappers are in position to tie the game or take the lead. Jeff Ure, first pitch swinging, rolled one past the first baseman, diving Kevin Jenkins. We wanted to tell you about a chance for your daughter or son to take the field between innings of a Kernel game as the Culver's Small Fry. The Culver's Small Fry gets to do just that. Wearing a Culver's cap, your daughter or son will take the field. A curve is a strike to Prince Fielder, and they'll get their Culver's cap autographed by their favorite Kernel player between innings of a home game. Mr. Shucks will also present your son or daughter with a certificate good for a free kids meal at Culver's. Ball one inside to Prince Fielder. Prince is the cleanup man. He's 0 for 2. All you have to do to register your daughter or son for their chance to be drawn as our Culver's Small Fry is visit either of the Culver's frozen custard or Butterburger locations. One's in Hiawatha, one's on the southwest side. Prince Fielder drops in the count 1 and 2 as he pounds one off his foot. He's all right. The Culver's in Hiawatha is off of I-380. The Boyson Road exit 25, right across from Allen Motor Company. Popping one foul down the left field line, out of play is Prince Fielder. It's still 1 and 2 to Prince. The second Culver's Frozen Custard and Butterburger location is on the southwest side, Edgewood Road Southwest, right in front of the Windsong 12 Theater Complex. Register at either location, either Culver's location, for your kid's chance to be selected, drawn as our Culver's Small Fry of the game. Beloit has the tying run at second, the go-ahead run at first here in the bottom of the fifth inning. Micah's 1-2 delivery. Prince, the base hit into left. A runner will be held at third to load the bases. The bases are loaded with nobody out. Beloit has a great chance now to tie the game or take the lead. A good piece of hitting by Prince Fielder. He went the other way. And on a two-strike pitch, sliced one in the hole into left field. It all started with an error. 2 base hits have followed, and Micah Posey may be lifted here in the fifth inning with the bases loaded and nobody out. We will likely have a pitching change. Todd Klaus is marching to the hill. And we are having a U.S. Cellular call to the Colonel bullpen. This U.S. Cellular call to the Colonel bullpen is brought to you by U.S. Cellular. Visit a U.S. Cellular store or call U.S. Cellular at 1-888-BUY-USCC. That's 1-888-BUY-USCC. U.S. Cellular, we connect with you. Well, the Colonels have been unable to stem the tide following the error by Matt Brown here in the 5th inning. Remember, these doubleheaders are only 7-inning games, so it's tough to fall behind in the middle innings, and the Colonels hope to avoid that fate, but it'll be tough. Ozzie Lugo has been called in from the Colonel bullpen, answering a U.S. Cellular call to the bullpen. Micah Posey goes 4 innings in his 4th start of the year. So far, he's allowed 2 runs on 8 hits. Micah struck out 2, and the Colonel lefty Posey walked 1. The one man he walked scored. Well, what a great opportunity to come in under pressure for Ozzie Lugo. Ozzie last pitched on Wednesday a Colonel 7-3 victory in Kane County. In that ball game, Ozzie pitched 1 scoreless inning. Ozzie Lugo in relief for the starter. Micah Posey. It's 3-2 Colonels, but that lead is in great jeopardy right now with the bases loaded and nobody out. Ozzie Lugo, no record this year, is pitching for the 20th time. A 2.96 ERA, 1 save, 24 1/3 innings hurled. He's given up just 16 hits. Ozzie has fanned 30, walked 13 in 24 1/3. The league is only hitting 182 against Ozzie Lugo. This inning started on an error at third base. A weakly hit ground ball to the right side advanced the man who reached on the air, Turney, to second. And then a 2-strike pitch to Prince Fielder was slashed into left field for a base hit. We've been out hit today 8-7 and lead it 3-2. Well, let's see what John Vandenberg does. He's 2 for 2, or he was 2 for 2 against Micah Posey. A curve in the dirt from Ozzie, ball 1. Beloit on the threshold of tying the game or taking the lead here in the bottom of the 5th inning. They won last night's opener 4-0. Vandenberg is a right-handed batter with a 248 average. A curve, and it's a beauty, a strike call. That was a 12 o'clock to 6 o'clock big roundhouse breaking pitch from Ozzie Lugo for a strike. Kearney at third, Jeff Yore at second, Prince Fielder at first. The Colonels will trade a ground ball double play for a run. The 1-1, a slider, strike 2 called on the outside corner. What a pitch by Ozzie Lugo. Some of the Beloit fans get on the plate umpire, Brian Riley. They thought that pitch was outside. Oh, Ozzie could use a pop-out strikeout or double play. He's trying to pitch out of a jam that has seen the Snappers load the bases and knock out Micah Posey. A curve, and it's lofted into center. It'll tie the game. Quan has it. A runner tags and scores. We're tied at 3. John Vandenberg ties the game. Colonels unable to hold a 3-1 lead here this afternoon, as Mario Mendez will now bat with runners at first and second and 1 out.
Number 18, Mario Mendez.
That run is charged to Micah Posey. It's an unearned run. And now with 2 on and 1 out, Mario Mendez has a chance to give Beloit the lead. A 2-strike pitch was lined into center by Vandenberg to tie the game on the runners go. A curve, a swing and a miss. A runner steals third without a play. Oh, the Colonels got caught napping. Wow, Jeff Yore swiped third without a play. He's the go-ahead run at third with only 1 out. An unexpected, well, that's Don Money again. An unexpected surprise from the Snappers. Jeff Yore lit out for third, and he stole it without a throw from Tommy Duenas as Ozzie Lugo threw a curve for a strike call to Mario Mendez. Wow. That was A very surprise maneuver. Now a curve is tap foul behind the plate, and it puts the batter in the hole 0-2. First game of a doubleheader. We're tied at 3 in the bottom of the 5th inning. Tommy Duenas gives the sign to Ozzie Lugo. Look out, a pitch up and in sends the batter scurrying for cover. Whew. Ozzie threw up and in, and spinning out of there was Mario Mendez. The theme from Jaws lurks in the background. Burgess Meredith, Richard Dreyfuss. The 1-2. Instead, Ozzie looks the go-ahead run back to third and whirls and looks the other runner back to first. Mendez, a right-handed batter. Mario is 1 for 2 this afternoon. A curve, tap to short, a run will score, a throw to second out, a throw to first, safe. Oh, the Snappers take the lead as the Kernels narrowly miss turning a double play that would have ended the inning. Beloit leads 4-3 here in the 5th inning.
Number 2, Felix Crabb.
Wow. Erick Aybar did everything he could. He got Prince Fielder 6-4, but the throw to first, not in time. It was a bang-bang play as Mario Mendez makes it 4-3 Snappers. The batter is Felix Crabb, batting left-handed for the first time. Well, the book is almost closed on Micah Posey. We know this. In 4 innings, he's given up 4 runs. On 8 hits, he struck out 2. He walked 1. Credit the Snappers. They came back from a 3-1 deficit, and they lead this game now 4-3. Crabb 0 for 2 takes ball 2 low. The Kernels almost turned a double play, but the ball just wasn't hit quite hard enough by Mario Mendez. Good stretch at first base by Kevin Jenkins, but the Kernels did not argue the call to Buzz Laird. Ball 3 down and away to the switch hitter batting left. First game of a doubleheader. Win, lose, or draw, we'll have the nightcap for you here on the Zone. Ozzie's 3-0. Upstairs, a 4-pitch walk. First and second, 2 out. The batter, Nick Carter.
Fielder, number 11, Nick Carter.
Nick is a big, strong right-handed batter who lined a single into center in the 4th inning to make it a 1-run game. Beloit has scored a pair. An error opened up the inning. Swing and a miss on a slider from Lugo to Nick Carter. Well, the Kernels have to commend themselves thus far in terms of their production. They've had trouble scoring runs on this road trip, and we have 3 runs in 5 innings in game 1. That's good. A curve is low, a snap throw to second, almost heaved into center. A good leaping catch behind the bag by Callaspo as Tommy Duenas tried to get Mario Mendez at second base. 1-1 to Nick Carter. You have to remain positive when you're not playing at the top of your game. A pitch up and in is ball 2 to Carter. Todd Klaus has been so supportive and patient and told these guys that he believes in them. That once they get the offense going, hopefully the base running, defense, and pitching will be in the same sync. Strike 2 called at the knees. Now the deuces are wild in the Beloit 5th inning. 2 balls, 2 strikes to the batter, 2 out, 2 on, 4-3 Snappers. Carter, a wide stance. He's a big man, 6'4", 220. He's waiting patiently as Ozzy comes set just below the letters and whirls and looks the runner back to second. Micah Posey has been charged with both snapper runs here in the fourth inning. Beloit has taken the lead in the game. The 2-2. Curve in the dirt, ball 3. Tommy Duenas directing some traffic from behind home plate. Now the snappers have the advantage of turning the runners loose. A big right-hander has just started to throw in the snapper bullpen. The runners go, and a swing and a miss on a slider from Ozzy Lugo. The snappers score 2 to take the lead in the fifth inning on 2 singles, an error, a costly Kernel error, a walk, and Beloit leaves a pair. They've stranded 7 men in 5 innings. First game of a doubleheader goes to the top of the 6th inning with Beloit leading the Kernels 4-3.
This is an emergency. This isn't. Say it's an evening or a weekend, and you have a, or perhaps even a, you don't need, but you'd rather not, for your doctor's office to open. That's when it's time to visit a Mercy Care Urgent Care Clinic. Just walk in, limp in, or even crawl in. And a Mercy Care physician will help you feel better, faster. There's a Mercy Care Urgent Care Clinic near you. Mercy Care North on Collins Road Northeast, and the new Mercy Care South on Edgewood Road Southwest. Open Monday through Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 9 p.m., and weekends 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. So, next time you have, visit a Mercy Care Urgent Care Clinic in your neighborhood.
With spring weather here, well, summer is allegedly following. Well, time to call the A-Team at Ahern Plumbing and Heating. The A-Team will check your cooling system to be sure it's working right. Of course, if your heating system is acting up too, then you're still going to need that for a few weeks. The experts at Ahern will come to your rescue 24 hours a day. So call the A-Team at 393-4872 and have your heating and cooling system checked up. 393-4872 for the A-Team at Ahern Plumbing and Heating.
Matt Brown will lead it off for the Kernels in their half of the 6th inning. These are 7-inning contests, and the Kernels are only down by a run as we go to the top of the 6th inning against Manny Parra. Brownie takes a fastball low, ball 1. Kernel Baseball here from Beloit, and all season long on the zone is brought to you in part by Rockwell Collins. The 1-0 to Matt. A ground ball to third, hit hard. Jeff Yore throws out Matt Brown, 1 gone in the Kernel 6th inning. Rockwell Collins and the Kernels, partners in making Cedar Rapids the best place to live, work, and play. Matt Brown 0 for 3 on the day. Caleb Mayer now bats. Caleb singled and scored in the Kernel 2-run 4th inning. Mayer, a right-handed batter, takes a strike on the outside corner. Yeah, you get yourself behind like we unfortunately have, and all of a sudden you look up and you're in the 6th inning in a 7-inning game. Swing and a miss by Caleb, strike 2. But fear not, whether we come back and win this one or drop it, we'll have another great time with you during the nightcap. Ball 1 is outside, wasted by Manny Parra. Let's see who that big right-hander is in the snapper bullpen. We'll do so after this 1-2 delivery to Caleb. A curve, and that's bounced foul outside third. The big right-hander in Beloit's bullpen is Josh Allison. Josh Allison is warming up for Beloit in their bullpen. I believe it's pronounced Allison. Allison, we'll check with the people in the know here. Josh Allison is warming up. The Kernels have been out hit 8-7, have made a couple of errors. One of them actually two of them have been costly. Both of them have been costly. An error on a bunt play at first by Kevin Jenkins in the third inning, and an error by Matt Brown to lead off the snapper fifth inning, and they both hurt the Kernels. The 1-2 to Caleb. Swing and a miss. A good changeup, and Caleb went fishing, but nothing on the end of the line, and that for Manny Parra is his fourth strikeout of the afternoon.
Number 9, Tommy Duenas.
Tommy Duenas gave the Kernels a 2-1 lead when he rocketed a base hit into left field in the fourth inning. A 2-out single by Tommy scored Caleb Mayer to make it, or scored Jared Abruzzo to make it 2-1. Kevin Jenkins followed with an RBI single that scored Mayer, and the Kernels led it 3-1. But now we're down 4-3. A swing and a miss on a changeup, strike one on Tommy Duenas. Josh Allison, a right-hander in the snapper bullpen. The 0-1 to Tommy. Looped into shallow right. Coming on is Mario Mendez. He's there and has it. Oh, a great job of protecting a one-run lead by Manny Parra, the lefty, as he retires the Kernels in order in the sixth inning. Well, can you believe it? We're going to the bottom of the sixth inning. The Kernels have 3 outs left, and they trail Beloit in game one of a doubleheader, 4-3.
Okay, so I'm dropping my daughter off at daycare, and as I'm walking out, I see myself in the double door. Uh-oh is right. My hair looks terrible. My ends are all scraggly, and my roots. Did you see my roots? I can't believe I've been walking around like this.
Have you tried Costco?
Oh, I'd love to get my hair done, but who has the time? With work and the kids, I barely have time to find matching socks, let alone time for my hair. Besides, I need the works.
Just go to Cost Cutters. They'll have you in and out and looking great in no time.
Yeah?
Yeah. At Cost Cutters, the stylist will keep you looking great with a new cut, some color, even highlights. Check out mine.
Oh, so Cost Cutters is your secret.
Yep. I even get my favorite products there. You know, shampoo, conditioner.
That's it. I'm going to Cost Cutters.
Right now?
My roots, thank you.
There are a dozen Cost Cutters here in our area, each offering a relaxed, convenient hair care experience with no appointments and no hassles. Cost Cutters makes things easy and affordable with professional stylists who care about you. Cost Cutters, live your life. We always have time for your hair.
When it comes to fun in the new Veterans Memorial Stadium, nothing compares to the Westdale Mall Mix 96.5 FM Home Run Hot Tub. As you bask in the soothing comfort of the Westdale Mall Mix 96.5 FM Home Run Hot Tub, you'll be taking in the action from a breathtaking perch just above the left field wall. Register for your chance to be drawn as the winner of the Westdale Mall Mix 96.5 FM Home Run Hot Tub by visiting Westdale Mall.
Bottom of the sixth inning, first game of a twin bill. Beloit leads at 4-3. Peck's Flower and Garden Shop reminds you that there's still plenty of time to plant for a colorful summer. Peck's has a great selection of plants for sunny and shady areas, plants for your summer gardens, and to grow in pots. Annual flower plants and perennial plants. Perfect for deck and patio pots are the tropical plants you'll find at Peck's. Many interesting and intriguing varieties. They're 20% off the regular price. Those tropical flower plants are. Outdoor hanging baskets are also 20% off the regular price. Large, full baskets loaded with blooms. Varieties for sun or shade. Peck's also has a wide selection of miniature garden flags, wind socks, wind chimes, plus those brightly colored fun garden spinners. A strike is called. Now a pitch low and away to the number 9 hitter, Keith Bohannon. Keith has walked and scored and singled. Boy, the Kernels just can't find a way to secure a ball game, it seems. And it's not like we're reeling in the midst of a long losing streak. It's just that we haven't been consistent, and that's why we start play today 2 games under 500, a game ahead of these Beloit Snappers. A swing and a foul, straight back by Keith Bohannon. Now a pitch high from Ozzie Lugo. Peck's is open until 5 o'clock this afternoon, so you have time to get out there and pick out what you want to plant. They're also open weeknights until 8. Peck's Flower and Garden Shop. Visit them at the corner of Blair's Ferry and Edgewood Roads Northeast. They've been growing with the Cedar Rapids area since 1956. A high pop foul drifts beyond the reach of the Colonel hustling first baseman Kevin Jenkins, and the count remains 2-2 to Keith Bohannon. The Colonels hope to keep it a one-run game and hope to rally in the top of the 7th inning. Boy, I'll tell you, I've never, ever been a fan of doubleheaders, and it's not because we don't play particularly well in them. It's just that they go so doggone quickly. A slider is a strike 3 called to Keith Bohannon. I mean, if you get behind in a doubleheader, and that's what hurt, we were ahead of the Snappers 3-1 and couldn't hold the lead. If you get behind, you really put yourself at a huge disadvantage because the hourglass, the sand goes so much quickly out of it in a doubleheader. That is, you have so fewer chances to catch up when you get behind. We're only down by a run, and Ozzie Lugo is on the mound, delivering a strike call to Steve Moss, the center fielder's 1 for 3 today. First game of a doubleheader. The Snappers lead it 4-3. A curve is a half swing. The batter committed for strike 2. Beloit reflects the scrappy nature of their manager, Don Money. An 0-2 pitch, and it strikes the batter. It glances him off the rib cage. Steve Moss looks to be fine. It grazed him. Ozzie Lugo on an 0-2 pitch was trying to loosen up the batter and came in a little too far inside and struck Steve Moss. 1 on, 1 out. For Chaz Turney, he's reached on errors his last 2 times up. He opened up the Beloit 2-run 5th inning by grounding one to third. Matt Brown tried to backhand it and couldn't. He was charged with an error. 2 runs came in that inning. A breaking pitch low to Chaz Tierney. Tierney, a product of Independent League Baseball, was originally drafted by the Boston Red Sox back in '99. A right-handed hitter with a .259 average. The runner goes, and a pitch is fisted in the air foul onto the first base grandstand roof. Strike 1 to Tierney. Well, let's get out of this bottom of the 6th and do some damage in the 7th. Chaz Turney has played in 255 games in 6 seasons. A curve, he waited on it and punched it in the air foul way down the right field line. Strike 2. Turney played in the Northern League the last 2 seasons with New Jersey. Hit .201 or .239 in the year 2001. Hit .298 last year. The St. Paul Saints picked him up, and the Brewers bought his contract. Boy, wouldn't it be interesting to know, to find out how much it costs to buy a guy from an independent league team? Dave Schultz may know. Dave and his family are here from Rockford. Rockford has a Frontier League team, the Frontier Riverhawks, or the Rockford Riverhawks. A curve, and Tierney taps it foul behind the plate. He's giving Ozzie Lugo quite a battle here in the bottom of the 6th inning. 4-3 Beloit. First game of a doubleheader. Beloit's record in 1-run games, 10-14. The Colonel record in 1-run games, 5-8. Any team that's played almost half their games 1 run is a good baseball team. A pitch out and a runner not going, the count even to the shortstop, 2-2. I would imagine, and this is just a guess, that Milwaukee paid between 10 and 15 grand to purchase Chaz Turney. Dave, do you think it was that much? I really don't know either how much it cost. Here's the 2-2. Ozzie throws to first, the runner back safely. Steve Moss has given the Colonels fits over there at first base after being struck on an 0-2 pitch. He has really caused Ozzie Lugo a lot of worry and concern. He's running. A curve is grounded to third. Matt Brown's only play is to throw the batter out at first, which he does. Don Money had Steve Moss running on the 2-2 pitch, and it pays off as Moss is in scoring position. Chaz Tierney is grounded out to third. It'll be interesting to see if Josh Allison will come on and work the 7th inning for Beloit. Allison has 2 saves to his credit, and it kind of looks like they may send him to the mound to start the 7th inning. The Kernels have bigger problems. They have to get out of this 6th inning without falling further behind. Ball 1 is high to Jeff Yore. Yore singled into right, stole third, and scored in the Beloit 2-run 5th inning. Ball 2 inside, and racing out to the mound is Ozzie Lugo to talk it over, or is Tommy Duenas to talk it over with his best friend, Ozzie Lugo. 15 hits in the first game of this doubleheader, and a 4-3 lead for Beloit. The 2-0 to Jeff Yore. Dribbled foul into the Snapper third base dugout. What a great night slated for Thursday, June 19th. Stand for Children Night, McDonald's Baseball Glove Night. That means the first 1,000 of you youngsters 12 and under, girls and boys, will get an authentic baseball glove from McDonald's on Thursday, June 19th. The gates open at 6. A 7 o'clock start. Stand for Children Night and McDonald's Baseball Glove Night, Thursday, June 19th. A strike is called to Jeff Yore. Ozzie painted the outside corner with a fastball. Lugo's had to make a lot of pitches in his relief stint. Swing and a miss on a slider. Ozzie keeps it a 1-run game thanks to some dandy pitching here in the 6th inning. He fanned a pair. No runs for the Snappers. No hits, a hit batter. There were no Colonel Ayers. Beloit leaves a runner, their 8th man stranded of the afternoon. We go to the 7th inning, game 1 of a doubleheader, and Beloit leads the Kernels 4-3.
Come on, Dad. The concert's tonight. You said you'd take us. They're like only the 5 cutest guys in the whole world.
Oh, my throat hurts.
Looks like you could use Halls.
Halls?
Only Halls has vapor action. It calms your cough and soothes your throat. Breathe, Hip Dad, breathe. Ha ha ha.
Great speed, huh, Dad? So are you feeling better?
Well, I was. Get Halls and get going.
Use as directed.
I cannot face anyone but me. Baby, can't you see I know what's right for me? Don't tell me wrong from right. I know just what I like. Yeah, call me crazy, I don't care. Come feel the joy all of mine. Each generation has time. They got their own kind of sounds. Come to shout it out. What's that joy of Pepsi?
There's nothing more exciting at the ballpark than watching the ball leap off the bat and clear the center field fence. The perfect swing can change the course of a game and set the pace for the season. At Rockwell Collins, our employees step up to the plate every day and swing for the fences. Whether it's creating products that travel the world, delivering solutions to customers, or lending a helping hand in our own communities. Rockwell Collins and the Cedar Rapids Kernels, partners in making Cedar Rapids the best place to live, work, and play.
Manny Parra will be allowed to try to go the distance, and the Kernels will send up a pinch hitter to face him. Rancel Melgarejo, who was 0 for 4 last night, will pinch hit for Kevin Jenkins. Kevin had an RBI single that gave the Kernels a short-lived 3-1 lead back in the 5th inning. Rancel Melgarejo to pinch hit for Kevin Jenkins. Will Rancel... Now, wait a minute. That does it for Manny Parra. Manny Parra goes 6 innings, allows 3 runs. Listen to the hand for him. 3 runs on 7 hits. The lefty struck out 4. He struck out 4, and he walked. Oh boy, I hate to say it again. He walked none. The Kernels just don't draw walks. It's that simple. Josh Alliston, Alliston. This move prompted by the announcement of Melgarejo to bat for Kevin Jenkins, and in comes Josh Alliston. He's 2-4 on the year, 22nd time out of the Snapper bullpen, a 2.22 ERA, 2 saves. Alliston in 28 1/3 is fan 31, walked 5, struck out or allowed 26 hits in 28 1/3. The league hitting .236 against right-hander Josh Alliston. Ozzie Lugo in 2 relief innings, no runs, no hits, 3 strikeouts, 1 walk, 1 hit batter. Josh Alliston will face Colonel pinch hitter Rancel Melgarejo to open up the 7th inning. 4-3 Snappers. Alliston is from a baseball powerhouse, Long Beach State. He's hefty, big, 6'5", 230. A Brewer 21st round pick last year. Josh Alliston was pitched in 4 games with the Arizona Rookie League Brewers and hurled in 6 games for Ogden.
Josh Allison.
In 18 2/3 innings in rookie ball, he struck out 18, walked 4, allowed 17 hits. So this guy has good control. Josh Alliston. Rancel Melgarejo is the pinch hitter. Rancel with a .213 average, a home run, 12 RBIs. Takes a strike call to start the 7th inning. The Kernels hope to tie it or take the lead in their final at-bat of the first game. A looper foul. Prince Fielder charging like a bull, and he runs out of room. Also was blinded by the sun. It landed on top of the Colonel first base dugout. It's 0-2 to Melgarejo. Alliston is 23 years old. A record of 2-4 with 2 saves. He's trying to save it for the starter, Manny Parra. Strike 3 call to Melgarejo. 1 out in the 7th inning. A 3-pitch strikeout for Josh Alliston of the Colonel pinch hitter.
Right fielder number 4, B.J. Weed.
B.J. Weed with 1 out here in the 7th inning. We'll try to get something going for the Colonels as we try to avoid our 3rd loss in a row on this road trip. If Beloit wins, they'll be in a tie for 4th place with the Kernels. DJ, a switch hitter. Batting against Josh Alliston. 4-3 Snappers. Swing and a miss by BJ, strike 1. The Kernels have made 2 errors today. They both have been very costly. Beloit has played errorless baseball. BJ steps out, adjusts his batting gloves. The Colonel leadoff batter is 0 for 3 this afternoon. Alliston from the stretch. Gets ahead of BJ 0-2 as BJ slices 1 foul off to the left side. So Alliston's made 5 pitches. All 5 have been strikes. Can't ask for much more from a relief pitcher, can you? Now the 0-2. Just missed low, ball 1. The crowd behind home plate wanted the call, didn't get it from the plate umpire. The 1-2 to BJ. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So Josh Alliston has made quick work of the first 2 Kernels here in the 7th inning. The Snappers within and out of a come-from-behind 4-3 victory. But
center fielder number 6, Quan Cosby.
the Kernels have the tying run at the plate here in the 7th inning. Quan Cosby is 1 for 3. Beloit has stranded 8 men in game 1. The Kernels have left 5. Quan bats left-handed for the first time. and takes a pitch high, ball one. The Kernels led this game 3-1, but let that lead slip away in the fifth inning. The 1-0 to the Kernel lead, or to the Kernel center fielder. Swing and a miss, strike one. This first game of a doubleheader is less than 2 hours old. Allison has struck out the first two Kernels here in the top of the seventh inning. A ground ball to the shortstop, and the Kernels drop the first game 4-3. Chaz Turney throws out Quan Cosby, and the Kernel road record on the road trip, rather. The Kernel road trip record is 2-4. Game one goes to the Snappers 4-3. 4-3 Beloit. We'll have totals, highlights, and more next on the Kernel Curtain Call.
What can I help you with here at Big Time Motors?
Well, I'm looking for a used car. I like this one. What's the price?
Listen, lady, I don't sell prices, I sell cars. But I guess if you must know, it's this.
Wow. That's $2,000 more than the one low price on the exact same car at Randy Keel Honda. And I didn't even have to ask them. Randy Keel has the prices posted for every car on their lot.
Well, we've got the best service department to stand behind our vehicles.
Really? Randy Keel showed me they're number one in service and sales customer satisfaction. How do you know yours is the best?
My manager told me.
Thanks, but I think I'm going back to Randy Keel Honda to get the best price and the best service.
But I can throw in a free air freshener to put over the rearview mirror.
Nice try.
Randy Keel Honda understands what you need when you're looking for a new or used car. They post their prices clearly, so you don't have to guess, and they'll never pressure you. That's why they're number one in service and sales customer satisfaction. And they just won the President's Award from American Honda. Come find out for yourself. Randy Keel Honda is on Center Point Road in Cedar Rapids, or you can visit them at randykeel.com.
Budweiser True Music is music created for real music lovers by real musicians, like the Donnas.
We don't put any song on the record that we don't like.
We really try hard to think of it as an album instead of a single and then some other filler songs. I know everyone tries to write a great album. Yeah, a lot of people say it, but do they stress out about it and cry?
This moment of true music was brought to you by Budweiser Beer, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Attention all smokers. If you're serious about kicking the habit, if you want to quickly and safely eliminate your craving for cigarettes, here is some great news from the makers of Smoke Away. For less than the cost of gum, patches, or prescriptions that often don't work, we'll rush you the all-natural smoke-away system that's sweeping the country, and we guarantee you will be smoke-free in just 7 days, or it won't cost you a dime. Smoke-away's amazing all-natural herbal formula works to completely eliminate your desire for nicotine in 1 week, just like it has for thousands nationwide.
After I got the Smoke Away program, I have never even wanted another cigarette. I smoked for 24 years, and I quit smoking in 3 days after using Smoke Away.
Don't be a slave to cigarettes anymore. Quit smoking for good, the safe, all-natural way with Smoke Away. Call now to receive our special 50% radio discount. 1-800-229-4952. That's 1-800-229-4952. Money back if you aren't cigarette-free in just 7 days. Call toll-free. 1-800-229-4952. That's 1-800-229-4952.
Nature provides a built-in mechanism for animals to get ready for their future. Animals start hoarding food in the early autumn, knowing it will be scarce during the winter. We don't seem to have that same kind of savvy. Pekin Insurance Agent Teresa Brunsheen at Family Insurance Center in Monticello can help you plan ahead. Teresa can help you make sure you have the right insurance coverages for your particular needs. Nature's message is clear. Prepare. See Teresa Brunsheen, your Pekin Insurance Agent in Monticello at Family Insurance Center.
It's time for the Kernels Curtain Call, right here on The Zone, ESPN Radio 1600 AM. With a recap of all the action, the State Farm Major League scoreboard, plus a look ahead to the next Kernels game, let's rejoin the voice of the Kernels, the one, the only John Rogers, here on The Zone, ESPN Radio 1600 AM.
Runs have been tough to come by on the road trip. The Kernels have scored 15 runs in 6 games, and they dropped game one of a doubleheader here to Beloit 4-3, a tough loss. The Kernels had a 3-1 lead after 5 with Micah Posey on the hill, but an error opened up the snapper 5th inning, and they scored 2 runs off the Kernel starter Micah Posey is the loser. His record is 1-1. And the winner for the Snappers, their starter, Manny Parra. A save goes to Josh Allison, his third of the year. 4-3 Snappers. Here on the Colonel Curtain Call, we're going to make it quick because the second game is to start in 20 minutes. We want to remind you that you're tuned to Colonel Baseball on the Zone, ESPN Radio 1600, KCRG, Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Let's enjoy our Colonel play of the game. It came in the third inning, or check that, it came, well, I've sent my score sheet down to be copied, so I'm not sure what inning this came in. Maybe it'll say so on the play of the game, but the game was tied 1-1, and with 2 out, Jared Abruzzo was at second, and Tommy Duenas was the Colonel batter. Let's listen to our Colonel play of the game in the Colonel 4-3 Game 1 loss. He rips one into left. Let's see if they're going to score Abruzzo. Jared's rounding the bag at third. He does score as the left fielder drops the ball on his way to cock it to throw it, and the Colonels lead it 2-1. A 2-out lightning bolt drilled into left field by Tommy Duenas. Nick Carter was about ready to unleash his throw home to try to get Abruzzo, but he lost the handle. And Jared scored standing up to make it 2-1 Colonels. What a great... Oh, that play of the game took place in the fourth inning. The line drive single by Tommy Duenas, making it 2-1 Colonels. Kevin Jenkins would make it 3-1 with a base hit, but Beloit struck for 2 in the fifth inning and edged the Colonels 4-3. That does it for our Colonel play of the game here on the Colonel Curtain Call. Before we send it back to Deb Williams, our in-studio engineer, we do have some finals to share with you, so we'll do it right now here on the State Farm Major League Scoreboard. The State Farm Major League Scoreboard brought to you by State Farm Insurance agents Al Shetler, Dale Thompson, Lanny Peterson, and Gary Shubat. Finals in the American League. Wow, everything's final but the Yankee-Detroit game at Comerica Park. Let's start with the game at Sky Dome. In a slugfest, the Blue Jays throttled Boston 11-8 today. They're in the 12th inning at Comerica Park. The Tigers and Yankees tied at 8. A final in 10 innings from Jacobs Field. The Tribe shaded the Tribe shaded the White Sox 5-4 in 10 innings. Our parent club, the 2002 World Champion Angels, stomped the Devil Rays at St. Petersburg today 9-4. A final from Camden Yards. The Orioles edged Texas 5-4. The Mariners ran roughshod over the Twins this weekend. This afternoon at the Metrodome, the Mariners whipped Minnesota 9-5. And a final from Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City, the Royals bowed to Oakland 6-4 Athletics. One final in the National League at Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia, the Phillies 4, the Expos 3. Well, that's going to do it for the Colonel Curtain Call. We're going to stay in touch by phone with Deb Williams, our in-studio engineer, as the Colonels drop a 4-3 opener here in Beloit on a beautiful Sunday afternoon. 4-3 Snappers. We'll have the Colonel Curtain Call theme shortly, so stay tuned.
You're in the zone. ESPN Radio, 1600 AM.
Are you ready?
KCRG, Cedar Rapids.
Nothing. Third inning, Barry Bonds a 2-run double. Milwaukee leading the Dodgers 1-0 in the third on a Wes Helms home run on ESPN TV and radio tonight. Atlanta and the Mets. Two stunning upsets at the French Open. Venus Williams seeded third, sent packing by 18-year-old Russian Vera Zavanareva. I had been doing that all day correctly. She's ranked 371st at the start of last year, but Venus had 75 unforced errors, 12 double faults. She lost her serve 6 times. And Jennifer Capriati upended by Nadia Petrova.
I'm very disappointed. Just been working so hard, and I thought I had pretty good chances in this tournament, but it goes to show you just never know.
Serena Williams and Andre Agassi both won. Looks like Kenny Perry's going to win a second straight tournament. He's got a 6-shot lead on Lee Jansen playing the 12th hole at Memorial. Tiger Woods seemed out of this. He's climbed into a tie for third, although he's still 8 shots behind Perry. It also looks like Annika Sorenstam's going to win in a return to the LPGA Tour after playing the PGA last week. She's got a 5-shot lead in Illinois. Ryan Newman won the NASCAR race at Dover. Jeff Gordon was second. Bobby Labonte third. This is SportsCenter.
Pardon the interruption, but I'm Mike Wilbon, and I don't want you to believe everything you hear from a bald, fat guy like Kornheiser. He's not the only star of Pardon the Interruption. Now you can hear Tony and me on ESPN Radio.
PTI on ESPN Radio with Tony Kornheiser and Michael Wilbon.
The best part? You don't have to see Tony on the radio.
Debuting Monday at 7:05 Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio.
Who dresses this guy anyway?
The day after Rick Carlisle was fired in Detroit, reports there have Larry Brown set to replace him with a 5-year, $25 million contract. As for the Cleveland Cavaliers, Jeff Van Gundy apparently withdrew for fears of not having control of playing times. The job goes to Paul Silas. With that announcement expected tomorrow, Carlisle will not go to Portland. Mo Cheeks to Philadelphia. Blazers and Sixers both say the Blazers aren't letting Cheeks out of his contract. I'm John Stashower.
Announcing a revolution in resolution. ESPN high-definition television is here. ESPN HD. On the screen like you've never seen. Top events, including Major League Baseball. The NFL. Towards the end zone. The NBA.
Kobe takes it through. Off the glass.
And NHL. Live streaming picture window clarity. The best seats in the house will be in your house. A sweeping sideline-to-sideline panorama so real, you'll steal a sign. See the sweat spread. You might even call for the hot dog man. ESPN HD. The big picture in sports. Presented by Phillips and Best Buy. Call your cable operator or satellite provider today.
Previously on the Tony Kornheiser Show.
Tony Barnhart of the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. I would ask you to begin with Mike Shula. What precipitates that, and what do you think of that hire?
I think that Alabama is taking a calculated risk in Mike Shula. What you have is a 37-year-old who has spent all 15 of his coaching years in the NFL, no college experience, but they felt that he would be the best guy to sort of rally everybody and get everybody on the same page again. I think it's a calculated risk.
Do you know about Jesse Jackson's involvement in this?
Jesse Jackson called and basically told University President Robert Witt that he certainly hoped that the process would be inclusive. Quite honestly, this time there are people wondering if he doesn't hurt more than he helps.
The Tony Kornheiser Show, weekdays on ESPN Radio. Live from ESPN Radio 1000 in Chicago, this is Game Day on ESPN Radio. Here's your hosts, Mark Silverman and Jay Mariotti.
More baseball talk ahead, plus we'll also think about Mo Cheeks and the latest developments there in the NBA as the coaching carousel continues to spin out of control in the NBA. Also, football nuggets, guys, are going to be released with June 1st here now. We'll talk about Greasy going to Miami, some other nuggets as well. But first, let's go to Rich Curbello's covering the Yankees and Tigers. He thought he'd be home. He thought he'd be having an afternoon snack. Instead, he's covering extra innings. Rich, take it away.
Well, you know what, guys? It looks like the game that keeps on going here in the top of the 13th inning with the Yankees and Tigers tied up at 8. And how about David Wells coming in relief, his first relief appearance since 1993, a one-inning of scoreless work in the 12th. Yankees did have that 7-1 lead, it seemed like eons ago. Tigers chipped away, tied the game up at 8. Roger Clemens denied for the second time, win number 300. And guys, we're in the 13th, top of the 13th. Yankees and Tigers tied up at 8. Live here at not a sold-out Comerica Park. Rich Curbello for Game Day on ESPN Radio.
Rich working overtime today, as is Tom McCarthy, who's covering a double dip. Expos and Phillies, Game 2. Hey, Tom.
Hey, Mark. How's it going, buddy? Listen, Game 1, 4-3. The Phils win it as Randy Wolf improves his record to 6-3. Jose Mesa gets his 14th save. Game 2, well, the Phils scored a run in the bottom of the first inning behind the pitching of Brett Myers. They lead it 1-0. We're right now in the bottom half of the third. Claudio Vargas, the rookie pitcher for the Montreal Expos, he actually did a nice job at the bottom of the first inning. He threw 34 pitches, and I say he did a nice job because this could have been blown wide open by the Phils, but the timely hits, which have not come on a consistent basis this year for Philadelphia, well, they didn't come in the first inning. They had to settle for that one run, which crossed the plate, Jimmy Rollins, on a wild pitch. So 34 pitches, you would think that it was going to be a 3-run inning, 4-run inning. Turns out that he allows just 1 run. Meanwhile, Bobby Abreu threw out Henry Mateo, trying to score from second base on a base hit by Will Cordero in the top of the third inning. That preserved the 1-0 lead. So that's where we are. 1 man down, bottom of the third inning, runner on first base for the Phils. 1-0. Phils on top, trying to sweep the Expos in this 3-game series and this doubleheader. Reporting live from Veterans Stadium for late game day, I'm Tom McCarthy.
From the east to the west, Rockies and Giants doing battle. Let's bring in Ryan Leong.
Okay, guys. We're going to the top of the fourth. Giants up 3-0. In the bottom of the first, a walk to J.T. Snow and a single by Rich Aurelia put runners on first and second. And Barry Bonds did what a cleanup hitter should do, driving in both runs with a double. And the third, the Giants added to their lead with a 2-run double by catcher Yorvi Torrealba. Colorado with a 6-21 road record, the worst in the majors, and part of that reason, the Rockies are batting about .235 away from Coors Field. Pac-12 Park has been a jewel of a ballpark, but it's been purgatory for the Rockies, where they've lost 7 of the last 9 games against the Giants. Rookie Aaron Cook on the hill for the Rockies against veteran left-hander Kirk Reeder. Giants are 4-0 in their 12-game homestand. They lead this one 4-0 against the Rockies in the third. Actually, in the fourth, I'm sorry. At Pac-12 Park in San Francisco, Ryan Leon for late game day on ESPN Radio.
Ryan, thanks. Speaking of Barry Bonds, he told a columnist, Jay, that he's thinking about possibly being a DH in the American League, and he even mentioned Anaheim as a possible stop because it's close to his house in Bel Air. But remember, this is a guy who signed through 2005. He has a club option in 2006. So more realistic is Barry Bonds, instead of playing the outfield, perhaps making a move to first base.
Well, this tells me that contrary to what Barry has claimed in the past, that he does want to break Henry Aaron's record. Because he always tells us, I don't care. Well, then why would you want to DH in the American League then? Yeah. Remember, the Angels have been sold, so whereas I would have told you last offseason that could never happen, they have been sold, and now maybe it could happen. Wow, that's about the last thing the Giants need to hear right now. I mean, the Giants got out to a great start, but suddenly Jose Cruz Jr. is coming back to earth. They don't have the strength in the rotation that some of their competitors do have in the National League. And suddenly right now, if the Dodgers can get any sort of hitting, Sylvie, they're going to be the favorites in the West. Right now, they have the worst offense in the National League, the Dodgers, but their pitching is outstanding. The rotation is 5 deep, and Kevin Brown, as I told you, has won 6 straight decisions. He might be better than he was back in his heyday.
We had Danny Evans on a little bit earlier, a couple of months ago, when we did this very show on a Sundays. Danny Evans, a front runner, and I know a lot will be based on what kind of moves he makes to improve this team, and he really retooled there. Is he a front runner for Executive of the Year?
I would say so, and at the moment, although I want to see something from this man, Jim Hendry of the Cubs has done an excellent job in piecing together some veterans with a farm system that finally, and I do repeat, finally, is coming through with Corey Patterson and Carlos Zambrano, and to some degree, he stopped Troy, although I want to see more. Hendry needs a hitter, just like Danny Evans needs a hitter. So maybe they're going to duel for the award based on who ends up getting the hitter. Now, as I told you earlier, the Cubs are showing interest in Matt Williams, who will no longer be part of the Diamondbacks after the Hillenbrand deal. Look, Matt Williams is not going to get it done for the Cubs. Mike Lowell is the prize out there for a particular team. The Dodgers are having problems at third base as well. Beltre is not. He's hitting in the 180s.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it comes down to who gets Mike Lowell as far as who ends up making playoffs and winning Executive of the Year award.
I'm hearing Mike Lowell, the Yankees want him, but who don't the Yankees want, right?
Yankees usually get their man, Sylvie. Now, the farm system is not as stocked as in the past, yet they always get their man. If they want Mike Lowell, they're going to get Mike Lowell. The thing that's a little odd about that is Ventura's having a nice year. He's a stable presence. I don't quite grasp that unless they just won his bat. Lowell leads the National League in total bases. I bet that blew you away. Did you know that?
Yeah, I
total
did not know
bases.
That. Yeah. He amongst the league leaders in home runs and RBIs. He's got a decent average, I think, in the 290s.
It's a great story. He overcame testicular cancer, is just sort of languishing down there in Florida, and if you get him out of there, he's going to become a big name player somewhere. It's just a matter of where. and what is going to be relinquished to get him, and that's why Cub fans are getting antsy about Jim Hendry. He doesn't seem to want to relinquish some of his great young arms. Hey, when you haven't won the World Series since 1908, sometimes you got to give up a young arm in 2003.
Yeah, no doubt. The Cubs a couple of years ago gave Minnesota their ace. Now Kyle Loesch,
the way it works,
pitching
man.
outstanding. You never know.
It's the way it works. You've got to go for it. I think in Chicago baseball, it's different than other places because these two franchises haven't won in eons, and you got to approach the future and the present a little differently. You got to go for it when you have a chance. I'm looking at the National League right now, and I don't see a single super team in the National League. If the Cubs are ever going to get it done, it's going to be in a year like this. Well, go for it then.
Who's your front runner then? Is it San Francisco?
I don't know.
Is it the
I would have told you the Giants. They have their problems right now. The Cardinals, I need to see Isringhausen. The Braves, John Schuerholz, give him credit. He got ripped in the offseason. His every move is working out. He got ripped for the Millwood deal, and they're just rolling. I mean, I guess I would say right now Atlanta, but I think that's going to change through the year, Sylvie. I think the Dodgers, if they get some bats, they're going to become a team to beat. I'm not sold on Houston. They have their own problems. I'm not sold on the Cubs yet. So that's what I'm telling you here. If you're ever going to be the Cubs and have the kind of year where you shock the world and get to the World Series, it's going to be a year like this, but not in their present form. They're going to disappoint if they remain in the present form.
We've talked about the Dodgers, talked about the Giants, another team out west, the Diamondbacks, who just acquired Hillenbrand. Luis Gonzalez quoted as saying this week, "We don't worry about the Dodgers. We never have."
Well, you better.
And then he backed up and he said, well, listen, we don't play them for a month, and that's what I meant.
Well, they'll remember that.
Luis Gonzalez and the D-backs are 9.5 games out of first place, but not just behind San Francisco. There's still 6 games behind those Dodgers, and even a game and a half behind Colorado. Now, Colorado's losing today, as we just heard in the update, but the D-backs, man, they've got some work cut out for them.
Well, they're going to have to do it with bats for a change. They've been relying on Schilling and Johnson forever. Well, that's got to change. That's why they made the gutsy move for Hillenbrand. He gave up Kim. That helps the Red Sox big time. Kim apparently is going to get a start Tuesday against Pittsburgh, but eventually will become their closer. Congratulations to 29-year-old, I always say 29-year-old Theo Epstein, because it still blows me away that he's not even 30, and he's running around in rock bands, and he's running the Boston Red Sox. But he went out and made the trade they had to make. Congratulations. I think the Yankees are in complete disarray as we speak, and this is going to be a fun race in the AL East, and Theo made his mark with that trade.
I'm telling you, we mentioned Danny Evans. He's still a relatively young guy, too, and Theo Epstein. You get some of these guys who are different thinkers than the, quote, good old boy network. Hey, it's not bad to break the mold, Jay.
Nothing wrong with making a big deal in May. Some teams will tell you, I want to hedge my bets. We'll wait till July. Why? You don't want to do that. You don't know what kind of injuries can happen. You don't know what other teams are going to do. And that's what drives me crazy about the Chicago Cubs. It's what I wrote this morning. That, guys, you're in first place and you're treating it like a toy. You're treating it like, well, we can kind of use this and hedge our bets. No. Go for it. You've made these poor fans suffer for decades. They're showing up in droves. They may draw 3 million this year. They're showing up out there. They love the Cubs more than ever. Would you please go out and do something before somebody else grabs my glow? But they won't, Sylvie. I'm used to it.
It's a team that lost 90-plus games in 3 out of the last 4 years. And speaking of losing, boy, fun was had the first month of the season by everyone in Kansas City, but the ride is over. They're just a game over 500, at least entering today's play. Now, this is what you were fearing, and they're going to tear it apart. Carlos Beltran being shopped, and that 2000 Royal outfield of Damon, Dye, and Beltran, they're probably all going to be gone just 3 years later.
Their owner ruined the season. I mean, I'm not going to, I think they were playing over their heads to some degree, Sylvie, but Murray Chass in the New York Times about 3 weeks ago had a piece on the Royals and how, he believes that they may still shop Beltran and Joe Randa, and even though they were in first place at the time. I mean, that's just destructive to a team in a small market that finally has its fans back, gets off to an unbelievable start, and then they've got to read this stuff. It just doesn't help, and shame on this guy, David Glass, is that his name? For, and I think he was one of the, big union guys, or anti-union guys last year. He was in the thick of the collective bargaining agreement and so forth, and shame on him. I think in a small market, when your team is good enough to contend, you have to supplement what you have. You don't tear it down by trading Carlos Beltran. It's awful.
They lost again today, Kansas City, so they're back at 500. They lost 6-4 to the Oakland Athletics, who do like a lot of other teams usually do when they're struggling.
Fire the hitting coach.
Fired Thad Bosley, one of my favorite all-time Cubs, a great guy to bring off the bench. I think good old number 27, if I remember correctly, and now he's out of a job as the hitting coach.
Well, it can't be the genius Billy Bean. He can possibly, be the problem. And Ken Maka, the genius's hand-picked manager, he couldn't possibly be the problem right now. And so you pick on the hitting coach. We saw that happen with the Chicago White Sox 2 weeks ago, and then the White Sox went out and scored, one run in 2 games against the Tigers.
Cedar Rapids Kernels, that's a good time roll. Are you ready for Kernels baseball? The Class A affiliate of the world champion Anaheim Angels plays right here on The Zone, ESPN Radio 1600 AM. Now, in his 8th season bringing you the fun of Cedar Rapids baseball, here's the voice of the Kernels. He's the one, the only, John Rogers. Here on The Zone, ESPN Radio 1600 AM. Cedar Rapids Kernels, that's a good time roll.
On a beautiful Sunday afternoon in southern Wisconsin, the Kernels aim to gain a split in a doubleheader with the Beloit. The Snappers won the opener, a come-from-behind 4-3 victory. A pair of lefties matched up in the first game of the doubleheader, and those southpaws were Micah Posey for the Kernels and Manny Parra for the Beloit Snappers. Beloit out-hit the Kernels 8-7, took advantage of 2 Kernel errors, and won the opener 4-3. Let's take a look at Game 2 lineups. First for Don Money and his Beloit Snappers. They've moved into a tie for 4th place in the Western Division first-half standings by virtue of their win in the opener of the doubleheader. Kennard Bibbs is in left field. He'll lead it off for Beloit. Batting second, the shortstop, Chaz Tierney. Tierney, the shortstop, bats second. Hitting third for Beloit at third base is Jeff Yore. Jeff Yore at third base, bats third. The cleanup batter for the Snappers is first baseman Prince Fielder. Travis Hinton was 0 for 3 last night in the series opener. Hinton is at batting fifth and the designated hitter. Hitting sixth in center field, Steve Moss. Steve Moss was the leadoff batter in Game 1. He's batting sixth in the nightcap. Behind the plate and batting seventh for Beloit is Pedro Esparagoza. Pedro Esparagoza, a holdover from last year's Snapper squad, is catching, batting seventh. Hitting eighth is the right fielder, Nick Carter, and batting ninth at second base, Calix Crabb. On the hill for the Snappers is a right-hander, making his 6th start of the year. He's 20 years old, from Venezuela, Luis Pena. Luis is 0-2 with a 3.98 earned run average. Allen Motor Company is proud to bring us the Allen Motor Company Kernel starting lineup in the nightcap. Allen Motor Company has a very special event going on right now in conjunction with their 100th year in business. They have designed a centennial celebration sale, and it features your first year's maintenance absolutely free when you buy a new vehicle now during Allen's Centennial Celebration Sale. The Centennial Celebration Sale going on right now at Allen Motor Company. 2003 Buick LeSabres are starting at just $20,999. That's a savings of $5,000 right now at Allen Motor Company. 2003 GMC Sierra pickups are priced at a savings of $6,000 right now during the Centennial Celebration Sale at Allen's. They start at just $27,820. Your first year's maintenance is absolutely free right now when you buy a new vehicle during Allen's Centennial Celebration Sale. Allen Motor Company, celebrating 100 years of business in the eastern Iowa area. Visit Allen Motor Company now during their Centennial Celebration Sale. Your first year's maintenance absolutely free when you buy a new vehicle right now. The Allen Motor Company Kernel starting lineup in Game 2 of this doubleheader. Leading off, switch-hitting shortstop, Erick Aybar. B.J. Weed will bat second. He's in right field. Hitting third in the Allen Motor Company Kernel starting lineup is second baseman Alberto Callaspo. The Kernel cleanup batter will bat fifth, the Kernel cleanup batter will catch. That's Jared Abruzzo. Batting fifth in the Allen Motor Company order and playing third base is Greg Porter. Greg Porter at third base bats fifth in the Allen Motor Company Kernel order. The designated hitter is Alex Dvorsky. Alex will bat 6th. Hitting 7th in center field, Rancel Melgarejo. The first baseman batting 8th is Jake Mathis. And batting 9th for the Kernels in left field, switch hitter Quan Cosby. Rounding out the Allen Motor Company Kernel starting lineup, making his 4th start of the year, is Ronnie Ray. Ronnie Ray, a 19-year-old right-hander, 0-2 on the year. Ronnie pitched brilliantly, 4 innings of shutout ball on Tuesday at Kane County as the Kernels lost that game 1-0. Ronnie Ray is on the hill to pitch for the Kernels. A nice little girl has honored me by asking me for my autograph here at the press box at Pullman Field, so I'm going to oblige, and it's always a real honor to give young fans an autograph, and we're doing so right now here. Boy, this poster of the Snappers, much like our Access Direct Kernel calendar poster, has autographs all over it, including the birthday boy, the Turtle. Snappy's autograph is on here, and John Rogers, the voice of the Kernels, glad to autograph those posters for the girls right down below. Well, the umpires are Brian Riley. He'll be behind the plate, and his partner on the diamond is Buzz Laird. This is the 3rd series in a row we've had this umpiring crew. The Kernel record on the 12-game road trip is 2 wins and 4 losses, and we've managed to score just 15 runs in 6 games so far on the road trip. Beloit shut us out 4-0 last night, and then came from behind with the Kernels enjoying a 3-1 lead going into the bottom of the 5th inning. The Snappers took advantage of an error and got RBIs from John Vandenberg and Mario Mendez, and they sent the Kernels to a 4-3 loss. Micah Posey suffered his first loss as a professional, and Micah went 4 innings in the opener, allowed 4 runs on 8 hits, struck out 2, walked 1. The starter for the Snappers, Manny Parra, pitched 6 innings, gave the Kernels 3 runs on 7 hits, struck out 4, walked none. So the Kernels would like to gain a split in this doubleheader with a victory against the Snappers in the nightcap. And Beloit is about to take the field in their white home uniforms with maroon numbers, or not maroon, with green numbers trimmed in dark blue. The Kernels are in their gray road trousers with red knit tops, big white numbers on the back, and blue lettering across the front. And before the second game starts, we want to thank our great friends at Papa John's Pizza. We have just a slight scratching noise in our recorder, so we're going to make sure that we adjust our tape recorder accordingly. There we go. We want to thank Papa John's Pizza. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's Pizza, proud to be bringing you the action here from Pullman Field on this lovely Sunday afternoon and all season long on the Zone. It is a gorgeous sunny Sunday afternoon. The only thing that's put a damper on it is that the Kernels have dropped the first 2 games of this series, 4-0 last night and 4-3 the opener of the doubleheader. Luis Pena leads his troops out on the field. Luis is a right-hander, and he's in his 3rd year of professional baseball. Pena is going to face Erick Aybar, B.J. Weed, and Alberto Callaspo here in the top of the 1st inning. We're still penciling in our lineups as we speak, and we'll set the Beloit Snappers for you defensively here as we continue to pencil in their names on our scorecard. These doubleheaders always do go very, very quickly, and it was unfortunate that the Kernels could not hold a 3-1 lead in the opener in dropping their 3rd straight here on the road trip. All right, we're set now to review the defense for you. For the Snappers, Kennard Bibbs is in left field, Steve Moss is in center, and Nick Carter in right. The infield has Jeff Yore at 3rd, Chaz Turney at short, Calix Crabb at 2nd, and Prince Fielder at 1st, a battery of Luis Pena and Pedro Esparagoza. Our guest on the dugout interview was George Spelius, the Midwest League president. He'll be with us again tomorrow. The Kernels are facing a right-hander who they list at 6'5". He looks more like 6'7" to me. thin as a rail, Luis Pena. Pena has pitched 22 and a third innings on the year, allowed 22 hits in 20 in the third, struck out 8 men in 20 in the third, walked 15, and no complete games in 5 starts. The Colonel road record on the season now is 9 and 15. We're 26 and 29 overall. Beloit's 25 and 28. They lead us actually by percentage points in the Western Division first half standings. We'll be back at home. Only 4 games remain before the All-Star break, and we're back at home Saturday, June 7th. We play this game, then tomorrow night a 6:30 start, and then on to Grand Rapids, Michigan for 4 against the West Michigan Whitecaps. Then back at home Saturday, a 7 o'clock start. We'll welcome the Girl Scouts for a 7 o'clock start on Saturday the 7th. We play a week from today at home, a 2 o'clock start. Erick Aybar is first up for the Kernels. Erick, a switch hitter, will bat left. And in Game 1, Erick Aybar was 1 for 3. He's hitting .315, 3 home runs, 25 RBIs. Erick Aybar, 1 for 3, an RBI single in the first inning in Game 1, gave the Kernels the lead. Erick jumps out of the way of a pitch on the outside corner for a strike called. Erick was just trying to play with the mind of Luis Pena, but he took a strike called. Now a ground ball to second, and an easy play for Caleb Crabb. He throws Erick Aybar out. 1 gone here in the Colonel first inning on a ground ball out to second by Erick Aybar. The Colonels have 3 hitters in the top 10 in the league, and it's hard to believe that you can have 3 hitters in the top 10 in the league, yet be 3 games under 500, but the Colonels just haven't been able to put it together in any sort of consistent, sustained fashion for much of the first half of the year. At one point, we were 16 and 10. Since then, we've won 10 games, so that gives us 26 wins, and lost 19 games. So we're 10 and 19 in our last 29 games. A strike is called to B.J. Weed. B.J. was 0 for 4 in the opener. He's hitting .314, a left-handed batter. A fastball is high and outside from right-hander Luis Pena. What a beautiful day for baseball. Here at Pullman Field. A curveball is grounded to the right side. Over to his left is Crabb, and from shallow right, he throws B.J. out. The first 2 Kernels have pulled the ball on the ground, and they've grounded out to Calix Crabb, the second baseman. Ronnie Ray will be on the hill for the Kernels here in the nightcap. Ronnie making his 4th Kernel start, just as Micah Posey did in Game 1. Alberto Callaspo, 0 for 3 in the first game. Reached on a fielder's choice and scored in the first inning. Takes a slider, a strike called from the tall, lanky, almost call him skinny, Luis Pena. A curve and a line drive off the shortstop's glove, a base hit into left field. Alberto Callaspo, a hitting machine, leads the league in hits. He scalded one to the left side off the glove of Chaz Turney, the shortstop, for a 2-out single. That ball was smashed hard to the backhand side of the shortstop Tierney, and it caromed off his mid into left field. Well, maybe the Kernels can start trying to put some pressure on the defense. We just haven't run nearly as much as I thought we would this season. We just haven't been sending our base runners. A throw to first, and Alberto dives back in safely. Jared Abruzzo was 2 for 3 in Game 1. Jared started the day with a .258 average. The first pitch is low and away, ball 1. Both teams using revamped lineups in Game 2. Greg Porter is playing third base and batting 5th in the Allen Motor Company order. He's lurking on deck. The 1-0 to Jared. Missed outside, ball 2. Outfield plays the Colonel slugging catcher straight away. The 2-0 headed home. Pop foul off to the left, strike 1. Porter, Dvorsky, Melgarejo, and Mathis are all in the Colonel lineup. They were not in the first game. Melgarejo pinch hit in the ninth inning, but struck out. Jared takes a strike on the inside corner. It's 2-2 to the Colonel cleanup batter. 2 out, top of the first, no score. A 2-out single by Callaspo. He's being held at first by Big Prince Fielder. Boy, Prince, though, is really slimmed down from a year ago, especially around the midsection. His legs are plenty strong, believe you me. The 2-2 to Abruzzo. High and outside, a fastball, and the count's full now, meaning that Callaspo will be running. Pena slows it down. Now the tall right-hander brings it. A broken bat looper into right, and that's a base hit. On to third goes Callaspo. The throw there is cut off, and Jared Abruzzo has sent Alberto sliding safely into third with a broken bat single over the second baseman's head. Jared Abruzzo was sawed off right on the trademark. The business end of the bat almost hit Ron Klein, the Roadrunner, the Colonel equipment manager. Rhodey will be talking about that for 15 minutes at dinner tonight. Ron Klein, the Roadrunner, will look up here any moment now to assure us that he's okay. A couple of little girls asked for the bat. Why in the world wouldn't Rhodey give those girls the bat? I don't know. We have no use for a broken bat that was sawed off in 2 pieces. Ron is yet to look up here to let us know that he was not startled a bit by that broken bat that sailed right over his head. Greg Porter could give the Colonels the lead here in the first inning. A fastball up and into Greg, ball 1. Porter playing his third game as the Colonel. No home runs, no RBIs. Last year he hit .229 with 1 home run in 79 games. Strike 1 is called on the outside corner. I think Rhodey's more shaken up about that bat almost hitting him than he's letting on to be. He's fine. The bat sailed about 3 feet over his head, standing right in front of the Colonel dugout. A ground ball base hit into right by Greg Porter scores Callaspo. Abruzzo will round second and hold on an RBI single peppered into right field by Greg Porter. A 2-out ground ball single to the right of Prince Fielder was smashed by Greg Porter, and the Colonels have struck for the first run of this second game and lead it 1-0 in the top of the first inning. Great to see Greg Porter swinging with confidence. He puts the Colonels ahead 1-0. Trudging out to the mound is Rich Sever, the pitching coach. Alex Dvorsky will bat with 2 on and 2 out here in the first inning. Alex hitting .242, 3 homers, 13 RBIs. He had a 4-game hitting streak snap Thursday night at Philip Elstrom Stadium as he went 0 for 4. Did not play last night, did not play in Game 1. Alex Dvorsky. That's the first RBI of the year for Greg Porter. Dvorsky, a right-handed batter, facing the right-handed pitcher, Luis Pena. 1-0 Colonels, top of the first inning. Abruzzo at second, Porter at first. A breaking pitch is a strike call to Alex. Dvorsky, the 6th Colonel to bat here in the first inning. He's up there with 2 on and 2 out. The 0-1 almost hit Dvorsky. It did hit him on the left forearm. Alex is fine. It just barely nipped him, and he takes first base to load the bases. Well, after Luis Pena got the first 2 Colonels to ground out the second, he surrendered 3 straight singles and hit a batter. They're loaded up with 2 out for Melgarejo. Rancel, this is not Melgarejo. This is Jake Mathis. There's been a change in the Colonel batting order. Jake Mathis, a left-handed batter, batting 7th. And he lines a single into right to score 1. Abruzzo is in. Here comes Greg Porter, the throw home. Greg slides in safely. It's a 2-run single for Jake Mathis. Jake Mathis makes it 3-0, picking on the first pitch. He lined it into right field in front of Nick Carter, and 2 runners scored, Abruzzo from third and Greg Porter from second. Jake Mathis lining a 2-run single into right field makes it 3-0 Kernels here in the first inning. Alex Dvorsky stopped at second. Now Mel Garejo's the batter. Ransell batting 8th, and he's the 8th man to bat against Luis Pena here in the top of the first inning. 3-0 Kernels. A ground ball to third will end the inning as Yore steps on the bag to force Alex Dvorsky. First pitch swinging, Ransell Melgarejo grounds out to third, forcing Dvorsky. 8 men bat in the Kernels' first inning, and the Kernels strike for 3 runs, all with 2 out on 4 base hits. A hit batter. There were no snapper errors. The Kernels leave 2 after losing the opener 4-3. We played 1/2 inning in the nightcap, and after 1/2 inning, the Kernels 3 and the Snappers coming to bat.
If you're looking for something, there are many helpful tools. A telescope? When you're looking for something big. A microscope. When you're looking for something small. Or bare feet. Oh! When you're looking for lost Legos. But if you're looking for a family doctor, the most helpful tools are your telephone or your computer. Simply call Mercy Care Family Physicians at 369-4444 or visit our website at www.mercycaredoctors.com for all the details on the Mercy Care Family Practice location nearest you. You'll find the Mercy Care Family Physician best suited to your needs, including those who offer special services for... So if you're looking for a family doctor, choose the right tool for the job. Call 369-4444 or on the web at www.mercycaredoctors.com. Looking for a family doctor has never been easier.
You know how it is to have a good friend, someone who stands by you during good times as well as the bad. That's the kind of friend Dave Tobiasen of Family Insurance Center can be. Dave Tobiasen is your Pekin insurance agent in Monticello. Whatever your insurance needs, you can depend on Dave Tobiasen. Dave will settle your claims as quickly and conveniently as possible. See Dave Tobiasen, your Pekin insurance agent at Family Insurance Center in Monticello, for insurance coverages at competitive rates.
The Kernels staked Micah Posey to a 1-0 lead in Game 1. The Kernels had a 3-1 lead, let it slip away, and dropped it 4-3. An RBI single by Greg Porter and a 2-run single by Jake Mathis. And Ronnie Ray has been given a 3-run lead to work with as we go to the bottom of the first inning.
Number 3, Kennard Bibb.
In second game of a doubleheader. Kennard Bibbs, a left-handed batter who played here last night, had a hit. He's a .266 batter on the year. No homers, 15 RBIs, 23 steals, so you'd like to try to keep him off base. Ronnie Ray delivers a pitch in at the knees on the outside edge, strike 1 to Kennard Bibbs, B-I-B-B-S. The 0-1. Cracked hard right to the shortstop, Erick Aybar. A line drive, smacked to Aybar by Kennard Bibbs, is the first out of the Beloit first inning. Bibbs hit it right on the button, lining out to Erick Aybar. The Kernels have Greg Porter at third. Aybar's the shortstop. At second, it's Alberto Callaspo, and the first baseman is Jake Mathis. Quan Cosby's in left, Melgarejo in center, and B.J. Weed in right. Abruzzo catching. Ball 1 is taken inside by Chaz Tierney. Tierney playing both ends of the doubleheader. A right-handed hitter. Reached on a pair of errors in Game 1 and scored a run. Chaz takes the strike called. Absolutely no breeze here at all, not a cloud in the sky. The 1-1 from Ronnie dips low and in for ball 2. You guys are a first-class operation. Thank you. Thank you. Now Ronnie's 2-1. Ooh, it just missed low for ball 3. One away in the snapper first inning. 3-0 Kernels. A line drive into center straight away, and Mel Garejo has it. Chaz Turney gave it a ride, smashed it right on the nose, but lines out the center fielder Rancel Melgarejo. 2 out in the Beloit first inning.
The third baseman, number 20, Jeff Buer.
The Kernels got off quickly with 2 out in the first inning. The consecutive singles by Callaspo, Abruzzo, and Porter produced a run. After Dvorsky was hit, Jake Mathis ripped a 2-run single into right. Now taking a pitch low is Jeff Yore. Swing and a miss on a Ronnie Ray slider, strike 1. Boy, the Kernels have been in every game of this road trip. They've been in all games but one. We got smoked Thursday night 9-1 by King County. But our other losses have been by scores of 1-0, 4-0, and 4-3. So you cannot get on the ball club for lack of focus or intensity. They've played their hearts out. Here's a high, deep drive. It's down the left field line. If it's a fair ball, it's a home run, and it's foul. Foul. No argument from Don Money, the skipper coaching at third. Quan Cosby ran to the base of the foul pole, looked up, and hoped like we did that Jeff Yore's deep drive would be foul. It was. Jeff Yore made a bid for his 8th home run of the year, but hooked it foul for a long strike 2. The Kernels in their red knit tops with big white numbers, blue lettering on the front, and all blue Navy Road caps. The 2-2 to Jeff Yore. Swing and a miss, but the ball gets by Abruzzo. The batter will reach base. That happened in game 1. Jared Abruzzo reached base after striking out, and he scored a run. Jeff Yore fans, but reaches.
Number 34, Prince Fielder.
It was a slider low and away. Abruzzo couldn't get a glove on it. It's ruled a wild pitch, and it brings Prince Fielder to the plate. So Ronnie Ray was darn near out of the first inning, but a slider swung on and missed by Jeff Yore went to the screen, and Yore reaches. Prince Fielder, 1 for 3 in game 1. The cleanup man takes a strike called from Ronnie Ray. Ronnie's pitched 12 2/3 innings in 3 previous starts. Allowed 14 hits in those 12 2/3. Fanned 7, walked 8. 4 shutout innings Tuesday and a 1-0 loss to King County. Ball 1 dips low to Prince. A very distinguished first name. I've known a king in my life, a fellow named King, and now I can say I've met a Prince. Swing and a miss on a good changeup, down and in. Fielder didn't get it. Oh, what other names stick in my mind? I've met a guy named Major, if you're talking military. Have you ever thought, I wish my parents would have named me this instead of that? A ground ball to second will end the inning. We'll pick up that interesting topic after a moment. Prince Fielder ends the first inning by grounding out to second baseman Alberto Callaspo. No runs for Beloit in the first inning. A couple of hard hit balls, no hits. There were no Kernel errors. The Snappers leave a runner. He reached after striking out on a wild pitch. After dropping the opener to the Snappers 4-3, the Kernels lead the nightcap after 1 inning, 3-0.
Burger King welcomes you to stop in anytime to enjoy our great sandwiches your way. Try our flame-broiled Whopper sandwich and make it a combo to make it a meal. Treat yourself with a creamy shake or a pie to sweeten up your day. You have 6 locations to choose from in the Cedar Rapids, Marion area. Bring your family and friends before or after the Kernels game. At Burger King, you got it!
The new Veterans Memorial Stadium is among the most awe-inspiring attractions in our great community. The most common remark made by first-time visitors to our new ballpark is simply, wow! The dazzling giant scoreboard, the roomy seats, the spacious concourse, and yes, the numerous women's restrooms all evoke that wow reaction. The most alluring element of all, though, is that perfectly nurtured, lush, green field that composes the diamond. Thanks to Peck's Flower Garden and Landscaping, the aura and magic of the Field of Green in the new stadium can be replicated in your very own yard. That's right. The experts at Peck's are teaming up with the renowned Kernel Grounds crew to award one of you with a Field of Green lawn makeover this spring. Just stop into the Garden Center at Peck's to enter. The Peck's Field of Green dream could be yours. Register this spring in the Garden Center at Peck's, corner of Blair's Ferry and Edgewood Roads Northeast.
The Kernels sent 8 men to the plate and scored 3 runs with 2 out in the top of the first. The number 9 hitter to face right-hander Luis Pena is Quan Cosby. Quan had a hit in game 1, an infield single. He was 1 for 4. He bounces one foul off the plate past third. The Kernels sending James Rowson out to coach third base here in the nightcap to try to turn around a mini 3-game losing skid. Kevin Jenkins, a position player who played in game 1, had an RBI singles coaching at first. Quan lifts one in the air to deep right center, but it'll be caught out there by, 2 men collide, and the center fielder held it for the out. Quan would have had a chance to circle the bases had that ball dropped. The center fielder rammed in to Nick Carter, and Steve Moss would lose that battle. But Moss held on to the ball. Quan Cosby hit a ball as far as we've seen him hit one this season, deep into right center. The center fielder and right fielder came together, collided, both went down, but Steve Moss held it for the first out. Now you talk about guys' first names, interesting first names. Prince Fielder. Here's a high fly ball into center for Steve Moss off the bat of Erick Aybar. And making the grab out there in the past year is the center fielder. He's caught 2 in the second inning. Erick Aybar, a free swinger, flies out to center for the second out of the Kernels' second inning. 3-0 Kernels. I mentioned that I'd known some guys in my lifetime named King and Major. I still think the most fascinating first name, and I'm not saying I wish my parents would have named me this, but I think it'd be a neat name for any kid. There was a Chicago Cub in the early 70s from Granite City, Illinois, near my hometown of Alton, named Champ Summers. And I think that is the coolest name to name a kid Champ. I don't think a kid named Champ would ever have a problem with self-esteem. Just the fact that you'd be calling him Champ all day would lift his self-esteem to a great level. B.J. Weed on a 2-0 pitch takes the strike called. B.J., speaking of first names, B.J. told us his name, his initials stand for Baby James. He thuds one off the plate. This will be a tough play for the pitcher. He bare hands and throws. Not in time. And the ball flicked out of the dirt and hit Prince Fielder in the chin. Prince is all right. B.J. Weed is aboard with an infield single. Essentially a swinging bunt. B.J. bounced it off the plate to the left of home plate. The big right-hander pounced on it with his bare hand, threw to first in the dirt late. The ball got by Prince Fielder, but there was Calix Crabb backing up the play. And B.J. Weeds at first with 2 out here in the second inning. 3-0 Kernels. The first pitch to Callaspo. Zips inside, ball 1. Alberto had to spin out of the way. The 1-0. Driven into left center. It may plug the gap and score a run. It does plug the gap. Can B.J. motor all the way home? James Rouse is going to send him. A good relay is going to get him. He is out at the plate. Out at the plate for the last out of the inning. A perfect relay throw from the center fielder to the shortstop, to the catcher, and B.J. Weed is cut down on a double by Alberto Callaspo. Oh, credit James Rowson. He kept waving his arms trying to score B.J. It took a perfect relay from Moss to Turney to Pedro Esparagosa, and B.J. Weed lowered the boom on the catcher, but he held the ball to end the Kernels' second inning. Callaspo rammed one into the gap in left center. The key was that Steve Moss cut it off and then hit the relay man, and the relay throw went 8-6-2 to cut down B.J. at the plate. The Kernels lose a runner at home plate to end the second inning. No runs, 2 hits. There were no snapper errors. The Kernels leave a runner aboard after dropping the opener 4-3 of this doubleheader. We go to the bottom of the second in Game 2 with the Kernels on top of Beloit, 3-0.
Okay, so I'm dropping my daughter off at daycare, and as I'm walking out, I see myself in the double doors. Uh-oh is right. My hair looks terrible. My ends are all scraggly, and my roots. Did you see my roots? I can't believe I've been walking around like this.
Have you tried Cost Cutters?
Oh, I'd love to get my hair done, but who has the time? With work and the kids, I barely have time to find matching socks, let alone time for my hair. Besides, I need the works.
Just go to Cost Cutters. They'll have you in and out and looking great in no time.
Yeah?
Yeah. At Cost Cutters, the stylist will keep you looking great with a new cut, some color, even highlights. Check out mine.
Oh, so Cost Cutters is your secret.
Yep. I even get my favorite products there. You know, shampoo, conditioner.
That's it. I'm going to Cost Cutters.
Right now?
My roots, thank you.
There are a dozen Cost Cutters here in our area, each offering a relaxed, convenient hair care experience with no appointments and no hassles. Cost Cutters makes things easy and affordable with professional stylists who care about you. Cost Cutters. Live your life. We always have time for your hair.
This is the time of year for all sorts of special occasions. Graduations, weddings, plus the usual birthdays and anniversaries. Your friends at Solid Waste and Recycling remind you, wrapping paper cannot be recycled. Once the presents are opened and the party's over, your options are put the gift wrap in the trash, or better yet, reuse the wrapping paper instead of throwing it away. Remember, don't put gift wrap in your blue recycling box. Either reuse the paper or discard it with the rest of your trash.
Left-handed hitting DH Travis Hinton swings at a high fastball from Ronnie Ray. Didn't get it. Strike one. Now a pitch in the dirt taken by Hinton. For ball one, Travis is a 167 hitter. He has a home run, 7 RBIs in 35 games. He played here in the series opener last night and went 0 for 4. He wraps one foul hard past first base. Strike two. You're enjoying Kernel baseball here on the Zone from Beloit, thanks to Greg's Lawn Service. Greg's Lawn Service is the proud keeper of the ground surrounding the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. Let Greg's Lawn Service handle your lawn and landscaping needs. Greg's Lawn Service, a cut above the rest since 1983. Hinton is in the hole, 1 ball, 2 strikes. A change-up and a swing and a miss. Ronnie Ray pulled the string on Travis Hinton. It's Ronnie's second strikeout. We're in the bottom of the second. And the Kernels lead Beloit 3-0. The Kernels have 6 hits already. The Snappers have yet to collect their first hit of the game. Beloit won the opener 4-3. Here's a line drive into left for a base hit off the bat of Steve Moss. Steve Moss, who led off game 1 for Beloit. He had a hit, was hit by a pitch, was 1 for 3. Steve Moss rips the single into left.
Catcher number 23, Pedro Esparagosa.
It comes off Ronnie Ray with 1 out here in the second inning. Now the catcher, who we remember from a year ago, one of the best defensive receivers in the Midwest League, Pedro Esparagosa at the plate. Esparagosa, a right-handed batter. And he jumps on the first pitch and grounds it foul past third base, strike one. Esparagosa, in 57 games with Beloit last year, hit 194. He's hitting 242 this season, so he's improved markedly at the plate. A pitch in the dirt, blocked by Abruzzo. The runner at first holds. Ball 1 to Esparagosa. Pedro is 21 years old. He's from Venezuela. He hit a home run last year in 57 games, drove in 18 runs. He breaks his bat and pops one into shallow left. Quan Cosby has it. Pedro Esparagosa shattered his lumber and flew out to shallow left, where Quan came in a few steps and caught it. Nick Carter. He played in game 1. They list this guy, Carter, at 6'3", 190, but I think he's a lot taller and a lot more muscular than that. I think he'd weigh in at about 220. Ronnie chases him off the dish a bit with a pitch inside, ball 1. A runner at first, 2 out for the Snappers in the bottom of the second. Kernels up 3-0. Beloit won the first game 4-3, a strike on a slider on the inside corner to Nick Carter. Carter from Campbell University. He's from West Virginia. From the stretch, the 1-1. Fouled off to the right, sliced out of play, strike 2. We'll be sharing more scores with you and a little bit later on the State Farm Major League scoreboard. We'll be checking in with Deb Williams, our in-studio engineer. Oh, in the next inning or two. A curve is a Baltimore chop to short. Aybar throws out the batter to end the inning. Nick Carter chopped one high in the air to the Colonel shortstop, who looked at second but threw to first to end the inning. For the Snappers in the second, no runs. 1 hit. There were no Colonel errors. Beloit leaves 1. They've stranded a pair. The Colonels lost game 1 4-3. After 2 in game 2, it's the Colonels 3 and the Snappers nothing.
Here are 3 important facts you should know about Progressive Homes. First, Progressive Homes is our area's authorized builder of All-American Homes of Dyersville. Second, Progressive Homes invites you to visit their model homes. They're located on Williams Boulevard Southwest in Cedar Rapids. Finally, Progressive Homes is committed to making your home building experience pleasant and exciting. Come see what Progressive Homes can build for you. Progressive Homes, your complete builder of all-American homes.
What can I help you with here at Big Time Motors?
Well, I'm looking for a used car. I like this one. What's the price?
Listen, lady, I don't sell prices. I sell cars. But I guess if you must know, it's this.
Wow. That's $2,000 more than the one low price on the exact same car at Randy Keel Honda. And I didn't even have to ask them. Randy Keel has the prices posted for every car in their lot.
Well, we've got the best service department to stand behind our vehicles.
Really? Randy Keel showed me they're number 1 in service and sales customer satisfaction. How do you know yours is the best?
My manager told me.
Thanks, but I think I'm going back to Randy Keel Honda to get the best price and the best service.
But I can throw in a free air freshener to put over the rearview mirror.
Nice try.
Randy Keel Honda understands what you need when you're looking for a new or used car. They post their prices clearly, so you don't have to guess, and they'll never pressure you. That's why they're number 1 in service and sales customer satisfaction. And they just won the President's Award from American Honda. Come find out for yourself. Randy Keel Honda is on Center Point Road in Cedar Rapids, or you can visit them at randykeel.com.
You're listening to Colonel Baseball from Beloit on the Zone, ESPN Radio 1600, KCRG, Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Jared Abruzzo singled and scored in the Colonel 3-run first against this tall right-hander, Luis Pena. He's making his 6th start of the year, and his curveball is ruled high and outside, ball 1 to Abruzzo. Jared had a double last night and 2 hits in the opener, and he's 1 for 1 in game 2. He fouls one straight back to even the count at 1-1. Abruzzo, Porter, and Dvorsky. Here's a high little looper into shallow left, and it's going to be over the head of the diving shortstop for another base hit for Abruzzo. Jared is 2 for 2 here in game 2. A little looper punched over the shortstop's head. Chaz Tierney. Tierney made a valiant effort diving headlong into the grass in shallow left, but could not catch it. And Jared Abruzzo is aboard as a leadoff batter. That's the 7th Colonel hit. We're only in the 3rd inning. Swing and a miss by Greg Porter on a pitch down and in, strike 1. Porter gave the Colonels a 1-0 lead with a 2-out RBI single in the 1st inning. Greg Porter, open stance, playing third base in game 2. Takes low and away, ball one. Well, we have to remember that although we've struggled this first half of the year, started off 16-10, since then have gone 10-19, this Colonel Ball Club is a very determined, hard-working group. A double play ball to second. Crabb boots it, throws to first to get the batter into second safely as Abruzzo. Caleb Crabb fumbled a ground ball that he was about to try to turn with and throw to second. And as he fumbled it, Abruzzo took second safely, and Greg Porter is thrown out by the second baseman for the first out of the third inning. Alex Dvorsky was hit by a pitch in the first inning. He'll try to drive home Abruzzo to add to the Colonel 3-0 lead. A high fly ball lifted into straightaway center. Glasses down, Steve Moss shags it for the second out of the inning. Alex Dvorsky, first pitch swinging, flies to center. 2 gone in the Colonel third. Jake Mathis at the plate. Jake delivered a key 2-out, 2-run single in the first inning. He has 3 homers on the year, 19 RBIs, a .259 average. Jake Mathis. And I'm not trying to be Pollyannish or overly optimistic in my assessment of this ball club. I just know how badly they want to succeed and how determined they are to do so. Here's a ground ball to the right side, a good play to his right by Fielder, and Prince throws from the second base position to the pitcher covering to retire Jake Mathis. A fine play to his right on a 2-hopper off the bat of Mathis, pulled by Jake, and Prince Fielder reached out, fielded it, and then threw out the batter. The Colonels waste a leadoff single from Abruzzo in the third inning, no runs. 1 hit. There were no snapper errors. The Colonels strand 1 and have left 4 men aboard in their first 3 at-bats. Beloit won the opener 4-3. We go to the bottom of the third in game 2. The Colonels on top of the Snappers, 3-0.
Miller Lite, Miller time, track 4.
Like a friend that's always been down the road and back again. Without a thought, without a doubt, that's the time to Miller Lite. Like a friend that's always been down the road and back again. Just because that's how it is, that's the times in Miller Lite. It's a taste, it's a slide.
Miller Lite, Miller Brewing Company, Fort Worth, Texas. Live responsibly.
You save big money when you shop Menards.
For a great lawn and garden, shop Menards. Landscape around plants and shrubs with red or gold lava rock. Just $2.24 a bag. Kill dandelions and other weeds with Forever Green Weed and Feed Fertilizer. Only $5.99 a bag. Decorate around plants and shrubs with Landscape Stone and Bark on sale at Menards. Shredded cedar bark is only $2.29 a bag. Tackle tough yard jobs with a Ryobi Electric Trimmer Plus, only $54.88. Save big on landscape lights and lawn decor at Menards. 54-inch tall steel shepherd hooks are only $3.96. Steel 8-foot decorative windmills are only $39.98. Plus, enter to win a Ford Mustang or Coleman canoe. See store for details. Menards is your lawn and garden savings place.
Save big money at Menards.
Delightful sunny Sunday afternoon in southern Wisconsin. The second game of a doubleheader. The Colonels trying to gain a split with the Snappers. We go to the bottom of the third. It's 3-0 Colonels.
Second baseman number 2, Caleb Crabb.
2 weeks from today is Father's Day. And everyone attending the game on Sunday the 15th, it starts at 2, will receive a ticket upon entering the game into a drawing. And the drawing is for a trip for 4 to Anaheim to see our world champion parent Angels play and also go to Disneyland. Also on Father's Day the 15th, you can play catch with Dad on the field following the game. Calix Crabb has taken a strike and he grounds one off the shins of Jake Mathis. An error on Jake and Calix Crabb is safe. That guy has killed us in this series. Calix Crabb, an unusual name and a great ball player, at least against the Colonels. A ground ball at the feet of Mathis, and Jake actually did kick it. It hit him in the right shin for an error. 2 errors cost the Colonels dearly in the 4-3 loss in Game 1. Calix Crabb is aboard. And the batter is Kennard Bibbs. Bibbs lined out to short his first time up. He's a left-handed batter. He fakes a bunt, and Ronnie Ray delivers low, ball 1. Sunday, June 15th, 2 weeks from today, is Father's Day. Just by coming to the game, you could win a trip for 4 to Southern California, to Anaheim. You'll go to Disneyland, and you'll see the Angels play at Edison International Field. Taking a strike at the knees is the left-handed batter, Kennard Bibbs. Calix Crabb is dwarfed by Jake Mathis at first base. Boy, that Crabb has been something in this series. He draws a throw, and he gets back standing up. He's batting just over 200. Had a pair of RBI doubles last night in the 4-0 Beloit shutout win. He's running. A pitch, a strike. The throw to second. Hits Calix Crabb, goes into left field, and Calix holds at second with a stolen base. The throw by Abruzzo tailed off to the right field side of the base and struck the runner as he slid in head first. Crabb was 0 for 2 in Game 1 with a walk. He steals second, Beloit fourth in the league in stolen bases. Kennard Bibbs took strike 2. He waves at a pitch and just got a piece of it to stay alive. A good changeup from Ronnie. Well, the mission of Kennard Bibbs now is to hit the ball on the ground to the right side of the Kernel infield to get Crabb over to third. An error and a stolen base, and Beloit threatens here in the third inning. Beloit at home here at Pullman Field is 1-12 and lost 14. The 1-2 from the 19-year-old Kernel right-hander. After a long look, he steps off the rubber. Fouling one off to the left is the leadoff batter. Count remains 1-2. No better way to treat Dad to fun on Father's Day than to bring him to the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. We'll start at 2 o'clock 2 weeks from today. A ground ball to the right side. Oh, that leadoff batter did his job as Callaspo flips to first to retire Kennard Bibbs. On to third goes Calix Crabb, and again I have to commend the Snappers and their manager, Don Money. He demands that the game be played the right way. And it was, as Kennard Bibbs gave himself up, grounded out to second. Now Beloit has a runner at third with only one out, and Chaz Turney, who lined out to center his first time up, could put Beloit on the board with a ground ball. Instead, he drills one over the head of Quan Cosby, and it's extra bases. It's 3-1, and into second is Chaz Turney in scoring position. Oh, Chaz Turney drilled one over the head of left fielder Quan Cosby to make it a 3-1 game in favor of the Kernels here in the third inning. Chaz Turney, a booming double over the head of Quan in left field. There's no quit in these Snappers, is there? Not with Don Money as their manager. Jeff Yore struck out and reached on a wild pitch in the first inning. A slider is low and away. Ball 1 from Ronnie Ray. Well, the Kernels have out-hit Beloit 7-2, but only hold a 3-1 lead here in the third inning. That's been the story of our first half. Lots of hits, no walks, and not enough runs. Ball 2 is low to the batter. Yore spells his last name E-U-R-E. He takes a monstrous cut and tips one foul off the chest protector of Abruzzo. Jeff Yore could make it a one-run game with a base hit here in the third inning. Yore singled and scored in the Snapper two-run fifth inning that catapulted them to a win in Game 1. The Kernels have lost the man at the plate here in Game 2, and that's hurt us. A ground ball wrapped foul past third, right between Don Money and the third base line itself. Yore is from Old Dominion. an 18th round pick in Milwaukee. He's 22 years old. He was taken in the 18th round 2 seasons ago. Has spent his first 2 years of pro ball with the Ogden Raptors. Now in his 3rd season as a Beloit snapper. Points his elbow straight back to the screen and looks at ball 3, a changeup in the dirt. Lurking on deck is Prince Fielder. The inning started with an error. The 2-run 5th in Game 1. A Beloit victory also started with a Kernel error. So every mistake we make is magnified. A ground ball to third. Greg Porter looks the runner back to second and fires to first to get your. Boy, it's fun to see Greg Porter having fun playing baseball. Greg loves playing the infield. A pretty hard hit ball, and Porter using a Nomar Garcia Parra glove
Number 34, Prince Fielder.
threw out Jeff Yore. Greg joked with me the other day when he came in Thursday night at Philip Elstrom Stadium in the last inning as a shortstop. Apparently the Kernels, oh no, a wild pitch on ball 1. The Kernels were trying to walk Prince Fielder, and for all of you that say there should be an automatic walk, you just heard the reason why there isn't. Ronnie Ray heaved one over the head of Abruzzo. It was ball 1 all right, but it sent Chaz Tierney to third on a wild pitch. Boy, oh boy. Sometimes you are reminded very, very obviously why these fellas are honing their trade in the minor leagues. There's ball 2. You'll see it every now and then. When you're trying to walk a man intentionally, you'll throw one away, and Ronnie Ray did that. So far, it hasn't cost him a run, but you never know, do you? Here's ball 3 to Prince Fielder. The Kernels are walking Fielder to get to another left-handed batter, Travis Hinton. 3-1 Kernels, bottom of the 3rd inning, Game 2 of a doubleheader. Beloit won the opener 4-3. There's ball 4, so Ronnie is able to throw 3 more that were balls to Jared Abruzzo.
Designated hitter number 25, Travis Hinton.
Travis Hinton is licking his chops. He'd love to burn the Kernels as they walk Fielder to get to him. Travis Hinton struck out leading off the 2nd inning. Beloit has capitalized on a Kernel error to score a run here in the 3rd. They have runners at the corners with 2 out. For Travis Hinton from Chandler Gilbert Community College in Arizona. Our Director of Entertainment, Dana St. Germain, is on hand here this afternoon. As Ronnie Ray brings a strike in at the knees to Travis Hinton. It's great to have you with us. We hope it's as nice in eastern Iowa as it is here in southern Wisconsin. Picture perfect sunny Sunday afternoon for a doubleheader. You know, here it is June 1st, and I haven't had to use a fan the whole season long. In other words, it's never been too hot for comfort. Ball 1 is low to the left-handed batter. A changeup and swing and a miss. Strike 2 to Travis Hinton. The Snappers trail at 3-1. Ronnie Ray goes to the rosin bag. We're in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Chaz Tierney at 3rd. Prince Fielder at 1st. A pitch jackhammered foul over the picnic deck in right field. Whew. Travis Hinton was right on that Ronnie Ray delivery, but cranked it foul. Ronnie is still ahead of the left-handed batter. Just misses away with the fastball. Boy, I like Ronnie Ray's approach. He has no fear for a 19-year-old. With runners at the corners, the 2-out 2-2. Ruled ball 3 low. A pretty good cut fastball below the knees, apparently, to Travis Hinton. A grandstand roof here at Pullman Field, protecting 8 rows of blue bucket seats and then 8 rows of aluminum back bleachers. The runners go. A high drive into center sends Melgarejo back. Ransell plenty of room. Makes the grab to end the inning. Travis Hinton flies out to center. Beloit scores 1 run unearned on 1 hit, 1 Colonel error, a stolen base, a walk, and the Snappers leave 2. They've stranded 4.
Doing great for the birthday party here.
The Kernels lost the first game today, 4-3. We go to the top of the 4th in the second game, and the Kernels lead the Snappers 3-1.
Life is a process of continuous change. Each of us has to be prepared to adjust to constantly changing events. One way you can make sure you're taking care of all the changes in your life is to visit Phil Andrews, your Pekin insurance agent at Weidenhammer Andrews in Cedar Rapids. You can depend on Phil Andrews, your Pekin insurance professional, to give you sound advice on insurance for your home, auto, life, and health. See Phil Andrews at the Weidenhammer Andrews Agency in Cedar Rapids to make your life a little easier.
Budweiser True Music is music created for real music lovers by real musicians, like the Donnas.
We don't put any song on the record that we don't like.
We really try hard to think of it as an album instead of a single and then some other filler songs. I know everyone tries to write a great album. Yeah, a lot of people say it, but do they stress out about it and cry?
This moment of true music was brought to you by Budweiser Beer, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
I cannot face anyone but me. Baby, can't you see I know what's right for me? Don't tell me wrong from right. I know just what I like. Yeah, call me crazy, I don't care. Come feel the joy all around each generation. They got their own kind of sounds. Come to shout it out. Listen to it, Pepsi.
Second game of a doubleheader. The Kernels trying to gain a split, having been defeated 4-3 in Game 1. We lead the nightcap 3-1. Ransell Melgarejo, the number 8 hitter, forced a runner at third, grounding out to third in the first inning. Ransell appearing at the plate for the 3rd time in this doubleheader. In the 7th inning, he was used as a pinch hitter and fanned in Game 1. Luis Pena has settled down after giving up 3 runs with 2 outs in the first inning. His slider is a beauty, a strike call to Ransell. The State Farm Major League Scoreboard is brought to you by State Farm Insurance agents Dale Thompson, Al Shetler, Lanny Peterson, and Gary Shubat. A sweeping curve is outside. It's 1-1 to Melgarejo. A curve, and he knocks it foul over the Colonel first base dugout, strike 2. Here are finals in the American League. At Sky Dome, the Blue Jays outslugged the Red Sox 11-8. In 17 innings at Comerica Park, a broken bat grounder to third. Picking it up is Jeff Yore, and on to first to get Melgarejo. We've had some broken bats here today. Melgarejo's 0 for 2 as he grounds out to third to open the Colonel fourth. In 17 innings at Comerica Park, and I doubt if Roger Clemens won his 300th, he'll try to do so at Wrigley Field, I think, next week. The Yankees in 17 innings outlast the Tigers in a wild one, 10-9. In 10 innings at Jacobs Field, Cleveland trimmed the White Sox 5-4. Ball one is inside to Quan Cosby. Our parent club, the 2002 World Champion Angels, stomped the Devil Rays at Tropicana Field this afternoon, 9-4. The Orioles edged the Rangers at Camden Yards, 5-4. A slider inside corner at the knees, a called strike to Quan. At the Metrodome, the Mariners trounced the Twins 9-5. And a final from Kauffman Stadium as Quan takes low for a ball. A final from Kauffman Stadium today. Oakland knocked off the Royals 6-4. We have 4 finals in the National League. The 2-1 to Quan. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Florida played at home, and they lost to the Reds, Cincinnati 9, the Marlins 6. First game of a doubleheader at Veterans Stadium, Philadelphia 4, Montreal 3. We'll check the second game a little later. It has not gone final yet. A let-up is low and away, and the count full to the Colonel number 9 hitter Quan Cosby. He flew out to center to open up the second inning. A final from Busch Stadium. The Cardinals shaded the Pirates 5-4. Quan draws a walk. That's been a rarity for the Kernels this year, drawing walks. It was one of our team's strengths a year ago, a one-out walk, the first of the afternoon, issued by Luis Pena. And at Wrigley Field, after the Cubs won a 17-inning 1-0 game yesterday, Houston stomped the Cubs today at Wrigley 9-3. This afternoon, the Giants hosting the Rockies. Milwaukee, the parent club of these Snappers, playing the Dodgers at Chavez Ravine. San Diego and the Diamondbacks hooking up at Jack Murphy. And tonight, a game you'll hear right on the zone, the Braves and Mets at Shea Stadium, ESPN Sunday Night Baseball. Ball one is low to Erick Aybar. Erick is 0 for 2 in this game. He shoots one in the air to shallow center. It may drop. It does drop. Great base running by Quan Cosby as he hustles over to third, standing. Oh, Quan Cosby read that ball beautifully, much better than I did. Erick Aybar golfed one into shallow center, beyond the reach of second baseman Calix Crabb, and in front of the hard-charging center fielder Steve Moss. And no hesitation by Cosby as he ran to third without a play. First and third, one out for B.J. Weed as the Kernels hope to add to a 3-1 advantage here in the fourth inning. Our look at the State Farm Major League Scoreboard was brought to you by State Farm Insurance agents Lanny Peterson, Al Shetler, Jerry Shubat, and Dale Thompson. B.J. Weed reached on an infield single his last time up. He's 1 for 2. The tall right-hander steps off the rubber. B.J. trying to add to a Colonel lead here in the fourth inning. Cosby at third, Aybar at first. A ground ball up the middle, diving try by the second baseman off his glove. A run scores, Quan Cosby. On to third goes Aybar on a base hit past the second baseman by B.J. Weed. It's 4-1 Kernels. B.J. ripped one to the right of the diving second baseman off of Crabb's glove into center field. Cosby scored from third to make it 4-1. Erick Aybar scurried over to third base as B.J. Weed has collected his 17th run driven into the season, and he makes it 4-1 Kernels here in the fourth inning. B.J. Weed with a ground ball single, a one-hop shot off the second baseman's glove into center field. Weed drives home Quan Cosby.
Little girl named Rachel over by the...
Here in the fourth inning. Rich Cedar, the Beloit pitching coach, out to the mound. And the Kernels have their original 3-run lead back with Callaspo at the plate. Ball one is outside to Alberto. First and third, still only one out. Ball two is upstairs to the Colonel switch-hitting second baseman, who's 2 for 2 today. He leads the league in hits and runs scored, and he's batting .325, Alberto Callaspo. Lifts one foul off to the left. The count 2-1 now. A left-hander is up in the Snapper bullpen. And that left-hander warming up for Beloit is Craig Breslow. Alberto with the runner going from first, grounds one to Prince Fielder. He'll throw home, and the runner is out at the plate. Out at the plate, the Kernels lose their second runner at home plate today. Erick Aybar did not slide, and Prince Fielder very calmly, without even using his feet, just whipped the throw home. It was all arm, and the play went 3-2. Well, B.J. Weed was running as Callaspo grounded one to the first baseman, who threw home to get Erick Aybar. A big, big play by Prince Fielder as he threw home to get Erick. I don't know if Aybar knew that Prince was going to throw home or what, but it just didn't look like he was coming home with a full head of steam. Jared Abruzzo, trying to go 3 for 3 here in Game 2, takes a slider outside, ball 1. Jared singled and scored in the first, led off the third inning by dumping a single into left center, but was stranded. Weed at second, Callaspo at first, the 1-0 to the Colonel cleanup batter. A high deep drive foul, way out of here, but foul for strike 2. Over the Colonel bullpen it goes. 1-1 to Jared. I said a long strike 2. It's 1-1 to Abruzzo. A few of the folks have headed home, but most have stayed on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. Pena set. A breaking pitch stayed outside. It's 2-1 to Jared. Beloit won the opener 4-3. The Colonels lead this one 4-1 with 2 on and 2 out in the fourth inning. A check of second and a pitch homeward. A ground ball to second should end the inning. Calix Crabb on to first to get Jared Abruzzo. Abruzzo retired for the first time today, grounding out to second. A one-out walk by Quan Cosby helps the Colonels add to their lead. The Colonels score 1 run in the fourth inning on 2 base hits. There were no Beloit errors. The Colonels strand 2 and have left 6 men on in their 4 at-bats. We go to the bottom of the fourth inning at Pullman Field. The Colonels now leading the Snappers 4-1.
Whether you're a serious athlete or a weekend warrior, injuries can take you out of your game. Smart athletes know that Physiotherapy Associates in Cedar Rapids are the experts in the treatment and prevention of sport-related injuries. Our expert staff serves the metro and surrounding area high school athletes. Physiotherapy Associates of Cedar Rapids, the smart choice in sports medicine. Call us at 398-1569. That's 398-1569. We'll get you back in your game today.
19-year-old Colonel right-hander Ronnie Ray has a 4-1 lead as he's going to pitch to Beloit here in the bottom of the fourth inning. The Snappers captured the first game of this doubleheader 4-3. Colonel Baseball here from Pullman Field, and On the Zone is brought to you all season long in part by the Crown Plaza Hotel. The Crown Plaza Hotel, simplified elegance combined with the latest features and amenities. Crown Plaza Hotel puts you within walking distance of all the great attractions in downtown Cedar Rapids. Ronnie Ray brings a strike in to Steve Moss. Moss, the center fielder, hitting sixth in Don Money's order, singled his first time up. He dances away from a pitch down and in, ball 1. 4-1 Colonels were in the bottom of the fourth inning. Moss looks at a slider down and away for ball 2. After the All-Star break, Thursday, June 19th, Stand for Children Night, McDonald's Baseball Glove Night. A 2-1 is high and inside, ball 3. Boy, wouldn't that be something to be able to come to a professional baseball game and receive a baseball glove? Well, that's not just a pipe dream, it's reality on Stand for Children Night, McDonald's Baseball Glove Night, Thursday, June 19th, the 3-1. Bounce to third. Greg Porter on 2 hops. His long throw just in time to get Steve Moss for the first out of the 4th. Ronnie Ray fell behind 3-1, but got Moss to ground to third. The first 1,000 youngsters, girls and boys, 12 and under, receive an authentic baseball glove from McDonald's on Stand for Children Night, Thursday, June 19th. The gates open at 6, and you'll want to get there early, kids, because those McDonald's baseball gloves, a one-hopper diving stop at third by Porter, and he throws out Pedro Esparagoza. Greg Porter was really tested. He's had 3 assists this afternoon at third base in Game 2. Pedro Esparagoza hit a one-hop scalding liner at Porter's feet. Greg short-hopped it and threw out the batter. 2 gone in the 4th inning. You'll want to come early on Stand for Children Night, McDonald's Baseball Glove Night. Those baseball gloves will go to the first 1,000 kids 12 and under. Man, real baseball gloves being given out by McDonald's on Thursday, June 19th. I remember growing up, going to Busch Stadium. The Cardinals never gave away baseball gloves. They did have a bat day, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. Ball 1 is outside to Nick Carter. He took a strike. Ronnie Ray's working quickly. Swing and a miss on a changeup. Nick Carter in the hole, 1-2. We have fireworks. You know how much you enjoyed the Commercial Federal Bank fireworks a week ago Friday night at home. Well, Saturday the 21st, Procter & Gamble will be putting on fireworks. Nubbing one foul to the base of the backstop is Nick Carter. Procter & Gamble Fireworks Night, Saturday, June 21st. Ronnie's 1-2 pitch. Driven into left, Quan Cosby has a good jump on it, and breaking quickly to his left and going back, Quan snares it. A 1-2-3 inning for Ronnie Ray. Nick Carter flies out to left. Down in order go the Snappers for the first time in Game 2 at the hands of 19-year-old Colonel right-hander Ronnie Ray. It was 4-3 Snappers in Game 1. We go to the top of the 5th in the second game of the Twin Bill. The Colonels lead Beloit 4-1.
My name is Brenna Lunch, and I grew up here in Cedar Rapids, and I just graduated from Jefferson High School last spring. I was a drum major, I was in show choir and choir, I was dance team captain. I didn't really know what I wanted to do when I got older, so I figured Kirkwood was the place to go to get your basic education. It's going to be smaller classes, so it's not going to be jumping right into the huge universities. More personal, one-on-one teacher-student relationships. I'm actually majoring in a 2-year degree program, so I'll get my AA after 2 years at Kirkwood. So 2 years at Kirkwood, 2 years at UNI, and everything transfers over, so it'll be really nice. I'm taking pre-college writing. I'm also taking Calculus 1, and then I'm taking a Fundamentals of Jazz and Modern Dance, which is a night. They're actually new this year, so a lot of people don't know about them. I have some more friends that are going there, and it'll be easy to go into a college where I know people as well as teachers, and I'll be close to home.
Log on to kirkwood.edu.
Remember when you were a child and there was a safety patrol person near your school to make sure you could cross the street safely? Don't you wish you had a safety patrol with you to help you conduct your life safely? Scott Draper, your Pekin Insurance agent at Sheets Forest Draper Insurance in Marion, can help you feel safe with the right insurance coverages. For the right insurance for your home, auto, life, health, and business, see your Pekin Insurance agent, Scott Draper at Sheets Forest Draper Insurance in Marion.
Gave the Kernels a big lift with a 2-out run-scoring single back in the first. He also scored. He's 1 for 2, and he swings at a sinker from Luis Pena, missed it, strike 1. Here in the top of the 5th, with the Kernels leading 4-1, trying to gain a split in a twin bill, we'll bring you our Colonel Did You Know question. A curve, and it's lifted into right. Drifting to his right is Nick Carter battling the sun, and he has it, 1 out in the Colonel 5th inning. The Colonel Did You Know question brought to you by the Kernels. Visit us online at www.kernels.com, Kernels. You can order tickets or preview coming attractions and promotions at the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. You can also reach us at our box office number, 896-7560, 896-7560. Ooh, Alex Dvorsky is hit, and I bet his hand is numb and his elbow is throbbing as he was struck in the just above the left elbow. The second time Alex has been drilled by a pitch from right-hander Luis Pena. The first pitch bore right in on Alex and struck him. Our Colonel Did You Know question concerns a legendary name in baseball, Johnny Sain. Our Colonel Did You Know question, did you know that Johnny Sain served as the pitching coach for 6 different major league teams? He did things his way and oftentimes butted heads with his manager, but Johnny Sain was a renowned pitching coach. A pitch in the dirt, and that sends Dvorsky to second. I don't know what they'll rule it. Well, I said in the dirt, so I guess it's a wild pitch, but I'm not sure it was in the dirt. Let's check with the official scorer. It is a pass ball, a rare one on Pedro Esparragoza. And I agree with the call. The ball was not in the dirt. It got in the dirt after it left the glove of Esparragoza. Johnny Sain served as the pitching coach for 6 different big league clubs. Johnny Sain was called the thinking man's pitching coach. He didn't go out and talk to pitchers very often on the hill. He helped prepare them for their starts. He did not believe in running, and that's a rarity. Most pitching coaches think that the power is derived from the legs, and therefore you better run and condition yourself between starts. Johnny Sain didn't believe that a pitcher had to run. In fact, he didn't think it was productive. A 3-0 pitch to Mathis, and Jake lofts it into right. It'll be caught out there by Nick Carter. Tagging and holding at second is Alex Dvorsky. The Colonels turned Jake Mathis loose on 3-0, and he skied to left or to right for the second out of the inning. Johnny Sain was the man who taught the slider to so many pitchers. And he was the pitching coach for the Yankees from 61 through 63. The Minnesota Twins, as they won the American League Championship in 65 and 66. Johnny Sain was the pitching coach for Sam Mealy. In 1970, Johnny Sain served as the pitching coach for the Detroit Tigers under Mayo Smith. Then, with the California Angels, Sain was the pitching coach from 71 through 75. The the Southside Hitmen, the 77 White Sox, were coached by Johnny Sain. Their pitchers were. And the Atlanta Braves, those awful Atlanta teams in 85 and 86, had Johnny Sain as their pitching coach. It's 1-1 to Rancel Melgarejo. A curve just missed inside. Rancel trying to add to a Colonel lead here in the 5th inning, batting with Dvorsky at second and 2 out. So Johnny Sain was the pitching coach for 6 different big league teams over the course of 3 decades. Swing and a tip foul on a slider, and Rancel even on the count 2-2. Of course, the saying you may have heard of, Spahn and Sain and Pray for Rain, that came in 1948 when Johnny Sain combined with Warren Spahn as a 1-2, the 1-2 aces in the American League champion Boston Brave rotation. The 2-2 to Rancel with Dvorsky leading away from second. Swing and a miss on a slider. Melgarejo swung hard but didn't connect in the 5th inning. No runs for the Colonels. No hit to hit batter, a pass ball. No Beloit errors. The Colonels strand their 7th runner of Game 2. Beloit took the opener 4-3. We go to the home half of the 5th in the nightcap here at Pullman Field on a beautiful Sunday, and the Colonels lead the Snappers 4-1.
Toyota takes another leap forward in material handling efficiency. Hop Toyota Lift would like to introduce you to the new Toyota AC Electric Forklift. AC technology provides unprecedented acceleration, dramatically increasing operator cycle times, thus increasing production. And because DC components are no longer needed, you will significantly lower your maintenance costs. A clean running, dependable unit is the result. Coupled with today's attractive interest rates, there's never been a better time to join Toyota's AC revolution. Contact Hub Toyota Lift in Cedar Rapids, Peoria, Des Moines, and Davenport.
Your Cedar Rapids and Marion Hy-Vees are proud to support one of our community's most renowned and cherished assets, the Cedar Rapids Kernels. Your Cedar Rapids and Marion Hy-Vees believe in the core values that comprise the essence of Kernel baseball: fun, wholesome, affordable entertainment for us all. As you look ahead to the many joys of summer, your Cedar Rapids and Marion Hy-Vees encourage you to visit the fabulous new Veterans Memorial Stadium. Your Cedar Rapids and Marion Hy-Vees, embracing Kernel baseball, a community treasure.
Looking for a sure way to bring your daughter or son the thrill of a lifetime? Then visit Taco Bell and register them for a chance to be drawn as a Taco Bell Baseball Buddy. As a Taco Bell Baseball Buddy, your child will receive a Taco Bell Baseball Buddy t-shirt. Collect autographs from the Kernels and take the field with a Kernel player for the national anthem. Being a Taco Bell Baseball Buddy will provide your kid with an unforgettable feeling of excitement. All it takes is a visit to Taco Bell.
A noon game Tuesday against the Kane County Cougars. He threw 4 shutout innings but lost it 1-0. He's retired 4 straight snappers and deals just downstairs ball 1 to Calix Crabb, who reached on an error, stole second and scored in the 3rd inning. 4-1 Kernels. Ronnie needs to pitch 5 innings to qualify for a potential win, and he fires a strike call to the switch hitter batting left-handed, Calix Crabb. The 1-1. Down and in, ball 2. Johnny Stain, the subject of our Colonel Did You Know question, served as the pitching coach for 6 different big league teams. Specialized in teaching the slider and didn't believe in running. Didn't believe that pitchers needed to run to condition themselves. Strike 2 called on the outside corner to the batter. Johnny Stain won 20 games 4 different times. S-A-I-N. Also a very good hitter. Ball 3 down and away to Calix. A left-hander, Craig Breslow, is warming up in the left field snapper bullpen, and he may come on to pitch the 6th inning. Crabb hits a comebacker, and Ronnie Ray runs it to first, tosses it underhand to Jake Mathis. Boy, Ronnie Ray's now retired 5 in a row as he gets the pesky number 9 hitter Calix Crabb on a payoff pitch to wrap back to the mound. Kennard Bibbs now at the plate. Bibbs is 0 for 2 today. In the 2nd game, that is. He didn't play in game 1. The first pitch from Ronnie is a chopper to first. Jake Mathis won't have an easier play all year. Well, it wasn't as easy as I should make it out to be. Jake had to battle the sun. It was a Baltimore chop. Jake fielded it 1 step from the bag. After fielding it, took 1 step and tagged first. Kennard Bibbs is gone. There are 2 out in the snapper 5th inning, and that's 6 in a row for Ronnie Ray. Here from Beloit, a friendly message, a reminder from Peck's Flower and Garden Shop. A high pop foul, strike 1 off to the right by Chaz Turney. Peck's Flower and Garden Shop reminds you that there's still plenty of time to plant for a colorful summer. Peck's has a wonderful selection of plants for sunny or shady areas for your summer gardens and to grow in pots. Annual flower plants, perennial plants. Perfect for deck and patio pots are the tropical plants at Peck's. Many interesting varieties. They're 20% off the regular price. 20% off also at Peck's are outdoor hanging baskets, large full baskets loaded with blooms varieties for sun or shade. The count is 1-2 now to Chaz Tierney. Ronnie's pitch. In the dirt, a slider. Peck's also has a wide selection of miniature garden flags, wind socks, and wind chimes, plus those brightly colored fun garden spinners. With 2 out and the bases empty, Ronnie delivers. A high drive smacked into deep right. B.J. Weed on the run. Near the track has it. A fine running catch in deep right on a well-hit ball the other way by Chaz Tierney. And Ronnie Ray has retired the side in order for the 2nd straight time. And he has qualified for a possible win here this afternoon. He got Chaz Tierney to sky to deep right. Let's finish our thoughts on Peck's Flower and Garden Shop. They're open till 8 weeknights. Get out and plant. Enjoy colorful flowers all summer long. Visit Peck's Flower and Garden Shop at the corner of Blair's Ferry and Edgewood Roads Northeast. Peck's has been growing with the Cedar Rapids area since 1956. Down in order go the Snappers in the bottom of the 5th inning. The Kernels dropped the opener to Beloit 4-3. After 5 innings in the nightcap, the Kernels up on the Snappers 4-1.
What can I help you with here at Big Time Motors?
Well, I'm looking for a used car. I like this one. What's the price?
Listen, lady, I don't sell prices, I sell cars. But I guess if you must know, it's this.
Wow. That's $2,000 more than the one low price on the exact same car at Randy Keel Honda. And I didn't even have to ask them. Randy Keel has the prices posted for every car in their lot.
Well, we've got the best service department to stand behind our vehicles.
Really? Randy Keel showed me they're number one in service and sales customer satisfaction. How do you know yours is the best?
My manager told me.
Thanks, but I think I'm going back to Randy Keel Honda to get the best price and the best service.
But I can throw in a free air freshener to put over the rearview mirror.
Nice try.
Randy Keel Honda understands what you need when you're looking for a new or used car. They post their prices clearly, so you don't have to guess, and they'll never pressure you. That's why they're number one in service and sales customer satisfaction. And they just won the President's Award from American Honda. Come find out for yourself. Randy Keel Honda is on Center Point Road in Cedar Rapids, or you can visit them at randykeel.com.
When we met, it's spaghetti, we would never forget Zio Giano's. Now it's where mi amore and I dine in. We carry out the lunch and the dinner all the time for lasagna, ravioli, mandacati, cannelloni, tortellini, or try their delicious salads and sub sandwiches too. Zio Giano's is the hometown taste of Italy. For your next meal with friends and a family, remember Zio Giano's with 5 convenient locations for the pasta that makes you sing.
As we guessed, the Snappers have lifted their starter, Luis Pena, and they've brought in a lefty, an Ivy Leaguer from Yale University, New Haven, Connecticut, Craig Breslow, B-R-E-S-L-O-W. Quan Cosby will flip around and bat right-handed. The Yalie delivers high, ball one. Of course, former President George W. Bush played baseball at Yale, and there's a famous picture of he and Babe Ruth taken, I believe, in the early 30s. Quan takes the next pitch high. Craig Breslow is 0-3 this year. This is his 9th relief appearance, a 3.38 ERA, and he has a save. Craig was 6-2 in 23 relief outings with Ogden a year ago. He delivers a strike on the outside corner. Craig Breslow to Quan Cosby. Quan drew a one-out walk and scored in the 4th inning to put the Kernels ahead 4-1, the score by which we lead right now. Quan smashes one foul off the catcher's mask of Pedro Esparagoza. Other great Ivy League players over the years. Pete Varney, a catcher out of Harvard, played for the Atlanta Braves. Doug Glanville, the center fielder, formerly of the Cubs and Phillies. Doug Glanville went to Penn, University of Pennsylvania. A curve, and that one's bounced foul outside third. Oh, I'm sure there have been plenty of other great Ivy League players. Ron Darling, the starter for the Mets in the 80s, went to Yale. And I know Harvard has a couple of other fellows throughout the minor leagues. Quan Cosby fist one in the air foul onto the grandstand roof. Boy, we could call a triple header today here at Pullman Field. It's so beautiful. Wouldn't that be something to play a triple header? Of course, that would never be approved by organized baseball. That's putting too much stress on the players. But it'd be fun, wouldn't it, to play 3? Ball 3 is low to Quan Cosby. I have a feeling that both the Snappers and Kernels are going to have big, sumptuous suppers tonight. They burned a lot of calories out there playing this doubleheader. The payoff to Cosby is popped into shallow right. Back goes Calix Crabb. He's there, and 60 feet onto the grass in shallow right. He has it. Quan Cosby has popped to second. 1 gone in the Kernels' 6th inning. 4-1 Kernels.
Erick, Aybar.
Oh, gosh, there's got to be more Ivy Leaguers than Doug Glanville, Pete Varney, and George W. Bush. Of course, last year, the Snappers had a poor fellow that went 0-11 here, John Stites from Harvard. Here's a ground ball, foul outside of third. Extra bases for Aybar had it been fair. You know, it's funny. John Stites was 0-11 last year for Beloit, and this, you probably won't believe me, but you've got to be a pretty good pitcher to go 0-11. Because, A, you have to be in a lot of close games. B, you have to be around to be pitching in those close games. A hook from Breslow is down and in, and it's ball one to Erick Aybar. Erick serving as the leadoff batter in this game 2. Watches a fastball pop into the mid of Esperagoza, high and inside. Ball 2 to Erick. The center fielder, Steve Moss, shaded into right center. The 2-1. Pops foul way down the right field line. A lovely setting for baseball here in Beloit. We're part of a park that has a very unusual recreational facility. It's both an ice arena in the winter and a rollerblading rink and roller hockey rink in the spring and summer. A dual purpose. Aybar smashes one off to the right, and the count remains even to Erick. Yeah, that facility is used a lot by the youngsters in this area to play both ice hockey in the winter and roller hockey in the spring and summer. A ground ball off the batter's thumbs, ranging far to his left and throwing Aybar out as the third baseman. Jeff Yore, he made a good play to his left, had to show quick feet, and then had to throw it from a submarine position, but his peg was in time to get Erick Aybar. Boy, Craig Breslow, the lefty, came right in on the thumbs of Erick, and Aybar rolls out to third. 2 out in the Kernels' 6th inning, nobody on. For B.J. Weed, B.J. singled off the glove of Calix Crabb at second, driving in a run in the 4th inning. Ball 1 in the dirt from the southpaw. Yale University. My late father went to college there and had a great deal of respect for it. Here's a bunt between the first base line and the mound, and the throw to first is dropped by Prince fielder. It may be an error on Prince, or they may rule it a bunt single for BJ. We'll wait and see. Not an easy call for the official scorer. They may have to charge fielder with an error. I don't know if he lost the ball in the sun or if B.J. Weed distracted him. I thought the throw was pretty good by the pitcher. It was, and Prince has been charged with an error. A very good bunt, though, by B.J. Weed, E3. Here's a deep drive into left, way back, and it's going to be over the head of Kennard Bibbs. B.J. Weed's going to be waved home. He'll score. The throw home not made, and it's 5-1 Kernels. Alberto Callaspo, with his second double of the second game, is 3 for 4 as he jackhammered one over the head of Kennard Bibbs in left field, and the error by Prince Fielder has cost Beloit a run. The RBI for Callaspo makes it 5-1 Kernels here in the top of the 6th inning. Oh, Alberto Callaspo belted one over the head of the left fielder, and with 2 out, B.J. Weed scored standing up to give the Kernels their biggest lead of the afternoon in the second game, 4 runs, 5-1. The batter is Jared Abruzzo facing Craig Breslow. And Jared takes a strike on the inside corner. Alberto Callaspo, with his third hit of the nightcap, drives home B.J. Weed. B.J. laid a bunt down and reached on an error. Swing and a miss on a curve by Abruzzo, strike 2. Jared's in the hole, 0-2. Facing lefty Craig Breslow, who's been touched for an unearned run. Swing and a tip foul held by the catcher Esperagoza. Abruzzo fans to end the Kernels' 6th inning. The Kernels, though, score an unearned run. 1 run on 1 hit. Callaspo's third of the game. There was 1 snapper error, their first of the afternoon. And the Kernels leave a runner. We've stranded 8. Will Ronnie Ray take to the mound for the bottom of the 6th inning? We don't know yet. Beloit won the opener of this doubleheader 4-3. We go to the bottom of the 6th in Game 2. The Kernels own a 5-1 lead over the Snappers.
When you need group transportation, there is only one name you need to remember. That name is Tri-State Travel. transportation provider for the Cedar Rapids Kernels and hundreds of other schools, organizations, and associations in the Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, and Waterloo area. Check our unblemished safety record, compare our pricing, and then climb aboard one of Tri-State Travel's modern deluxe motor coaches and experience our award-winning service. Tri-State Travel, the leader in motor coach group transportation.
There's nothing more exciting at the ballpark than watching the ball leap off the bat and clear the center field fence. The perfect swing can change the course of a game and set the pace for the season. At Rockwell Collins, our employees step up to the plate every day and swing for the fences. Whether it's creating products that travel the world, delivering solutions to customers, or lending a helping hand in our own communities. Rockwell Collins and the Cedar Rapids Kernels, partners in making Cedar Rapids the best place to live, work, and play.
The ability to read. Nothing's more important in predicting the future success of a child. Thanks to the generous, ongoing support of Toyota Financial Services, Kernel players visited a record 25 schools last spring to encourage children to read, with a series of dazzling rewards from Toyota Financial Services serving as incentives. An all-time high, 1,451 girls and boys read last summer. The Kernels salute Toyota Financial Services.
Colonel right-hander Ronnie Ray, 19 years old, could win his first game, cannot lose. A U.S. Cellular call to the Colonel bullpen has gone out, and that U.S. Cellular call to the Colonel bullpen has summoned in lefty Hayden Glemo. Visit a U.S. Cellular store or call U.S. Cellular at 1-888-BUY-USCC, 1-888-BUY-USCC. U.S. Cellular, we connect with you. Tri-State Travel Motor Coach driver Marv James. Boy, it's been a long afternoon. Marv James is here, and he's here with his family this weekend. Marv grew up in the Rockford area, and he's going to watch Hayden Glemo pitch here to Jeff Yore to lead off the bottom of the sixth inning. A little nubber behind the plate foul, strike one. Here's the numbers for Ronnie Ray. He was outstanding. He went 5 innings, gave up 1 run on 2 hits, struck out 2, walked 1. Ronnie Ray, 5 innings pitched, 1 run, 2 hits, 2 strikeouts, and only 1 walk. Hayden Glemo last pitched Wednesday in a Kernel 7-3 victory over Kane County. A pitch dips low and in to Jeff Yore, ball 1. Hayden is working for the 21st time out of the Kernel bullpen. He's won 3, he's lost 1, an ERA of 3.34. Yore pounds 1 foul past Don Money, the Beloit skipper coaching at third. Glemo in 29 2/3 is allowed just 22 hits. Fanned 27 men in 29 2/3, walked 14, the league hitting .208 against Hayden Glemo. On Wednesday night, at Philip Elstrom Stadium, he pitched 2 scoreless innings. A line drive into right field is a leadoff single for Jeff Yore. Hayden Glemo left a pitch up out over the plate, and it's the 3rd hit of Game 2 for Beloit. The Kernels lead this one in the 6th inning, 5-1, trying to gain a split in the doubleheader. Yes, Tri-State Travel Motor Coach driver Marv James is here, and Marv's enjoyed the company of his wife and 2 delightful kids here in Beloit. Marv grew up in Rockford and knows this area very well. Marv will be taking us to the Beloit Central YMCA tomorrow morning for a workout. A slider is ball 1 to Prince Fielder. Hayden Glemo, as is his custom, wearing a long-sleeve red shirt underneath his red Kernel top. Boy, Ronnie Ray was just terrific here this afternoon in his 4th start. In his last 9 innings, Ronnie has given up 1 run on 4 hits. The 1-0 to Prince. Strike on the inside edge. The 4th of July is a Friday this summer, and McDonald's will be giving away regulation wooden Little League bats to the first 1,000 of you kids 12 and under on Friday, July 4th. We play at home at 5 o'clock. The gates open at 4. Friday, July 4th is McDonald's baseball bat night. All kids, not all, the first 1,000 kids 12 and under receive a baseball bat from McDonald's. Then we invite you to stick around following the action to watch the Freedom Festival fireworks from the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. Here's a line shot into right. B.J. Weed, 5 quick steps to his right, gloves it for the out. Prince Fielder rammed one hard, lining out to right for the first out of the Beloit 6th inning. You can watch the fireworks, the downtown fireworks, from the comfort of the new Veterans Memorial Stadium following our Friday, July 4th ball game. It starts at 5. Then Saturday, July 5th, Joliet Jake and brother Elwood are on the loose again at the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. You'll laugh and laugh when you see the Blues Brothers on Saturday, July 5th. Here's a pitch hit a mile high to the right side of the Colonel infield by Travis Hinton, and on the grass in front of the bag at first, Jake Mathis secures it for the second out of the inning. Travis Hinton, 0 for 3, has popped out to first baseman Jake Mathis for the second out of the Beloit 6th inning. 5-1 Kernels, bottom of the 6th, runner at first, Jeff Yore, and the batter is Steve Moss. He's 1 for 2. The Kernels have out-hit the Snappers 10-3 and lead them 5-1 in their quest to split a doubleheader today. Hayden's first pitch to the right-handed batter Moss is outside. A lot of the faithful have headed home to probably start a barbecue on this beautiful Sunday. A change-up, a beauty from Glimo, and it evens the count to Steve Moss, a right-handed batter, 1-1. It doesn't look like Dana St. Germain, our director of entertainment, is still here. Not sure where Dana might have headed. The 1-1 is driven in the air to left. It's going to fall, I think. No! Quan Cosby got a good break on it, and racing to his left, Quan Cosby on the run took care of the drive into left center by Steve Moss. Moss lines to left. Hayden Glimo, no runs in the 6th inning, allowed a leadoff single to Beloit, 1 hit. There were no Colonel errors, and the Snappers leave a runner aboard, their 5th stranded. We may be headed towards a split. Beloit won the first one 4-3. After 6 in the nightcap, Kernels 5, Snappers 1.
This is an emergency. This isn't. Say it's an evening or a weekend, and you have a, or perhaps even a, you don't need, but you'd rather not, for your doctor's office to open. That's when it's time to visit a Mercy Care Urgent Care Clinic. Just walk in, limp in, or even crawl in. And a Mercy Care physician will help you feel better, faster. There's a Mercy Care Urgent Care Clinic near you. Mercy Care North on Collins Road Northeast, and the new Mercy Care South on Edgewood Road Southwest. Open Monday through Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 9 p.m., and weekends 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. So, next time you have, visit a Mercy Care Urgent Care Clinic in your neighborhood.
Nature provides a built-in mechanism for animals to get ready for their future. Animals start hoarding food in the early autumn, knowing it will be scarce during the winter. We don't seem to have that same kind of savvy. Pekin Insurance Agent Teresa Brunsheen at Family Insurance Center in Monticello can help you plan ahead. Teresa can help you make sure you have the right insurance coverages for your particular needs. Nature's message is clear. Prepare. See Teresa Brunsheen, your Pekin Insurance Agent in Monticello at Family Insurance Center.
Hall, a right-hander, is on to pitch the 7th, and he spins a breaking pitch low and in. Ball 1 to Greg Porter. Craig Breslow, the lefty from Yale, pitched 1 inning, gave up 1 run unearned on 1 hit, struck out 1, walked none. Greg Porter is 1 for 3. He's now 2 for 4 as he lofts a single off the end of the bat into center. Greg Porter has the 11th Colonel hit of the day, stroking one off the end of his bat in front of the center fielder, Steve Moss.
The designated hitter, number 31, Alex Dvorsky.
Bo Hall, a right-hander. 1-1 on the year, on for the 19th time, has 6 saves for Beloit, an ERA of 4.01. So Don Money wants to get his closer some work. Bo Hall. A throw to first, and Porter's back safely. Josh Allison picked up a save in the first game, a 4-3 snapper victory. Now Bo Hall is on here in the top of the 7th. Alex Dvorsky loops one into shallow right center. It's a base hit. One hop knocked down by Moss, and good base running by Greg Porter as he pulls into second. Alex Dvorsky, who's been hit by a pair of pitches today, has singled a Texas League variety into right center, and the Kernels here in the 7th have runners at first and second with nobody out. The batter, Jake Mathis. Bo Hall, a right-hander, is on the mound. Strike one to Jake. Mathis made it 3-0 Kernels in the first inning with a 2-run single into right field. We'll be checking in with Deb Williams, our in-studio engineer, after this Kernel 7th inning to see what else is up on the State Farm Major League scoreboard. In particular, we'll be starting to ask about scores from the West Coast. Pedro Esparagoza out to the mound for a few words with Bo Hall. Now, I'm going to ask the Beloit folks to help me out and tell me if this is Dan Hall or Jeremy Hall. Because there is nobody named Bo. It's obviously a nickname of some sort. A slider is inside, and it's 1-1. Let's ask our friends down press row. Could you fellas in press row tell us if this is Dan Hall or Jeremy Hall? I don't think they heard it. Ball 2 down and in to Jake Mathis. You guys, is this guy Dan Hall or Jeremy Hall? Yes, this is Jeremy Hall, not Dan Hall. Bo Hall, but he wasn't listed as such in the media guide, so we found out he is, in fact, Jeremy Bo Hall. A change-up and a swing and a miss by Jake, strike 2. Hall is 22 years old, and he was taken in the 19th round last year by Milwaukee. He was 2-6 in 9 starts and 7 relief appearances with the Raptors. 2 on and nobody out for Jake Mathis. Hall's 2-2. Inside, a snap throw to second, and it was not in time to get Greg Porter. The shortstop, Chaz Tierney, snuck in behind Greg, and Pedro Esparagoza ripped the throw down to second. The ball arrived at the same time Porter and the shortstop did, and Tierney dropped it. Jake Mathis, with that 2-run single in the first inning, is 1 for 3 today. The payoff pitch, sliced in the air foul, out of play down the left field line. Oh, a fellow with a glove dropped it. That's tough when you bring a glove and then drop one. Tomorrow we'll have the dugout interview for you at 6:10. 6:10 dugout interview time tomorrow. This afternoon, Beloit trimmed the Kernels in the opener 4-3. The Kernels lead the nightcap 5-1. The runners go. A swing and a miss. The throw to third. Greg Porter is out at third. And a double play. Only Greg Porter was running on the 3-2 pitch to Jake, so it's a strike him out, throw him out, double play.
This is the fielder number 21, Rancel Melgarejo.
The caught stealing went Esparagoza to the third baseman, Jeff Yore, and Greg Porter slid in feet first, but was tagged out by Yore. Dvorsky was not running. Alex was holding at first. He's there for Rancel Melgarejo. And a curveball is high and away. Ball 1 to the Kernel center fielder. 0 for 4 today. 0 for 3 in game 2. A strike him out, throw him out, double play. As Hall delivers a slider down and away, ball 2. We are going to check in with our in-studio engineer, Deb Williams, following this Kernel 7th inning to see what has developed further on the State Farm Major League scoreboard. The 2-0. Popped foul, a play for Prince Fielder in the first base coaching box. He has it. An afternoon of frustration for Ransell at the plate as he fouls out to first to end the Kernels' 7th inning. The Kernels put the first 2 on, but didn't make anything of it. No runs. 2 hits. There were no snapper errors. The Kernels leave a pair. We've stranded. The Kernels leave 1, rather. The Kernels leave 1 and have stranded 9 men. We check in now with Deb Williams, our in-studio engineer. The Kernels are 3 outs away from a split with Beloit as we go to the bottom of the 7th. The Kernels lead the Snappers 5-1.
When it comes to fun in the new Veterans Memorial Stadium, nothing compares to the Westdale Mall Mix 96.5 FM Home Run Hot Tub. As you bask in the soothing comfort of the Westdale Mall Mix 96.5 FM Home Run Hot Tub, you'll be taking in the action from a breathtaking perch just above the left field wall. Register for your chance to be drawn as the winner of the Westdale Mall Mix 96.5 FM Home Run Hot Tub by visiting Westdale Mall.
With spring weather here, well, summer is allegedly following. Well, time to call the A-Team at Ahern Plumbing and Heating. The A-Team will check your cooling system to be sure it's working right. Of course, if your heating system is acting up too, then you're still going to need that for a few weeks. The experts at Ahern will come to your rescue 24 hours a day. So call the A-Team at 393-4872 and have your heating and cooling system checked up. 393-4872 for the A-Team at Ahern Plumbing and Heating.
This is Rocky Moselle. This Father's Day, give your dad the most unique gift he'll ever receive. Name a star after him. The International Star Registry will name a star after your father for $54 and a call to 800-282-3333 or visit starregistry.com. The beautiful gift package will be personalized and the star name will be recorded in book form in the U.S. Copyright Office. Call the Star Registry at 800-282-3333 or visit starregistry.com for the gift that shines forever.
A U.S. Cellular call to the Colonel bullpen has Rich Thompson getting some needed work. He'll try to help close this thing out after Hayden Glemo pitched a scoreless 6th, and greeting Rich Thompson with a solid single into center is Pedro Esparragoza. Esparragoza, with his team trailing 5-1, went up hacking and singled into center against Rich Thompson. A U.S. Cellular call to the Colonel bullpen brought to you by U.S. Cellular. Visit a U.S. Cellular store or call U.S. Cellular at 1-888-BUY-USCC. U.S. Cellular, we connect with you. 5-1 Kernels, bottom of the 7th, game 2 of a twin bill. Beloit won the opener 4-3. Nick Carter takes a breaking pitch in there, a strike called from Rich Thompson. Rich should be fresh. He last pitched. Well, let me double check. I believe he pitched Wednesday against Kane County. Smacking one into the screen, strike 2, is Nick Carter. Yes, Rich Thompson pitched a scoreless inning in a Colonel 7-3 victory over the Cougars Wednesday night. Rich Thompson, 18-year-old Colonel Australian, on for the 22nd time this year, leads the club with 4 saves, a 1-1 record with a minuscule ERA of 0.33. Nick Carter is done in on a slider. He waved at it, strike 3. Carter 0 for 3, fans on 3 pitches.
Second baseman number 2, Felix Crabb.
Here at Pullman Field, there's an enticing billboard of a big strawberry sundae from Culver's Frozen Custard and Butter Burgers. Well, you know we have 2 great Culver's locations in our area. Smacking one foul is Calix Crab, strike 1 off to the left. And you can register your son or daughter at either of those Culver's Frozen Custard and Butter Burger locations to be drawn as a Culver's Small Fry. If your kid is drawn as the Culver's Small Fry, by registering them, they'll get to take the field between innings of a Colonel game with a Culver's cap on. A line drive into right is a hit, and stopping at second is Esparragoza. There's that man again, Calix Crab, hurting the Kernels. He scored the only run for Beloit in game 2, and he has the second hit of the inning off Rich Thompson, the 5th of the second game by Beloit. Your son or daughter as the Culver's Small Fry gets to take to the field with the Culver's cap on And that Culver's cap will be autographed by your son or daughter's favorite Kernel player. Mr. Shucks will escort the Culver's small fry out to the diamond and give the Culver's small fry, your son or daughter, a certificate good for a free kids meal at either of our Culver's frozen custard or Butterburger locations. A line drive whistled into right is a base hit, and the tying run comes to the plate here in the 7th inning for Beloit. Boy, the snappers aren't through, are they? Oh, no, they're not. Kennard Bibbs drills a single into right. 3 singles off Rich Thompson have loaded the bases with only 1 out. The 2 Culver's locations, one is in Hiawatha, I-380 Boyston Road, exit 25. I-380, exit 25, the Boyston Road exit. That Culver's frozen custard and Butterburgers is across from Allen's campus. The second Culver's frozen custard and Butterburger location, where you can register your child to be drawn as a Culver's small fry, is on the southwest side, Edgewood Road Southwest, right in front of the Windsong 12 Cinema Complex. Register your daughter or son for their chance to take the field as our Culver's small fry at either of our local Culver's frozen custard and Butterburger locations. Well, Rich Thompson's in some trouble now. The Kernel lead is 4, but the tying runs at the plate in the person of Chaz Tierney. 5-1 Kernels, but 3 hits for Beloit here in the 7th inning. Tierney goes up swinging and loops one foul off to the right. A long afternoon of baseball is far from over as the Kernels try to nail down a split with the Snappers. Beloit has loaded the bases on 3 singles. They now have 6 hits, the Kernels a dozen. Rich Thompson's in some trouble. The 0-1 to Tierney. A curve and a swing and a miss, and Rich is ahead now 0-2. Chaz Tierney has driven in the Snapper's sole run of this second game. He did so on a double in the 3rd inning. Ronnie Ray allowed 1 unearned run in 5 innings of work. The 0-2 to Tierney. Swing and a miss. Strike 3, a curveball. That's the second out of the inning. And there are 2 gone now in the Snapper's 7th inning as Rich Thompson is trying to help Ronnie Ray to his first win of the year. Game 1 took just under 2 hours. Game 2 is right now about an hour and 58 minutes in length. The first pitch is a curve, a knee-buckling curve to Jeff Yore. Strike 1. Yore is 1 for 3. 5-1 Kernels. The Kernels trying to up their road trip record to 3 wins and 4 losses. The 0-1. Blistering fastball ruled high, ball 1 to Yore, E-U-R-E. Rich is set with the bases loaded. A curve is lifted into left down the line. Quan Cosby near the line, and it is a foul ball by a 1.5 foot. It would have tied the game. Oh, my goodness. The Kernels have escaped for the meantime by a whisker of going, well, I can't imagine. That ball didn't even look like it was hit that well. Down the left field line, over the wall, and foul. I'm going to ask my compatriots here in the press box, fellas, how much was that ball foul by? Oh, my gosh. It hit the 325 sign less than a foot from the foul pole. Strike 2 to the batter. Oh, brother. Rich Thompson brings it. Oh, brother, he thought he had him struck out looking. Rich was on his way to the Kernel first base dugout. Beloit just missed tying this game by about a 1.5 feet. I thought Quan was going to catch the ball. It made it over the wall and hit the 325 sign. Almost a grand slam to tie the game. Now a slider, the batter held up apparently. The Kernels wanted the call, didn't get it from Buzz Laird, the base umpire. And now the count's full. We're not out of the woods yet. We are not out of the woods. Look out here. The bases are loaded. Rick Thompson twice has thought he had the batter struck out. Jeff Yore, who narrowly missed a grand slam that would have tied the game. Now the runners will be going. It's 5-1 Kernels. 2 out, bottom of the 7th. Here's the payoff. Ooh, they called it. Strike three! Strike three! And Air is furious. The game is ended, and Air better watch it. He's charging the base umpire. Look out! Look out now. Don Money all over the base umpire. The Kernels have won it 5-1. Oh, Jeff Air is all over the base umpire as he felt he was cheated out of a swing. He feels he was cheated out of a swing, and the Kernels escape by the hair of their chinny chin chin here in the 7th inning. 5-1 victors. And that base umpire is finally out of the grasp, or out of the, well, is he? Yes, he has escaped safely, being escorted by the Beloit general manager. Uh-oh, a fan now. A fan on the umpires. You can't have that. A fan giving it to the umpires. Boy, those guys have to leave as a public here. Oh, brother. In the 7th inning, no runs for Beloit, 3 singles, no Colonel errors. The Snappers leave the bases loaded and strand 8 men, and the Kernels have gained a split, albeit in a very, very narrow fashion, with a 5-1 win here in the nightcap. We'll wrap up a long day of baseball that turns out to be a split, a Beloit 4-3 win, a Kernel 5-1 triumph. We'll do it next on the Kernel Curtain Call.
It's alarming, but true. People do judge you by the words you use. When you speak well, you command respect. You move ahead faster. Verbal Advantage on audio cassettes will give you the words you need to communicate with confidence and flair. All you have to do is listen. Learn more about Verbal Advantage now.
1-800-863-WORD. That's 863-WORD. 1-800-863-WORD.
The new Veterans Memorial Stadium is among the most awe-inspiring attractions in our great community. The most common remark made by first-time visitors to our new ballpark is simply, wow! The dazzling giant scoreboard, the roomy seats, the spacious concourse, and yes, the numerous women's restrooms all evoke that wow reaction. The most alluring element of all, though, is that perfectly nurtured, lush, green field that composes the diamond. Thanks to Peck's Flower Garden and Landscaping, the aura and magic of the Field of Green in the new stadium can be replicated in your very own yard. That's right, the experts at Peck's are teaming up with the renowned Colonel Grounds Crew to award one of you with a Field of Green lawn makeover this spring. Just stop into the Garden Center at Peck's to enter. The Peck's Field of Green dream could be yours. Registered this spring in the Garden Center at Peck's, corner of Blair's Ferry and Edgewood Roads Northeast.
Time for the Colonel's Curtain Call, right here on the Zone, ESPN Radio 1600 AM. With a recap of all the action, the State Farm Major League scoreboard, plus a look ahead to the next Colonel's game, let's rejoin the voice of the Colonels, the one, the only John Rogers, here on the Zone, ESPN Radio 1600 AM.
On a glorious sunny afternoon in southern Wisconsin, the Kernels split a doubleheader with the Beloit Snappers. Beloit overcame a Kernel 3-1 lead in Game 1, scored a pair in the bottom of the 5th, and sent Micah Posey to a loss as Beloit edged the Kernels 4-3. The Kernels bounced back and won Game 2 by the final of 5-1, and they scored 3 of their 5 runs in the first inning with 2 out against the Beloit starter, Luis Pena. With 2 out, Callaspo collected the first of his 3 hits, singling into left. Abruzzo then singled into right, and with runners at first and second and 2 out, Greg Porter grounded a single past the first baseman Prince Fielder. It scored Callaspo, and the Kernels led 1-0. Dvorsky was hit by a pitch to load the bases. Jake Mathis came through as he lined a 2-run single into right, plating Abruzzo and Porter, 3-0 Kernels. Beloit scored their only run of the nightcap, an unearned tally against Ronnie Ray in the 3rd inning. The leadoff batter, Calix Crabb, grounded a ball off the shin of Jake Mathis, an error. Crabb stole second. and with one out, he scored on a Chaz Cherney double into left. It was 3-1 Kernels. The Kernels made it 4-1 in the fourth inning. Cosby walked, advanced to third on a base hit into center by Aybar, and scored on a single off the second baseman's mid into center by B.J. Weed. Quan scored to make it 4-1 Kernels. The Kernels rounded out the second game scoring with a run in the sixth inning. It was an unearned run off lefty Craig Breslow. B.J. Weed reached on an error by Prince Fielder as he bunted his way on. Callaspo then drilled a double over the head of left fielder Kennard Bibbs. Weed scored all the way from first with two out to make it 5-1 Kernels. Things got very hairy in the bottom of the seventh inning. Beloit loaded the bases on three singles against Rich Thompson, and on Rich narrowly gave up a game-time grand slam to Jeff Yore. Yore hit one off the 325 sign just to the left of the left field foul pole. Then on a 3-2 count, a disputed call, a curve at the knees. I thought it was a called strike three. Buzz Laird, the base umpire, ruled it a swinging strike three. So Rich Thompson gave up three hits and struck out the side in the bottom of the seventh inning. The Kernels gain a split with a 5-1 victory in the nightcap. 5 runs, 12 hits, 1 error, 9 left for the Kernels. 1 run, 6 hits, 1 error for Beloit. They left 8. The winning pitcher was Ronnie Ray. He lifts his record to 1-2. He spun 5 innings of 1-run ball, and the only run he gave up was unearned. Ronnie Ray gave up just 2 hits in 5 innings. He's 1-2. The loser was Beloit starter Luis Pena. He's 0-3. The game took 2 hours and 1 minute to play. No attendance was announced. The Kernels split a doubleheader with Beloit. We'll enjoy our Kernel plays of the game next on the Kernel Curtain Call.
Save money by taking the bus to work. By riding the city bus, you could say goodbye to gas and car maintenance costs. Studies show that transportation is second only to housing when it comes to household expenses. Five Seasons Transportation and Parking wants to help your bottom line. We provide bus service to the metro area for the cost of a 75-cent fare. Compare that to your daily gas and parking expenses. Monthly and 10-punch bus passes are also available. For more information, call 286-5573 or visit our website at www.crbus-parking.org.
Coffee works when it's important to you. Coffee works, let your work shine through.
When you think of copies, think of CopyWorks. High-speed copying, color copies, oversized copies, manuals, booklets, graphic design, posters, banners, and presentations. CopyWorks does it better. When it's important to you, CopyWorks lets your work shine through. When you think of copies, think of CopyWorks.
You don't leave your stuff up here from game to game? On a wonderful Sunday afternoon, the Kernels gain a split with Beloit and up their road trip record to 3-4, losing the first one 4-3, capturing the nightcap 5-1. It's time to enjoy our plays of the game here from Pullman Field. With 2 out in the first inning, Callaspo and Abruzzo singled, bringing up Greg Porter. Here's our first Kernel play of the game. Dugout. A ground ball base hit into right by Greg Porter scores Callaspo. Abruzzo will round second and hold on an RBI single peppered into right field by Greg Porter. Porter made it 1-0. Dvorsky was hit by a pitch to load the bases, bringing in Jake Mathis. Here's our second Kernel play of the game. Jake Mathis, a left-handed batter, batting 7th. And he lines a single into right to score 1. Abruzzo is in. Here comes Greg Porter, the throw home. Greg slides in safely. It's a 2-run single for Jake Mathis. Jake Mathis makes it 3-0, picking on the first pitch. He lined it into right field in front of Nick Carter, and 2 runners score. Yes, Jake Mathis made it 3-0 Kernels in the first inning. Our final Kernel play of the game, with the Kernels leading 3-1 in the fourth inning. Quan Cosby the Kernels had runners at first and third. Cosby at third, Aybar at first, and the batter was B.J. Weed. A ground ball up the middle, diving try by the second baseman off his glove. A run scores. Quan Cosby on to third goes Aybar on a base hit past the second baseman by B.J. Weed. It's 4-1 Kernels. 4-1 Kernels. They added a run in the sixth on an RBI double by Callaspo, and behind Ronnie Ray, took the nightcap 5-1. Those are our Kernel plays of the game. A doubleheader split in Beloit. 4-3 Snappers, 5-1 Kernels. We'll put a wrap on a long afternoon of baseball next with a complete look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard.
Here's a fact about the new Veterans Memorial Stadium I bet you didn't know. All of the grounds surrounding our community's newest source of pride are maintained by Greg's Lawn Service. That's right, it's Greg's Lawn Service that provides you with that initial lift when you approach our magnificent new ballpark. Greg's Lawn Service can put their first-class signature on your yard, elevating it to the same immaculate condition you see around the stadium. Greg's Lawn Service, a cut above the rest since 1983.
Papa John's pizza, it's so good. Better is best, that's understood. Better call Papa John's tonight. Better call Papa, he's got it right. Better ingredients, better pizza.
Papa John's. Attention baseball fans, call your local Papa John's for our home run special. Get a large pizza with up to 3 toppings of your choice for only $9.99.
Papa John's. Better call Papa.
Sunday afternoon, the Kernels split a doubleheader with the Snappers, Beloit winning the first game 4-3, the Kernels rebounding for a 5-1 triumph in the nightcap. Thanks to State Farm Insurance agents Al Shetler, Lanny Peterson, Dale Thompson, and Gary Schubat, we now have just a bunch of scores, and we'll start in the American League where everything's final on the State Farm Major League scoreboard. At Skydome this afternoon, the Blue Jays flew over Boston 11-8. In 17 innings, Roger Clemens did not get win number 300. He'll try to do it at Wrigley Field next week. In 17 innings, the Yankees outlasted the Tigers at Comerica Park 10-9. In 10 innings at Jacobs Field, the Tribe turned back the White Sox 5-4. Our parent club, the 2002 World Champion Angels, trounced Tampa Bay at Tropicana Field today, 9-4 Angels. Baltimore nipped the Rangers 5-4 playing at home at Camden Yards. The Mariners had their way with the Twins this weekend at the Metrodome. Seattle throttled the Twins 9-5 this afternoon. And a final to complete our look at the American League State Farm Major League scoreboard. From Kauffman Stadium, the Athletics knocked off the Royals 6-4. Here are finals from this afternoon in the National League. First of all, from Miami's Joe Robbie Stadium, the Reds whipped Florida 9-6. A doubleheader win for the Phillies at home over the Expos by scores of 4-3. Game 1, 4-3 Philadelphia. Game 2, Phillies 4, Montreal 3. So a doubleheader sweep of Montreal by Philadelphia. At Busch Stadium, the Redbirds trimmed the Pirates 5-4 today. After the Cubs won in 17 innings at Wrigley yesterday, they bowed to Houston. The Astros stomped the Cubs 9-3 at Wrigley this afternoon. A shutout for the Giants over the Rockies, 4-0 at Pac Bell. The Giants blanked Colorado. They're in the 9th inning at Chavez Ravine. The parent club of these Snappers, the Brewers, lead Los Angeles 4-3. The Brewers are playing well on the West Coast. They're in the 9th inning, leading Los Angeles 4-3 at Dodger Stadium. And in the 6th inning, the Padres trail the Diamondbacks 8-3. 6th inning, Arizona 8, the Padres 3 at Jack Murphy. The game you'll hear just a little bit later tonight here on the Zone has the Braves taking on the Mets at Shea Stadium. Well, that's our complete look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard, brought to you by State Farm Insurance agents Al Shetler, Lanny Peterson, Gary Schubat, and Dale Thompson. It was a gorgeous, sunny Sunday here at Pullman Field in Beloit. The Kernels couldn't hold a 3-1 lead in Game 1 and dropped it 4-3, but bounced back to whip the Snappers 5-1. Ronnie Ray winning in the nightcap 5-1. 4-3 Beloit, 5-1 Kernels. We'll have the series finale tomorrow evening, 6:15 dugout interview time. 6:15 dugout interview time tomorrow. 6:10 dugout interview time tomorrow, and a 6:30 first pitch. 6:10 dugout interview time tomorrow from Pullman Field, where the Kernels split a doubleheader today with the Snappers. Thanks for making us a part of your Sunday. Thanks to Deb Williams, our in-studio engineer. Stay tuned for the Braves and Mets coming up next here on The Zone.
You're in the zone. ESPN Radio, 1600 AM.
Are you ready?
KCRG, Cedar Rapids.